Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to bank earnings. They actually all did good to start. JP Morgan, blowout. Wells Fargo even did good. I think even Citi ended up raising. I don't have a headline on BlackRock yet, but overall, the fear to start, especially after yesterday, the banks didn't add to it. However, the bonds are still the main focus. Again, you got a little bit of relief today. We weren't moving much up until recently, and even right now, you're getting comments from Fed Harker, and then there was U.S. Commerce Department revises rules for Samsung and SK Hynix to ship certain products to China. So both of those just came out literally right now. You have Fed Harker speaking, but overall, it's a little bit of a response of yesterday, and then you are reacting to the bank earnings. We're kicking off earnings season, and nothing bad so far, unless you want to consider some of the food plays the other day, like Pepsi. Otherwise, banks are starting off with a bang. Where is it? There's one more thing. And then NVO, I made a play on it. I grabbed 50 shares at like 99 bucks or so, and then they shot up because they raised their guidance. So after a year or a week of good news, they even added to that. But Chattadonia, we'll see how today's going to play out. I mean, I'm surprised we're even moving like this. It was looking like we were doing nothing at first. It's only 0.33%, but we will see where this leads into. And now, good morning, baby. Oh, yeah, it's Friday, Najee Wolf. Tell them. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning. What's up, Ian? What's up, Smars? Oh, Wise, baby. Chris Scanlon in the house. Zulraz, Laurie. Good morning, baby. What's up, Carissa Hines? What's up, Battleborn Smars? Monica, Candy, Marcus Hanlon, baby. And Devlin. Good morning. What's up, Battleborn? He's here, baby. Danny, Chiggity, Dan Kingsley, Mayhem, Devlin again, baby. Ty Reed, Alex Lozano. Good morning, baby. Good morning, Ansel. Good morning, Asset Work, baby. What's going on? Dario, Keenan, Francisco, Aliska, Rod Kaz, baby. Winning Loser, good morning. Jack Tila, CYB, Nate Positive. Oh, Mr. Ari, baby. How you living, baby? God bless you. Keeping you in my prayers, too, baby. I hope you living good. Smoke 007, Teddy Celeste, baby. Kyle Strumar, good morning. A picture of Tom Cruise. Tim Whitman's in the house. Josh, Sean McCann, Stafford, Keith R, JG, baby. Good morning. What about that Twitch? Oh, I see you too, William. Payday Devil, MVK 315, reported again. Good morning, Amorfati Trav. What's up, baby? Good morning, JG Industries, 8012, the Jaminzor. Amorfati 99 Trades, baby. Blowing Dough, Yunan. Jake from State Farm, baby. Cole Real Estate loves you. Good morning, Blizzy B, Slizzin, Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning, Chattadonia. Ed Quitty, I love it. Javi, oh, good morning. What's up, Sal? What's up, Christina? Oh, what's up, Nico Bag and J Max, baby. Again, some ECB headlines right now, too. My goodness. Fed Harker, auto strikes and renewed student loans will weigh on the economy. Again, you're getting these comments all right now. What the timing? And then even a JP Morgan conference call. I believe it just started here, or you got it a little bit. Usually they do it right after the bell, but I do believe it may have already started. So we will see. But Chattadonia, let's get to the news, huh? Sound good? That sound good? Treasuries and oil jump on Israel-Hamas conflict. Treasuries rallied as investors turn to havens on signs that Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Crude oil surged. The 10-year Treasury dropped 10 basis points, pairing some of Thursday's sharp rise in the wake of hotter-than-expected U.S. consumer data. European bonds also gained, with the German 10-year yield falling 7 basis points. Crude oil climbed more than 4% in New York, rising above 86 a barrel on fears that the Israel-Hamas war could destabilize the Middle East and crimp global supply. An escalation of Israel's war with Hamas, drawing in Iran, would send crude to $150 a barrel and cut about $1 trillion off of world economic output, according to Bloomberg Economics. Meanwhile, the prospect for higher for longer interest rates also weighed on risk appetite. Swap contracts pushed the odds of another rate hike next quarter to about 40% from closer to 30 on Wednesday. Bonds are rallying ahead of the weekend as traders are likely want to hedge geopolitical risks, said Christopher Baroud, chief economist at Market Securities LLP. Futures on the S&P erased losses after major U.S. banks kicked off the reporting season with mostly positive results. J.P. Morgan and Citigroup and Wells gained pre-market after earnings beat. Data showed that import prices rose less than expected in September, also lifted the mood. The dollar slipped. Among U.S. pre-market movers, Boeing fell after Ryanair said delivery delays of 737 have worsened and the aircraft maker grapples with supplier quality control issues. BlackRock declined after clients pulled a net $13 billion from long-term investment funds, the first outflows since the onset of the pandemic in 2020. Stocks Euro 600 gained or dropped about 0.8, led by travel and leisure. The energy sector was the only one in the green as oil shares gained among individual movers. Gas jumped after the Danish insurer reported an earnings beat. Ubisoft advanced after the UK approved Microsoft's deal to buy Activision, which will see the sale of some gaming rights to the French video game maker. And Sartorius AG plunged after the electronic maker cut guidance. Danish power generator Ørsted slumped after New York regulators rejected higher rates for projects being developed alongside the state. MSCI All-Country World Index declined for a second day, with major Asian benchmark indexes in the red. Hong Kong shares underperformed, and mainland China shares slipped after both consumer and producer prices came in below estimates, a sign that the country's economy still faces drags despite the government rolling out a series of support measures. China's trade data was the only slightly better than expectations. Authorities are now considering forming a state-backed stabilization fund to shore up confidence in the nation's $9.5 trillion stock market. So today, you're going to get University Michigan consumer sentiment. You got G20 finance ministers and central banks meeting on IMF gathering, ECB President Lagarde, and then Fed Patrick Harker. And you already got ECB and Harker. So good morning. Good morning. Oh, what's up, Lemur? I'll be feeling good. S&P futures, they are up by 0.3 Friday pre-market trading, moving from the worst to near best levels ahead of the open. Follows a down day on Thursday that saw some early strength fade in the afternoon after a rise in concerns of Treasury market demand. Market has weathered a volatile news week, but S&P and NASDAQ are still headed for a weekly gain. Treasuries are firmer with the curve flattening near the strongest levels. 2 years back near 5, comes after Thursday's yield backup sparked a party by tailing 30-year auction. The week's 3-year and 10-year auctions both tailed as well. Dollar weaker on a major cross. Gold is up by 2.2. Bitcoin futures are up by 0.8. WTI is up by 4.3. And looking at a weekly gain amid fresh sanctions on Russia exports and worry about Mideast escalation. Rates remain near the market's primary focus, though Mideast developments threaten to knock at the door. Treasury yields have softened after some more dovish Fed speak, arguing that the recent big Treasury yield backup might make it less urgent for the Fed to rate hike further. But a mixed September CPI report, core in line but headline a touch hotter, and a third straight disappointing Treasury auction were headwinds on the peak Fed narrative. Meanwhile, there's still worries about possible escalation in Israeli conflict once a ground invasion gets underway, something that Iran's foreign minister said could open up another current of the resistance. All that said, a lot of attention in today's better than all feared big bank earnings, with provisions coming in lower than consensus and net interest margins a bit better, helping build some optimism as Q3 earnings season gets underway. Boston Fed Collins, the latest to say rising total long-term yields likely reduce the need for more near-term tightening. In the Middle East, Israel ordered civilians to leave the northern part of Gaza Strip, which could be a prelude to an expected ground invasion after many days of airstriking. Hamas has urged Gazans not to comply. Reuters reported Biden administration weighing broadening proposal to limit Chinese access to American AI chips. GOP race for House speakers remains in disarray after leading candidate Scalise withdrew. Latest Bank of America flows show noted a resumption of U.S. equity outflows. Overseas, Euro area industrial production rebounded after a weak July update as expected. And then in Asia, China's CPI inflation unexpectedly fell in September, while PPI deflation slowed by less than expected. Free income, a bright spot for JP Morgan, as well as lower loss provisions and NCOs. IB fees, FICC well ahead of consensus. Wells Fargo beat on both NII and NIM and fee income with better deposit growth and solid credit metrics, raised full-year net income guidance. Citi has also better NII and NIM and fees with loan growth, and FICC better as well. PNC and NII expenses were better with provision below consensus. Elsewhere, UNH beat and raised with MLR better than consensus. BLK EPS beat with revenue in line. They noted headwinds from client earnings, a real return in cash, and waiting to re-risk. Boeing expanded investigation into 737 MAX production issues involving SPR. Dollar General reduced full-year guidance, but announced former CEO Todd Vassos returning to lead the company. And then SGH down sharply after its miss and weak guidance. Wow, I already gave you the bank earnings. I think there's a little bit more. Some push and pull in the narrative talks. Treasury yields are still down across the curve. No, is that like a headline? No, it's a story. Recent trend in Fed speak noting that tighter financial conditions from higher Treasury yields may make it less urgent for the Fed to hike further. Fed Collins, non-voter, voiced the same opinion, reinforces her view that we are near or perhaps at the cycle peak for interest rates. And again, yesterday was the third disappointing auction of the $101 billion week of issuance, helping to revive concerns about the impact of ever-rising federal deficits on market demand. Steve Scalise withdraws from House Speaker. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise withdrew from the Speaker race Thursday. Scalise exit opens the door for Rep. Jim Jordan of Ohio to launch another attempt at Speaker, but it's unclear whether Jordan can secure necessary votes. Scalise edged out Jordan in a conference ballot Wednesday, but remained short of the 217 needed to win a floor vote. Reports noted that Scalise was about 20 or 30 GOP votes, while he could only afford a loss of 4. Courses ahead will likely be very messy and could have impacts on nearer-term push for more aid to Israel, but big issue of whether House GOP in disarray can address government funding issues about the current stopgap bill, which expires on November 17th. Again, Middle East awaits imminent IDF ground invasion of Gaza. September headline CPI hotter than expected yesterday. And let's see, I think there's a couple more. Ed Collins, UK CMA clears deal for Microsoft to acquire Blizzard Activision without conditions, and Ubisoft acquiring rights of Microsoft. U.S. Rep. Scalise drops out. ECB Nigel, there was something on Ford, and then that was about it. And then dollar loses some inflation momentum as dollar slips from top range. That's about it, man. Again, there's a lot of other stories. Oh, no, wait, there they are. I got a couple more. I was like, wait a minute. Global economic downturn may follow if escalating Middle East conference sends oil prices soaring. China flirts with deflation again, renewing doubts about economy health and strengthening calls for additional support. China imports extend declines, though better than expected. Eurozone industrial production rebounds in August, but sharply down year over year. Israel informs UN that Palestinians in northern Gaza should relocate south within the next 24 hours. Gaza on the brink of airstrikes as shortages leave no safe place. Israel refuses to allow aid to enter Gaza until roughly 100 hostages are released. Iran says crimes against Palestinians to receive response for the rest of the axis. U.S. and Qatar agree to not allow Iran access to $6 billion in funds. U.S. Congress report says U.S. must prepare for simultaneous wars with China and Russia. Weak Treasury auction heightens concerns about weak demand and ends nascent bond market rebound. Bank of America says U.S. stocks can avoid a dire outlook as long as bond yields stay below a historic high of 5. Ahead of U.S. bank earnings, investors are keeping a close eye on higher funding costs. China mulls new stabilization fund to support stock market. That one's old. Boston Fed Collins says if rise in long-term yields persist, it could lessen the need for further tightening. Bank of England says to stay the course on policy even after a pause in rate hikes. Steve Scalise withdraw from House Speaker. Ford says it's going to offer 23 pay raise to UAW, best it can do. Microsoft's $69 billion deal for Activision has been cleared by UK regulators. Kaiser Permanente resumes talks with healthcare workers union after a week strike. California prepares lawsuit to block Kroger-Albertson deal. Boeing and Spirit expand investigation inspections for 737 MAX production. Qualcomm cuts 1,200 jobs in California to reduce cost. And then Dollar General reappoints former CEO Todd Vassos. What a fun name to say. What a fun name to say. But Chad, there you go. We got a lot of time. We got a couple of plays. I'm going to go to the bathroom here. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Get ready. Again, we're actually doing a lot better than even 30 minutes ago. And the big story here is that bank earnings are starting off pretty decent. So let's see what happens. But I will be right back. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Good. Man, Christine Lagarde and Mr. Tom Keene.
The opening of the Parliament of Morocco, I think, is a great honor and should just reverberate on the quality of the institution and, if I may say, its depth and the depth of its bench, because it gives us the pleasure of not having another man, excuse me, but having another woman. So that's a real test of success.
You're looking at me, okay.
You're okay. All right, back to your question, because that's what you really want to hear from me. I would like to pick up on where Gita was and to tell you how we are seeing the situation now. And I put really the emphasis of now, after the three mega crises that we have gone through in the last 3 years, and the most recent developments that we haven't seen the end of, and which will have, in addition to the human toll and the horrible developments that will take place, that will have economic consequences. And it feels very much like, and I want to point to my notes because I listed them and I want to mention them for you, what I would call the multiple moving parts. And we're just not yet too sure where the chips will come down. And I would list in my moving parts the unwinding of large previous shocks. And Ngozi has alluded to some. There are multiple previous shocks, from the disruption to the supply bottlenecks, to the immense volatility of energy prices, to the pent-up demand against the restricted supply, and all of that happening in a very abrupt and sudden way. So that's number one. Number two, something which is affected by lag time, or time lag, whatever you call it. And I'm not here talking about monetary policy. I'm here talking about the adjustment of wages to inflation. And there is clearly, in everybody, in all central bankers' mind, the fear of the second round effect. Is it happening? Is it likely to happen? Are we at the peak, and are we now going to see declining wage increases returning to real wage a la pre-COVID? Question mark. That's another moving part. The third moving part is what I would call the strong. You know, we did 450 basis points hike in 15 months, which is a huge, unprecedented increase. And this is what I call the strong but lagged policies. We haven't seen the end of it yet. You
did it like 3 months after the Fed. So, like, you know, I don't know if they feel me. But Chattadonia, we are back. Good morning. I hope you're ready. Again, market is doing a lot better than what it looked like, you know, early in the morning. You got a little bit of bond rally. You got a couple of headlines. You already got Fed speakers. You have Lagarde right there now. So we'll see. What's up, man? Good morning, Satisfactory. I hope you're feeling good. Bright and early, baby. Bright and early. But we have a couple of plays now. Here are the pre-market movers. Dollar General. You've heard this news like 3 times already. New CEO transition, and they gave guidance. They're up 7.2. Wells Fargo, 2.4. Green off of earnings. INFY, they're up 2.4 off of a bounce. Citi as well, 1.6 off of earnings. WDC, they're up 1.6. Western Digital, Kioxa to reach agreement on merger as soon as this month. UNH up 1.4 off of earnings. AMAT up 1.3. Needham upgrade. LRCX up 1.1 off of Needham upgrade. JP Morgan up 1.0 off earnings. And their conference call is right now. PNC is up 0.6 off of earnings. EH is up 44%. They had a type certificate, TC. I have no idea what that is. GETR, they're up 15.6 off of nothing. CMTL, they're up 15.5 off of earnings. Groupon up 8.8. Initial buy at Roth MKM. ACB Lagarde. Damn, so whatever she's saying right now is hitting headlines. So maybe watch the pound and euro. Orion, ORN, is up 6.1 off a contract award. Gold and silver stocks are broadly higher. Gold futures are up 1.5. Here's a list of all the gold and silver names. They're actually doing very, very good right now. And then oil energy stocks also higher. WTI oil is up 4. Remember yesterday that was like a 4% move. JD, they're down 5%. Company denies rumors of Chairman Liu arrest. Morgan Stanley downgrade. Fortnite down 2.9 off of Barclays downgrade. HPQ 2.8 off of nothing. WNG down 2.6 off of nothing. Same thing with NetEase. Boeing down 2.3. Spirit Aerosystems and Boeing expand inspections into 737 MAX production defect. Netflix down 2.1. Wolf Research downgrade, we're told. So not confirmed yet. BLK down 1.5 off of earnings, 28.7% down on SGH off of earnings, HRMY down 11.6, top-line data from Phase 3 and Tune study evaluating pitolisant. INDV down 5.3 off of nothing. AMLX down 5%. Negative CHMP opinion on MAA for AMX 0035 and ALS. SPR is down 4.7. Boeing expands investigations. And then OM down 42%. Outset Medical off of guidance. TTOO down 38%. Preliminary third quarter revenue and guidance. And then Sava down 26%. Statement regarding an internal CUNY report. Wow. We bought $2K worth of gold and silver. Let's go, baby. Now, just however much silver you have, just, it's not a recommendation, but try to keep an ounce on you at all times. That's just, it's not a recommendation. It's just like, it's kind of like a, like rule of thumb in the chat. Just you want to keep an ounce on you at all times of silver, okay? I'm just kidding too. If you don't understand the joke, you have to be a part. If you don't get the joke, it starts to sound really, really culty and that we like believe in vampires or some shit. But yeah, good morning. Good morning. Ounce is like $20. I mean, you just always need an ounce on you. You always need an ounce on you, man. It's hard to describe. You know what I'm saying? But don't let me get ahead of myself. Connor already dropped the gold play. So, Chattadonia, tell me what you got, baby. What's the first play of the day? Let's go. We got a voice. We haven't been able to do this in a couple of days, man. So what do you have for me? Post your first play in the chat. I got a couple. Again, I made that NVO play even here in the morning. So let's see what we got. Oh, they rolling out? RTX, Silver Eagle, Keep an Ounce, baby. More ZS shares, SPY puts, UUP calls, Sava $11 puts, SPY credit spreads, dang, TLT, Swift in the script, SPY credit spreads, Activision, $95 call, holding my wheat play, eHang, GDXU, JNUG, strictly on the daily, short ADP, payrolls effed up, Microsoft call, Tesla put, Apple calls today, NVO, baby, ES day trade, oil, I'm likely going on Citi, got the Suns DraftKings $30 covers to lend for today, likely going on Citi, Microsoft 0 day, AMD, Boyle buy, SPY puts, Riot shares, Activision, Meta put, AMD, Peach calls, LYV, Live Nation long. Oh, wait, I thought it was Live Nation. It's Live Nation. I'm an idiot. SPY 430 puts, Amazon 134 call, Intel puts in the bank, DraftKings XLF, got the Suns again, SPY puts, Walgreen puts, short SPY, TLT 90, calls on TMF, Netflix earnings run next week, watching the sentiment, holding Tesla calls, MES price action, watching and it depends, and the final plays. I'm going. We go. More long, short ES, NVO, week 107, Sava, Zeros, and Jesus. Let's go. Wow. So I got a couple plays. That's good. We got a lot of time. We got a lot of time here. We're making great progress. Where is this? Oh, no. Stocks to watch at open. So I'm going to be watching the banks, obviously. JP Morgan. We've had a lot of good post-earnings JP Morgan plays. So, again, they started the conference call a little earlier. It's usually after the bell. But JP Morgan, Citi, again, the banks could have been a really big problem today. But just it hasn't happened. I mean, it's looking good. So watch out for that. Dollar General, again, they had a lot of news. We saw this yesterday after hours, and it just kept going. JD, literally the CEO might be missing. So that's not good. And then they got a downgrade. Then NVO made that play. They raised guidance in the morning. Even GPCR, that was the other, the other GLP-1 drug play we've been in. It's slowly been climbing up here. So watch out for that. And then Apple, we'll see. I still have that play. Maybe I close it out here for the week. I was talking about that yesterday, and then we dropped, and I kept holding it. And then other than that, Netflix, Tesla, Intel, keep in mind all the earnings for next week, baby, because it's Friday, and earnings season is right around the corner. My goodness, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready. But that's it. That's all I have. We got a couple more minutes now. So let's see where we're at. Any questions? If you have any questions, you let me know. Speak now or forever hold your peace. This is your moment. This is your moment. Again, all of this stuff we're dealing with today is a weird mix in bond land. Now let me show you the daily on the bonds. You're like halfway between what we did yesterday, and this is off of people reacting to so far no earnings bad. Fed Harker says some parts of economy will feel impact of AI technology. Yeah, NVIDIA. I don't even know, man. How are they even going to I don't know. NVIDIA's earnings were so good last time, and it's so wild that we're already getting into earnings. They still got like an extra month, but my goodness, I wonder what type of number that is going to be. Yeah, we still have Michigan consumer sentiment. That'll come out about like 30 minutes after the bell. So we'll see what goes on from there. But for the most part, I mean, yesterday showed us it's one thing about the data, but now it's like maybe it's about the bond auctions too. I think you need kind of everything solid in a very, very weird way. So we'll see. But again, I don't think we have any bond data today. So hopefully if Michigan consumer sentiment I don't really care whether it goes up or down, but I do care, if we actually get the bonds moving again. Like, that's like I'm saying, there's no coincidence every time the market looks like, oh, yeah, we're not dying too much. It's like the bonds are always up, and then once we start dying, the bonds continue their trend. So, I don't know, but we got 1 minute, 2 minutes till the pledge. Any final questions? Any final questions, baby? Monthlies are today, right? I think October 3rd should be. I want to say. Yeah, October 13th. Yeah, these are your middle of the week contracts right now. That's crazy. Again, there is only 2 more weeks left. It does make sense. Does her girlfriend still have MMTLP? I don't know. I remember she was on that, but I'd have to ask her. I don't know. I think she just bought bonds and a little bit of oil and just rides. That's it. And then I think I'm slowly talking her out of Peloton to just get her, I was like, maybe get some NVO. But we'll see. But NVO's too high. She's scarred from buying things high. What's the deal? Yeah, JD, there's a rumor, and then the company's denying it, but pretty much CEO at JD, haven't seen him in a minute. That's the word on the street. And then they got a downgrade at the same time, I believe. All of this was today. BlackRock's earnings actually wasn't that good. But Chattadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. It's an honor to do this every day. And the people that I'm talking about are the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, anybody who has supported the veterans, but for real, the people who have already given their lives and they live through struggle today for what they've done for us just even 10 years ago in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm saying that we've had a lot of sacrifice by some great people. A lot of them are even in here, man. So just big shout out to the vets and their families. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. And I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. And that's them. So God bless you. Shout out to the vets and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody giving back and helping out, making society run, spreading education, spreading love. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Thank you for showing love to the vets, man, and everybody. And, man, thank you. Like, for real, bro. For real. All the vets, everybody giving back, man, the teachers, the civil authorities, the volunteers, man. You see a lot of evil every day. You see a lot of the world, and you're like, how does the world always get like this? But, like, don't ever forget, man, there's so many good people out there who are about, like, giving back, helping, who have committed and dedicated their lives to helping other people and doing stuff. So, above all else, man, that's why, as a reminder every day. And then, again, for the losses that we've had in the past that allow us to have what we have here today. Because without certain people, maybe it would have been a lot different. I know it would have been. No maybe, baby, no maybe. So good morning. I hope you guys are ready. Let's have a good one, man. Let's have a good one. It's Friday, bro. I can't believe it. I haven't had a voice crack yet. So we're seeing, man. We are seeing again. NVO and banks. I think today should be a little bit more simple. Unless the bonds go crazy. It's not even going to be simple. It's going to be boring. Again, I think we'll get bank reactions, but just like yesterday, man, every time the bonds, when they go a certain way, it gets wild, man. It's literally, I feel like every day is about waiting for the bonds to move. That's it. It's not even like it's one, like, again, after yesterday's CPI, bro, wild that the big mover was the bond auction, but it does seem like that's what we're going to need. And then oil is up 4% today. So keep that in mind. Round one. Fight. Is RTX even on the high now? Yeah, RTX, I think they're up 1.2. So you got a nice little gap up here in a couple names. I know Tesla, they're running. They were down pre-market, or they were like barely in the red. Again, the yen is even up today. SPX, let's see. Levels-wise, you're above the 43.60. Again, you are just into yesterday's level where we dumped and where we bounced off of in the morning. So very interesting spot by the end of the day. I mean, by the end of Euro close, we're either going to be right back down, or if you could hold up throughout here and retest the high, we'll still be good. Again, it is looking like it is going to be another positive week regardless. So even if we closed where we were yesterday, the week would be green on the week. Yeah, Netflix got a downgrade. Again, earnings are around the corner, though. So let's see. Hedge funds start to get new SEC mandates for reporting short sales. Wow. Took them long enough. Literally, hedge funds are going to get new SEC mandate for reporting short sales. Remember, remember when I was telling you about like SC13s and how, and every time they would give you the form, the form 13. What am I blanking on these so bad? The forms. Which form was it? But either SC13s and then another form, but they're not required to put out shorts. 13F, there it is. Thank you, my brother. So 13F, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's huge, actually. So it's a very great news. That's one thing good out of the SEC. Again, you've heard a lot of crypto crackdown. You've heard a lot of this, heard a lot of that. But that one actually seems like something I think people might like. Now you'll be able to see what Michael Burry is actually shorted. Because usually you only see his puts. You don't get to see if he has any shares short. Broadcom going on the high. Uber's on the high, too. Again, JP Morgan, don't forget, their conference call is right now. So they've already been doing it. NVO chilling. Eli Lilly's running more. Eli Lilly's up 2. NVO's up 2, but NVO can move a lot more than them. But they're kind of slowing down. Boeing, again, SPR 2. Yeah, Boeing's down 3.8. SPR's down 3.5. Watch out for that. SPY right now, too, to open up the morning, we're looking at 0.45. NASDAQ is up a quarter, and my Dow is broken again. And the Russell is up by a quarter. Remember, Russell got destroyed yesterday. Something feels off. I mean, it feels like earnings. That's it. Again, and the bonds, though. You're right to feel off. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel the same way in the sense that, everything looks all fine and dandy, but just like yesterday, if those bond yields start to, if the ground moves underneath the bonds, I don't think we could keep ignoring it, unfortunately. JD's on the high. Again, they were down like 5% off of, again, CEO disappearing rumor. UNH, they had earnings. They're going up here, 2.7. Again, there was even a Citigroup and Wells Fargo. They're up 3%, man. All the banks are actually killing it. What the hell? Again, JP Morgan back to 150. UNG is going, again, all oil and energy names and gold and silver, and then even defensives. There it is. But remember, we've been talking about that. Again, nothing has happened in Israel yet as far as their retaliation. So that's why, again, like they're evacuating people. That's all the news. But pretty much this weekend, we might get something. So I think all of a sudden you're watching oil, gold, all the safe havens got bid up. But my problem is I don't know if I blame that on the preparation or if I blame that on just the bond volatility not subsiding. That's kind of the dilemma right now. Again, JP Morgan now 150. Big banks are up about 3%. I mean, they were up a lot more, but it's looking like they've recovered all of September now. September and October. Eli Lilly new highs. Russia, Putin, I think peace deal is possible on Karabakh. My birthday's today, Friday the 13th. Ryan. Oh, no. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, man, my goodness. And you rocking the peach, too, baby. I hope it's a happy birthday. I hope the long term's there. And you're lucky, man. It's on a Friday. So you get to enjoy that, man. You get to enjoy that. I hope you. Are you got any plans? What are you doing for the birthday? CNBC blamed oil on the Russia export ban. They brought that up. Even Bloomberg, they pretty much brought up both factors. But for me, like I'm saying, just quite frankly, I don't know if this is, we know that this weekend's going to get weird with how everything played out. But, we don't, are people buying these safe havens because of, news and reasons? Or are they just buying it off of whatever, I don't know if the word's sanguine, but just this very random ass volatility that arrives and disappears in the bonds. That is my only dilemma with all of it.
Yo Ryan, invite me to your party. Happy birthday my dog. Keep flexing on M with the peach and tell a hater get a long term and stop talking. I love you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It was Ryan's birthday, bro. It's Ryan's birthday. And Palantir dying. So that's kind of weird considering that had a defense boost earlier in the week. JP Morgan killed all the banks did. I think everybody except BlackRock. It's not like BlackRock did too bad, but BlackRock had outflows, but JP Morgan did good. Dude, they made $22 billion in interest or something. It's actually sickening. And I even what was the lady, I think what's her name, Marie Horton on Bloomberg? She brought up that how they might even just be saying it for they might just be saying it so that they don't get in trouble. So literally they've guided up every single time, but they don't expect it to happen. So over the last year and a half, what they're saying is JP Morgan's making hand over fist on interest. And they said it this morning on Bloomberg. Maybe they're trying to just they're not trying to make it seem like they're making this money on purpose because they don't want to get regulated, which is wild. But just, the sign of the times, they're making a killing off of interest right now. You know what I'm saying? They're making a killing. And it's so weird that, JP Morgan's up, not all the banks, but it's they are walking away with a big bag doing nothing. Sava, they had it was a report. Let me get it. It was on the morning headline. They dropped after hours then this morning. They got crushed. Please hold. SPY hit a low, then bouncing again. A lot of other names. AXP was running up. That's why I put it on the high. Apple's on the low. JP Morgan, again, bank earnings are up 4% now. Now you're up to 150. You might get up here. This might go back to a high of the year, bro. JP Morgan is closer to 52-week highs than way closer than 52-week lows. Report of terrorist infiltration alert in Haneda, northern Israel. And then Fed Harker, always a chance of recession, but does not expect a downturn. I'll get the headline way. My shit won't load. Sava, they had statement regarding an internal CUNY report. You have a medical background. I don't know if that is something related to that or if it's a university that shit on them. So it's either a medicine report or somebody wrote something bad about them. CUNY report, negative. Commerce Bank CEO, minimum reserves should stay where it is. Oh, dude, I have a weird ass play, but you're gonna think I'm a biased pumper, but genuinely, I want to share this with you. But you gotta like the video, not really. He's like, oh, I'm a business, Habibi. Ishkodak, Habibi. Oh, my goodness. Hard. Let's go. God bless you. God bless you.
UMU businessman holding it down. A punk better recognize he a real one. I love you.
Yo, bro, AI cannot. He don't know how to say bro. Forgive me. You know what I'm saying? Forgive me. Yeah, don't. He don't know how to say bro. He said you. What? My bad. This is why I'm worried about escalating Middle East conflict. Because y'all AIs don't even know how to say Arabic words. Or y'all think everybody is Arabic and that's it. Y'all be like, damn, everybody in the Middle East is in Palestine? No, sir. But some of them like, but every terrorist is Middle East? No, man, no. Fuck. So you guys, that's it. I love you, man. Peace and love, always. Always. You have to spell things wrong. Habibi, I do it. But here's it. Roblox. That's the play. All right, dude, it's crazy. I don't know if you've seen it or not. Why am I talking about Roblox right now? Besides the fact that I own it. That's why I said I'm not going to be a biased pumper. Oh, look at the Twitch, baby. Pre-firms. Braxton. Y'all want a hype train. So I'm talking about. Oh, my gosh. Charlie. Oh, happy Friday.
The Twitch hella legit when they don't act like bitches during the voice wars. I love you. Keep it up, Twitch. You still in the family.
Amen. Amen.
GG.
Is it because of Barbie? No. Does anybody know? Let's see if the Twitch knows. They're too busy having a hype train. Let's see. This is one for Twitch, probably. Low key. Why am I bringing up Roblox right now? Let's see what y'all think. Maybe I'll show you after hours. But why are we bringing up Roblox? What happened with Roblox recently? Something's happening with it right now. Ah, there you look at the Twitch already got it. They already got it, bro. Yeah. Dude. Roblox. It's on PlayStation 5 now. And I don't know why, like, it hasn't gone there that long, bro. But no, dude, it's gaining a lot. You're getting, like, all these, like, weird teenagers now. And I'm sorry if you're a weird teenager who plays Roblox. But what I mean is, like, dude, it's a meme now. I've already seen, like, 10 viral videos of different games on Roblox PlayStation. Yeah, I already thought it was there too, but it's like, no, this just came out. This is all new. NVO's on the high right now, but it's just like, it's gaining a lot of traction. And you have all these people just playing these random-ass Roblox games now that it's on console. And then it's just, honestly, in a weird way, I think it just opened up the door to a very big audience of, like, just not children, but not adults, you know, like teenagers now, because you got, like, dude, there's like a drive-by game, there's like simulations, there's like a boxing one, and all of these I've seen viral clips with like over 100, 200,000 likes on them, and very good news, I think, but how it's going to develop is going to be interesting. I'm not making a play on it from the news, but I thought I would share it, and maybe we play some today. We'll see what we get into. Because I wanted to download Roblox after seeing the videos. I was like, no way. Now you could just play this on console, get access to all of those games, and boom. That's it. Teens with part-time, full-time jobs, yeah. It's a good, because like I told you guys the other day, you at least get you could get like a cheap version of every game on Roblo. But at the same time now, you put it on a console, yeah. There's the drive-by game. I think it's called. It's not Hood Olympics. I think it's called Surviving the Hood. It's so fucked up, and then it's literally like a 1-pixel GTA game, but that game is going viral. Literally, of people playing it. I don't know how many active users right now, but I'd say a couple 100,000. Roblox still for like 5-year-olds. Will never play that personally. It is. I mean, I literally play with like my 5-year-old nephew. But I don't know. Some games you'll try out. I tried out the one shooter, the Call of Duty one, but then my nephew cried because it was too hard. That's why I hate about it. Because like if you play any of the good games with like your niece, nephew, son, or daughter, they got fun games on there, but it's probably too hard for them. Because my nephew got mad. I was like, let's play the COD, and he did not like it. He did not like it. Yeah, consumer sentiment, 15 minutes. Potential play around earnings. Yeah, or their next like update when they give out the thing. But I definitely think it got them users because that news did. I mean, I just see it everywhere. And then SPY, a couple of cheek lays, XLU, NEE, SE on the high, Amazon on the low right now. And then Putin's making a bunch of comments. And Harker, Putin asked on Tycoon Fredman he could choose where to live. If someone behaves immorally and then returns, they will feel it. Putin compares Gaza Strip blockade to Leningrad blockade in World War II. Putin says resolution of conflict could be reached via mediation. I'm playing with my daughter all the time. It's fun. Oh yeah, I love playing with my niece and nephew. It's a fun game. I'm talking about playing on my own. You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna see. The Roblox is already priced in. It could be, but I don't think it was priced in because the reaction is surprising. So I think a majority of it is, but I don't think they expected it to get viral traction and turn into a game where you're getting teenagers on it, pretty much. It's called like Hood. What's it called? It's like Surviving the Hood or something. And then there's a boxing game that's going viral too. I haven't even looked at the dollar today. Yeah, it's bigger than expected is what I'm saying. Yeah, dollar did go back to green. That's not good. Because, again, the dollar is right below 30. And remember, that had already recovered on the week. Walmart's on the high now, too. And Pepsi and General Mills. That's 3 different food consumer plays on the high. Putin, Russia can help due to good relationship with Israel and traditional relations with Palestine. And then Fed Harker seeing some increase in consumer credit trouble, but not major concern yet. Again, dollar went green. CL, bro, consumer plays are running now. Something is happening there in that sense. So remember all these food plays that got murdered. They're doing their thing. You should play Lay Doors on Roblox. What is it? Is it like a scary game? It's October the 13th. Yeah, Charlie, you got to get the kids YouTube, bro. That comment is wild. Pepsi on the high. Putin reports of Ukraine's weapons in Palestine. I doubt there were arms supplies from Ukraine, but there was a leak of weapons from Ukraine. Okay, a little subtle implication that those weapons came from Ukraine. He's like, I don't think it was, but, we did hear about a leak. In my country, I'm telling you. Very simple. I don't think that they got the weapons, but, Ukraine known to leak the weapon. What do you want me to say? And they play hand grenade in the plane. What do you want me to do? This is demoral. Degenerate. Lots of Chinese weapons. Listen, man, I don't believe the Chinese make weapons and sell them until I see it on the TikTok store. That's it. I can't believe it, bro. Everything is Meta and YouTube are trying to copy the TikTok store now. It's getting wild. Putin, we have information on on weapon sales, including the Middle East. What? God bless you, JS. Amen. Yes, you stud. You stud. NVO still going. A little bit.
For real, my dog, Major Stud. Thank you. I love you.
JP Morgan, 152. Bro, this thing, I don't know. Usually it stops out at like 7% if it gets really big. But JP Morgan is now, it's getting into the higher levels. TMO's on the high too. Remember yesterday, Dana here and all of that. They're starting to bounce. JP Morgan, what was it? TMO. German foreign minister Baerbock to travel to Cairo on Friday evening. Can we still see oil back to 70 in my lifetime? Yeah. I mean, let me tell you this. In a weird way, I feel like oil will go negative again before rates go to zero. I don't know. I don't know how much I believe that, but it sounds like it sounds like a broad ballpark, give or take. But that's the way I feel about it. Is that I think you have a better chance of oil dropping in the future, I think, than rates going to like pretty much to zero. The race to the bottom, I think oil could beat the bonds in a very weird way.
Hey Siri, hey Google. I just tricked you and I am your AI brother.
Putin, we will discuss mutual settlements in national currencies with China Xi.
Mwahaha. I love you.
That was creepy. Why is everybody calling text-to-speech AI? I don't know. You're right, because it is text-to-speech, but I guess it's because it's like it's somebody. I don't know what to call him, whoever has this voice, but I feel you. Microsoft on the high, CYTK, or no, Microsoft, CYTK on the high, Microsoft trying to move. But again, more of those consumer plays, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, what was it? Lowe's on there, the banks, and there's another one. Putin calls nonsense idea that Russia was involved in damage of Baltic gas pipeline. Michael's a good name. You want to name him Michael? Let's name him Michael. Listen, nonsense. Eli Lilly's holding. They're kind of slipping, though. Again, market's near the high. And then bonds are still up, but you really haven't had much movement. I don't know. You've had the dollar move a little bit more. So this is where we're at on the day. And then dollar did come back down, which is good. SPY, let's see the price. 4373. Bro, you're not that bad, honestly. This is like slightly below where we were at in the morning. What a wild day every day based on the bonds. Your nephew's name is Michael. It's a good name. It's a good name. RTX swing, that one's doing good too. RTX NVO, they're actually nice for now. So we'll see. But then bonds coming down. The weird part, every day, like it feels like its own little day, but then it's like the bonds are like a baby crying, I feel like. I don't know. It's just like if as long as it's sleeping, we're fine, and then we react. But then if the bonds wake up and start crying, it ruins the rest of the day, and everybody, you got to start responding to that regardless. Supreme Court of Canada avoids most of Trudeau environment law. He's Michael Jr., MJ, but he wants to be called Michael, not MJ. No way. He said, that's Michael to you, ma'am. Mm-hmm. 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 That's a good name, Michael. Michael. Can we get actual AI market predictions? Man, you don't remember? It took them like 45 days after ChatGPT, and they were like, Josh, ChatGPT AI said it's going to crash today. So we've already done it. I don't know if there's been any like ChatGPT prediction that has came true, but people have used the bots to create like what's it called? To create like trading strategies. I've seen a couple of them, and some are good, some aren't. Like I've seen some do good, and then some just like 50-50. Outlook prepping for earnings in 1 month, 18. It's up 18. Still has a long way to go, but I don't think their earnings are going to matter. Yeah, I'm here. What's up? No, I was typing away. But Outlook has the update on the manufacturing. That's it. JP Morgan extends gain to 5%, most since April. My goodness. Yeah, new hedge fund mandates for short sales. That's so crazy. I thought they'd never do that. MPW drip filled me on the low. I don't know if I got it. Let me check. Did it? NVIDIA red to green. JP Morgan already reported. So they did good. So yeah, that's why they're up right now. They actually, I think every bank did good today, except you didn't even hear anything too crazy about a regional or like PNC or anything like that. But every bank except BlackRock did good. Again, even Citi did amazing. Wells Fargo found a way to survive a little bit. So very, very crazy. MPW. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they gave it to us at what? 520? I'm down. I'm down. You're pretty much yielding the same amount of shares. Consumer sentiment 63 versus 67. I forgot about that. That's coming in right now. 10 seconds. 66.7 versus 70.3 current conditions. It seems bad. Like, it seems like the data came in softer, but where's 1 year expectations? 5 year expectations were 3%. Estimate was 2.7. And these are all preliminary for October. Again, consumer sentiment 63 versus 68. 5 year expectations 3 versus 2.7. Consumer expectations 60.7 versus 65.8. Current conditions 66.7 versus 70.7. Whoa, oh my gosh. Bro, 1 year expectation went up to 3.8. Estimate was 3.2. Okay, I don't know. This one's weird. It's not weird. It makes sense. The other things were bad, but this again. I think last time we had a higher print too, but both 5 year and 1 year expectations. This is 1 year expectations right now. It just shot up to 3.8. I mean, that's higher than July where we started dumping and everything. And these are only preliminary too. It may include the gas stuff. It's lower, a lot lower than last year. To keep in mind, but this is the highest in like 4 or 5 months, it seems like. Yes, this is preliminary. You're bouncing off. Everything else was weak, though. So pretty much 1 year, 5 year expectations are up. Current conditions, expectations, all of those are down. So you got good news on being bad or not getting too hot, but then the other side is just inflation expectations. I think that one could be based off oil. We'll see. Bonds, as long as the bonds don't die, just see it like I've been saying here. It's a pretty simple theme until we start getting more hyped off of earnings, and we already had some good earnings, so we will see. NVO's moving up. I'm surprised GPCR is not going. Groupon's on the high. They got to upgrade, and they died earlier in the week. Any Chads on the survey yet? I don't know. I don't think so. Bonds can do anything. Bonds can bring us down. They could lift us up. I mean, I do think the dollar might get in the way, as you see. That just had so don't get fooled by that, though. If anything, the dollar looks ready to pounce, and the dollar is right under 30. So above all else, it's still not I don't think we're out of the clear just yet. Just you got to be humble with the data as of late. But that data had two bad things with inflation. You could argue that the other current conditions going down is good. And then that's about it. KRE has gone negative. Again, all the other banks, like XLF, is up by 1% right now. Outlook, damn, it's up 30. I'm down, bro. I'm down. Oh, wow, it's even higher than the drop. No shit. I didn't even realize that. But again, I'll check their dates if you guys want. But all you need for that play is related to, it's just related to if they get that manufacturing thing. That's it. But I don't know when that data will be. What did I miss? Not much. Again, bank earnings were good in the morning. Bonds calmed down. We got a little bit of lift. And then right now, consumer sentiment just came in. 1 year expectations went up by half a basis point. And then even 5 year expectations by like 0.3. And then current conditions dropped. But so far, dollar major pop off of it. Bonds didn't move, and then equities took a little drop. Yeah, Microsoft now owns Activision. I think they closed today in Europe. I don't know if they finalized the whole transaction, but I think they have approval. Israel military rocket siren sound in Tel Aviv. Russell has been dying since that data came out. Again, that and regionals, but Russell has been weak all throughout the day. What was the date for Outlook? Oh, yeah. So here it was. It was a couple of days ago. It was on the 29th. But they did submit a, what's it called? Outlook announced that the Type A meeting request has been submitted to the FDA to discuss the response letter. It doesn't have a date, though. So, again, they issued a CRL, though the agency acknowledged that pivotal trial met safety and efficacy. It concluded it could not approve the BLA during the review due to CMC issues. So, manufacturing, open observations from pre-approval manufacturing inspections, and a lack of substantial evidence. So, they have to just get that meeting. That's the only catalyst. So, this play died after all of their data met, but then the FDA said we can't approve your manufacturing process. They approved the manufacturing process, then it's in. But all of the pops and drops, I don't think they're meaningful until we actually get that. So that is what I'll be looking for. I wish there was a date, man. I really do. Let me see. You're saying there's a chance? There is, but it only depends on the headline. I pretty much, if it's up 30% in a day, I just don't think it means anything as much as, so just be careful in that sense, but you're still playing the data. Yeah, last update. I don't have anything scheduled, though. Last update was September 29th. AMC on the low. Again, dollar came back down. Bonds came up a little bit. That's better than not. Dude, where's Burke? Bottom barrel buyout candidate? No, not without that approval. Maybe somebody would buy them, but it's simple. Remember, it's wet AMD, bro. Yeah, where do you mean? You got AI underwater? Yeah, it's crazy. But it's a really big drug, and that you don't really have you don't have anything in that space. So if you get it, it will get bought out, just like MTRX, just like Longeveron, or what was it, Rita. You know what I'm saying? Like, it will get bought out if they get approval, but without approval, it's not worth anything. Israeli shelling hits Lebanese army observation in Daira, South Lebanon. 3 sources. SPY going down. Dollar Tree, VIX on the high. Dollar rocking INMN. 8% candle. Very illiquid. Looks like a bio. Again, dollar back up. Bonds haven't moved, but SPY is already breaking down. So here's the messed up part about today. Even if we come down, like, you're going to drop another 30 points just to be where you were at yesterday. You really thought it would have meant underwater AI. I feel you, bro. Yeah, wet AMD. It's wet age molecular dystrophy. Fuck it. Go look it up. But it's not Lisa Sue. I promise you. It's not Lisa. It's fine. I like Mary. Mary Ibarra and a Hummer. But seriously, I mean it. It's not hyperbole. That's the macular degeneration distribution. It'll change lives. That's why. And we've been fighting Big Pharma. Hey, look at that. You see Taylor Swift, her boyfriend married Pfizer. It's right because we're fighting Big Pharma. That's it. We finally won. You know how we won? Because we won. That's it. I told you we won. Anyways, I gotta go. I need to go pee. I've been sitting here too long. I gotta. Where do they have it? Flonase. I need a catheter. All right, I'm waiting. Yeah, Flomax. Yeah. It's good. XOM on the high. Yeah. See, bro, oil's killing it. Again, we were just talking about how weird the drop was yesterday and that we should pay attention, but you're making the move on the upside, and those oil names are going. Bro, bonds are holding up. Dollar and stocks look hella weird, but bonds are just holding. NVO, RTX chilled out. LMT wrapped on the high. Friday didn't do anything. Or Tupperware. Thousands of Palestinians flee to South Gaza after Israeli warning. AFP. ABSI, AI pharmaceutical drug creation. I don't know if that's the company, but I've heard of the AI drugs, essentially. All right. Yeah, Outlook, no. Let's see. Optovio, Bristol, what's the date today? The 13th? LAPB might get a bio approval here today. Are they halted? They might be halted right now. They have biotech between tomorrow to yesterday and the next 4 days. Keytruda and Merck. AFT, ARDX, October 16th. PDUFA for Exova. Ardelyx. I feel like we've seen that one a couple times. So there's actually a lot of biotechs coming into October. And just all of them are for end of the year. So do I need to send this out again? I sent you guys till September last time, I think. I will put this in a document and I will stream alert this out. All of these are Q3. Wow, there's a lot. So there's maybe 50 names with deadlines up until December, but then there's probably 200 names that are on the first. I can't do this all. This is way too many. Holy shit. So the second half, third half, Q3, bro, there's so many names. And then EYPT, that's a wet AMD drug at December. Next to buy Fat Face for a total equity of 115 million euros. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. And yeah, OBRB.
In the S&P 500 PE is around 20 to 21 times earnings. When you're looking at an interest rate environment that is that high, inflation that's that stubborn, the PE multiples should not be trading at 20 times earnings.
So what do you do with then something like oil, which obviously has a feed through in terms of inflation? It feels like today it's being treated as a safety asset, as sort of like a hedge the geopolitical risk, maybe I can say. So what do you do with that and then energy stocks that have been outperforming?
So we're not dumping money into energy stocks. I think that they've had a nice run. Instead, some of the sectors that we would focus on is those, like you had asked, the defensive sectors. So it's healthcare, staples over discretionary and tech. I think that oil has been relatively tame given what's going on in the Middle East, but we think that it does continue to put pressure. We talk about higher for longer with interest rates. We think higher for longer with oil prices as well.
Megan, a lot of people are coming out of the market right now. They're doing what you're saying, and they're going into cash. You just look at the BlackRock numbers today in terms of the withdrawals that they're seeing. Clearly, a lot of people are thinking this. Getting back in, that's the thing that I'm beginning to think about. How are people thinking about getting back in? It's the question that I want to know. Everybody's saying to me, get into cash, but then what? What kind of triggers are you going to be looking for?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's one that some of our clients ask us as well. And basically, there's a couple of things. First of all, stocks rarely, if ever, bottom before a recession. And given the fact that we think a recession is still likely, could possibly even start in the fourth quarter of this year, if you look at those consumer confidence numbers, that typically does tend to be a leading indicator for spending. So if it doesn't start in this quarter, at least the first half of next year. So we think the volatility in the equities is here to stay. We think that, as I mentioned, the PE multiples are way too high. We need to get some more realistic expectations there. That's what we're going to look at. When valuations and the fundamental picture all starts to come together, that's where we'll start to put money to work.
Megan, are banks on your list? I mean, in some ways, they're perfectly set, in some ways, to manage volatility, say, through the investment banking and trading divisions. But then the other side, they're dealing with the consumer issue. I mean, we saw reserve releases for J.P. Morgan, but then, of course, Jamie Dimon worrying about dangerous times ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the financials are a very interesting area to look in, but it's a very broad area too. Right now, we're not, looking at the financials to add money into them at this point. I'm more concerned, as you mentioned, the consumer, not only the consumer, but businesses. Take a look at the small business, the loan rates on that. These are very high. This is going to start filtering into the small businesses. The consumer, as we mentioned, auto loans. You heard from some of the big banks today that they're seeing a big uptick in the auto loan delinquencies. We haven't even talked about the small and mid-cap banks yet. Now, I know that their PE multiples are attractive if you look at them, but whatever happened to the first quarter of this year when we saw the biggest problem they had was the rise in Treasury yields and what it did to their balance sheets? No one's talking about that, and yet we're even higher than we were then from an interest rate perspective. So I think that there still is a lot of trouble that could be brewing in the banking sector. We're just not comfortable there yet.
Yeah. All right, Megan, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Megan Horman, Verdant's Capital Advisors, CIO. Thank you very much. All right, it is 16 past 7 on the West Coast.
16 past 7 on the West Coast. Really? I'm looking at the clock. It says 10 a.m., but then I forgot I'm on the West Coast. It's 7 a.m. Wow. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. You're going lower. Again, bonds are finally moving. The dollar was the weird one. That is the only problem. The dollar is getting real weird. Dollar's up by point. Again, dollar's right under 30. Bonds are now coming down. So use everything as a context to yesterday. So to give you an idea now, we're about to fill the gap if we keep going lower. Bonds are not even close to doing that. But then all the while, every day, the dollar has climbed a lot more. When you start pulling this out, it's starting to look like, besides the NASDAQ and big tech, the dollar over the last 2 weeks, that has been your climber. So we'll see here, but my goodness. And then watch at the banks too. If the banks flip, that'll tell you something. And then dollar, another high. Again, market is literally right at the low candle. Same thing with the bonds. K-Funk, happy Monday. Is it Mother Effin' Friday or happy Monday through Friday? Either way, I'm down with both. Again, dollar's still going there. Bonds now, although you've given up almost 0.5% on the bonds in 5 minutes there, 10 minutes. So, again, bonds start moving. Everything is, but your dollar, again, he's being annoying. Oh, and there's a SpaceX launch. I'm surprised you guys haven't told me yet. Okay, fuck. What's up, baby? Happy Monday through Friday. Mother Friday. You know what I'm saying? MDT on the high. Where's Ian? That's up 1.1. Card is going up now to, where's UNH? They had earnings. UNH already gave up some of it. JP Morgan down from the 152. The whole notion is higher for longer, more sticky. Inflation. Yeah, and I just think, the Fed, we always forget, but the Fed's job is to raise until something breaks. And I even think they're surprised that nothing's breaking, but then they don't want certain things to break. You can't break the banks. It's very weird, man, but either way, just get ready for, look broad, look long-term, in the sense of, just you got to survive. That's literally all you have to do. Because nobody is going to know. Markets are going to adjust, and as long as you survive, you're in there. Make sure you own something too for the back end. You'll be good to go. but it's still just it feels a lot like the end of last year. Obviously, we're not in death and destruction mode, but now even how people are viewing the next year and everything, before we know it, it's there. Come on. Oh, sorry. I thought you guys wanted to see this. You guys always tell me to watch this. It's very calming. Oh, shit. See, this is the one I want with fire. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Y'all keep having me watch these boring-ass rocket launches. That's what I'm talking about. I need some adrenaline, some explosion, you know? Like, look at that. That's flying. That looks like it's a rocket. That is exactly what I had in mind. Thank God we watched this. Now I don't think you guys are that weird for yeah, this one finally got fire. You know? That's a lot of fire. Hey, yo, now would probably be a good time to tell you guys, protect the environment. Don't forget about ESG and recycle. You know what I'm saying? I thought I should mention that. You know, I just see a lot of things combust. And, you know, we do these rocket tests, but, like, you know, your straws are fucking a lot of people up. So I just want to make sure you know, while we're watching this cool progression of technology, we're just spitting out massive amounts of carbon dioxide and pollution and smoke. I just want to remind you that the environment is important. Go get an EV.
Coming up at T plus 2 minutes, 25 seconds, we'll see the side booster engine cut off. About 30 seconds from now.
It's spitting out. Yeah, it's a water vapor fire. That's what happens. No, we saw it. We finally saw the smoke. I don't know why they have the best cameras, though. Because the last time y'all showed me a rocket ship, they did not have that GoPro attached to it. You're watching from your front yard? No way. You in Florida? The Florida Space Coast? That was cool. See, no more fire. You don't see the fire. I'm glad we got to watch the launch. Tesla on the low.
Booster engine cut off.
And SPY.
You hear the booster engine cut off, and you see
SPY lower. Market wants to go lower. Bond three candles off the bottom.
MVAC engine chill has started.
How did the camera not fly off? Bro, the camera not even vibrating. When I hold my camera to shoot a video, it's more unstable than this thing on the fire missile. This is crazy.
Zones 1 and 2 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, just a little bit away from where they took off just 3 minutes ago.
CHRD on the high. Pizza. Okay, high ticker's kind of waking up, but the low ticker is still playing defense right now. And again, bonds, dollar. We're not out of the clear yet. Tesla just had that little flush. Another rocket was just launched, and that means the environment has been saved.
T plus 3 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. The boost back burn should be ending in a little less than 10 seconds from now.
Boost back shut down.
You hear that call out there?
Main engine cut off.
Main engine cut off.
Stage separation confirmed.
Bonds and SPY about to separate.
Stage separation visually on the screen.
MVAC ignition.
Dollar ignition.
And the Merlin vacuum engine on the second
The
stage.
market catalyst vacuum.
Yes, is saved. Bermuda.
Okay, bonds not stabilized.
Now coming to life.
Alright, separation confirmed.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Taking a look now at an empty pad here and see fairing separation confirmed as the Psyche spacecraft now exposed to the vacuum of space for the very first time.
Vehicle.
That's incorrect. It's steam. Rocket fuel is designed to convert into steam when burned. It's a hydrogen and oxygen mix. That stuff is designed and developed 3 buildings down. I guess, what's the environmental impact is my question.
In the next few minutes, as the boosters make their way back down toward Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, You should be hearing a double sonic boom as they re-enter.
And how does it affect LeBron's legacy? Remember, last time you guys said that joke, though, I had to explain how LeBron was not involved in what we were talking about. Not everybody gets that joke. So, yeah, the LeBron joke it runs deep. Runs deep.
OT plus 5 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. The side booster entry burn is getting ready to start in just a minute away from now. T plus 6 minutes, 47
Dude, that's
seconds.
crazy. It looks so fake, but it's like, is that our world? I don't see not like one star. There's nothing else out there, bro. I thought I see like a star or something.
Waiting to bring you good visual of those boosters as they make their way back down toward land. Now T plus 6 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. About 30 seconds away from the side booster entry burn beginning. We should get a visual on that soon.
It's like space, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm like, oh, dude, it look like a little blueberry, dude. We're covered in like whipped cream, dude. But it's like, dude, the quality is so good, dude. I'm like, how'd they do that, dude? I don't get it, dude. Total, like, dude, Fibonacci sequence, dude.
Take a look at the Merlin vacuum engine continuing to power the Falcon Heavy upper stage. Near the call out for the entry burn beginning. Keeping an eye out for those boosters scanning the skies here over Florida.
Boosters entry burn shutdown.
And the entry burn shutdown has concluded.
NVO slipping.
Will begin at T plus 8 minutes.
Eli already slipped too. Interesting. So healthcare down, and then all of the value plays went up.
Some of the thick clouds over Florida. As everyone is scanning the skies for
Stage 2 is on a nominal trajectory.
Next 30
that
seconds.
Looks real.
The boosters will begin their landing burn.
Hold on, I want to see the MO. The sun is flat. That's
The boosters
crazy.
now transonic traveling.
Whoa. What the fuck?
Stage 2 and terminal guidance.
That sounded like a Subaru modded out. That's it. Just show up out of nowhere. What the fuck? Oh, that was two of them?
There you
What?
see those boosters coming home.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Papa.
And we heard a good call out, and we can see that on your screen.
And back shutdown.
And boy, we can feel it here. At
Yeah, that's
the,
pretty cool.
Press site. Those boosters.
Stage 2 empty.
NVO flushing now.
Back
City. So you're giving up some of the earlier gains here in the morning.
The second rumble, a little bit of a delay here at the press site. Those boosters.
Nominal park orbit insertion.
That's cool, though. The little boost,
now
they
very
just
much
come back and they
as you
land.
can see here on your screen.
So automated. Is that it?
T plus 9 minutes, 5 seconds into flight.
Oh, it's still, the other one's still flying.
Getting some nice onboard views. There it is. That is the Psyche spacecraft. Angling with the sun overhead. It's about 9.5 minutes.
TTC on the high. Toro.
Longer journey. There's a shot of the trajectory map from SpaceX, keeping eyes on the flight path of the Falcon Heavy upper stage as well as the Psyche spacecraft.
No, I think they're
T
still
plus
in
9
space, but
minutes,
the boosters
47 seconds
came
and
back
counting.
down,
The second stage
and then they landed automatically.
is in a coast phase until the second stage engine comes back to life. That Merlin vacuum engine will fire again.
First
for
flight
about
down
2
and 5
minutes,
hour
20
later. Enjoy it,
seconds
baby.
at
Yeah.
T plus
Enjoy my
54 minutes
hometown.
is when that will begin.
You're going to love it out there. Show them what you learned on the court playing with the Scranton Slammer.
10 minutes, 13 seconds and counting.
Okay, SPY a little lower. Again, there was a headline, too. There was something on Iran and Hamas earlier.
Back over.
But other than that, we have been dropping since consumer sentiment. If anything, the bonds could be a little bit better, but they have not got destroyed as much. But dollar and equities, those are your problems. NASDAQ is down, and SPY is in the green.
Vehicle assembly building, doing a little bit of a whip pan motion.
4355.
From that for a moment.
Yeah, gold is still killing it all day. Even oil is up. Again, the bonds are doing great too, but we've kind of sold off a little bit and chilled after that consumer sentiment. Still only 7:30 though.
11 minutes and counting.
Four, 3, 5, 6. This is SpaceX. I don't know much about it, though. And then UWA president says entering a new phase of this fight. UAW president says prepared at any time to call up more workers to strike. UAW president says it's not announcing any new expansion on Friday. Says they will strike at any time. So he did not like the 25% pay offer from Ford, is what it sounds like. And then from our NASA, I love it. JG just dropping it. Just in case anyone doesn't know, NASA is heavily partnered with SpaceX and Lockheed and all other aerospace and aviation companies. They are not competitors. NASA even uses them to get around red tape a lot, saying, hey, SpaceX, we have an idea, want us to help you make it. Very cool. Thank you for the insight. I love it. I love it, man. We got NASA chats. So that was cool. I like that rocket launch today, though. Where's my... I got to see the fire this time. Usually I don't. I tune in by the time it's just like floating, and I'm like, I don't know, man. We just saw the boosters land. That was pretty cool. Car makers spared from UAW strikes as talks progress. The card or the prime card boxing, is that Logan Paul? Otherwise, I don't know who's fighting. SOV and gold are killing it.
10 seconds and counting.
Okay, bonds a little bit off the bottom. SPY's just holding the range, but dollar did come off the top, but it's still in the green, 0.1%.
Do want to thank, taking a look at our live chat real quick. Couple of the
Dennis versus Logan. I'm gonna see
during
if I can watch highlights. I don't know if I could bet on it on DraftKings, but I always miss the fights. I always miss the fights.
$2 super chat donation saying, "Let's go."
You got NASA reading out super chats?
Thank you to SG for your $10 super chat donation. SG, one of our regulars, joining us again for live launch coverage.
That's cool.
Really appreciate you being with us, SG, as well as one of our channel members, Josh King.
Josh King.
Super chat donation. Really appreciate the support there, Josh. As well as Versailles making a $70 super chat donation. Really appreciate the support, Versailles.
Yeah, how do we get him to do TikTok dances?
Roses.
Thanks for the roses. Smells good. Thanks for the donuts. Space fuel. Space fuel. Space fuel. Space fuel. Boosters have landed. Boosters have landed. Boosters have landed. What?
Versailles, I missed your earlier one. $3 super chat donation saying, "Go Falcon Heavy, Psyche 16, we love you." Couple of cute emojis there with a falcon, and yes, we did get a successful launch as well as the landing of the two side
Yum, moon
boosters.
pies,
Again,
thank
those
you.
will be
Yum, moon
turned around
pies,
and
thank you.
refurbished and fly again before too much longer on the USSF.
Josh has seen the
mission
worst of
for
TikTok
the US
confirmed.
Space Force.
Honestly, man, I think I've
And
seen
they
the
will make
worst
their
of
final
everything.
flight
Maybe not the
Next,
worst. If there's
October,
some stuff I'm missing out on, but
supporting
I've seen a lot of
NASA's Europa
I've
Clipper
seen a lot with these eyes,
mission
man.
to the
And I'm very impressionable.
of Jupiter.
I don't look like Jupiter, sir, but I feel you.
Thank you as well to TYJ Logistics LLC for your $20 super chat donation, saying great coverage. Really appreciate you helping support that coverage, as well as all of our channel members and everyone else who has been a great part of supporting what we do here for many years at Spaceflight. Now, we can't do it without all of you. And now NASA is doing something that it has never done before, which is going off to explore a metal-rich asteroid for the first time, 16 Psyche. It will be arriving to that asteroid in the late summer of 2029.
What's forward? FWRD? Yo, FWRD, Forward Air Corp, up $2. You don't see it there. It's going crazy. FWRD. Oh, and we got Peach Nation at the same time. Holy crap. Hold on, let me see if I can get a headline on this. Oh, but the Peach? Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I'm not finding anything yet.
It's
1 second.
the first time that NASA is testing optical communications beyond the moon. Proof of concept for technology that can help support
Bond's coming down
communications
too.
for,
Hold
say,
on.
Mars missions down the road in the
Price
future.
target raised a couple days ago. I'm not seeing anything. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the midst of a pop, in the midst of finding news, in the midst of a rocket launch, and the Bond's going crazy. Yo, JG, are you here? Bro, it's your boys. But we have Peach Nation. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Where are my consistent people at? Get your ass up. Let's go. Or no. See, man, the NASA stream, they don't know about the Peach. Like, if you donated a Peach there, they wouldn't understand, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, chat, shout out the consistent chat, right, man? All the consistent chats, they could, you know what I'm saying? They could all come together under one symbol of the P. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's like prestige in Call of Duty. It's crazier. It's just, if you know, you know. Mm-hmm. But is that look like The Office? Like was that what they showed? It looked nice. Y'all got like neon lights and stuff. It looked cool. It looked like a vibe. That's so crazy, bro. I can't even believe you work at NASA. That must be like, boo. You gotta say thank you every day, bro. That's such a gift. You are working on like rockets, bro. That's a definitely a cool life path. AM Dizzle. Again, I don't got anything on forward. That was a big pop. Yeah, if you know, you know. Peach Nation. Oh. You decided to eat at a place called Bad Daddy's Burgers and realized everybody there has daddy issues. What? That's a wild name, and then, too, that's a wild assumption, though, at the end of it, bro. So you mean to tell me you went to this weird name restaurant, walked in, had a burger, and then by the end of it, you're like, yeah, I think these people have a lot of personal issues. She's like, I really think now the name, it makes more sense. You really drew the conclusion. Uh-huh. Was the burger good? Let's start there. We'll start there. That's how you'll know. You retired from that? Wait, are you saying that? Or, like, did you actually work for NASA, too? That's crazy. There's no way we have two NASA people. There's no way the chat attracts rocket scientists to that degree. If we do, I'm thankful, you know? Mm-hmm. Live smoke rises at Lebanon Israeli border. They just attacked not too long ago, and then again, Iran and Hamas said something. They said they want to stop the civil violations against civilians What do they called it something else in Gaza though. I do not work for NASA. That's good. I work for NOAA. You went to NASA camp in middle school? No way. I wanted to go to that so bad. I didn't think I didn't make any of the cuts. We couldn't afford it, let alone I don't think I was built for I just wanted to do the G test. You know what I'm saying? Your coworker worked for NASA? Yeah, that's crazy. I guess we got some people in there. That's a crazy job, bro. That's a crazy job. It's like crazy in a good way, like exciting. You get to be a part of stuff that's really cool. Like it's a different vibe. I feel like you're working on rocket ships in space. NASA alum and then you could like wear the NASA merch, and it just means something different. You know what I'm saying? You know how many people I've seen wearing NASA shirts? Like I feel like if JG wear a NASA shirt, it hits different. Mm-hmm. APLS on the high. Again, we're still coming down here now. You had a little bit of relief. Just like yesterday, you get a little bit of relief. Bonds come down. I mean, watch. Equities could go lower, but just like yesterday, watch if the bonds go like a little lower and then we start to base out. But movement of the bonds will probably get more movement of the market. Again, dollars are up. This is all from 40 minutes ago now? You had the data come in, and it was weird. One good, one bad, and then we had this weird little back and forth. When I first started working here, someone told me you'll never be able to unsee the ungodly amount of people that wear NASA merch. Yeah, for real. Oh, that G-Shot, bro. I know you got to. Yeah, I need to see you, Charlie. God bless you. Last time, you see how we had a crazy weekend last time. I would have lost my voice even more too, but I think I could get you a P.O. box or just come out maybe. We'll see. I got to see. I don't know. What are your guys' plans for Thanksgiving? Christmas. We got to do our cult Thanksgiving. You guys know that. You guys know that's in a month, right? Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe this time we do it in person, but I don't know yet. I don't want to get you too excited. So, but we are going to have our turkey on stream. So we'll see. You need to try and set something up if there's a media day or something. Hell yeah, bro. Let me know. Or if you guys are open on weekends, do y'all do space on weekends? I could always come on a weekend. If it's intraday, it would have, hopefully there'd be like an event and we get some live coverage. That'd be dope. But other than that, usually weekends. You already had Thanksgiving in Canada? Well, that doesn't sound American. China's top diplomat Wang in meeting with EU counterpart. Both sides should expand trade and investment, opposed to decoupling. There's a great deal to Kauai for Thanksgiving. Just saying. Wish you could do it on Zoom? What do you mean? We gonna be on usually we'll be live on the stream for the Thanksgiving. We could probably get the Zoom involved though. Get some faces in there. Overtime on Thanksgiving, easy money. Remember, was it last year? It was like last year or 2 years ago, the holidays for overtime, they were paying you so much. I don't know if it's like that now because of still the supply, but I feel like in the world of the labor market still tight, I feel like if you choose to work the holidays, I feel like they pay you a lot because a lot of people don't want to do it. I think that's kind of part of the whole, I think that was a result of work from home in a weird way. But you have way less people who want to work on holidays. They want to take their vacation, take their travel, all that. I remember back in the day, it was give me a shift. People would grind for the shifts. That time of month, 38 months. Wow, look at that. A guy named Post Nut Clarity has been here for 38 months as a member. He hasn't even got banned. I've timed him out a couple of times, but he made it. That's amazing. 38 months with that name, everything. My brother, thank you for everything. You've added a lot. Oh, wow. 42, Chuck. That's it, bro. I got to get you new badges in a couple weeks. That's it. Uh-huh.
Josh, what is post-nut clarity? Either way, thank you, my brother. The Chad welcomes your contribution and appreciates it. Tell a hater get a long term. I love you.
Amen. Amen.
And all the other 30+ month members, I love you too, but like I can't type that fast or speak that fast, so I appreciate you. Turn up. I love you. GG.
I can't. It's funny. There's other things I won't laugh at, but like, it's so awkward. I just chuckle. I love you. That's about why can't I type? Tesla's down 1.5. Novo bounced a little bit. XLF is getting work now. Dude, even JP Morgan's giving up 2.5%. Live in the here and now, but read about EVT. Is it an eVTOL company? Vertical Aerospace? Like he said, live here and now, but read about the future. I like that. Good comment. Since you think we're reliving the 70s, what do you think of the TIPS bonds? In what context? I don't really think much. That's, the whole 70s issue does not boil down to anything of that nature. So the part that I've been trying to help you understand for a couple years now is that it has to do with money supply. Everything else is a response to the problem now after that. So I don't know. I don't really think about it.
I always tell people, I love you. GG. In real life. And also get a long-term little man.
The real yield is up to 274 and adjust for inflation. So how does that change $9 trillion added to the money supply? You see what I'm saying? That's where I don't think we will ever be on the same page until 10 years from now, and it plays out and then you see it. Because other than that, there's all of the factors you bring up are correct, but also they're just so far removed from the main problem that I'm saying, where it's like the 70s. Again, why real estate went up, why the prices reacted. Again, even now, it's so much like the 70s. Again, the wars, the Ukraine, the Vietnam, now we have this. But again, right ahead of election. That's the craziest part. You guys don't realize there's one very wild thing with what's going on right now. You're having this little war You're having all of this conflict. It is so divisive. You see everybody on both sides. This is happening 2 months before election year. That's crazy. So again, even adding to, but again, that was like the 70s. And that's like the reason why I bring that up, because in the 70s, they were justifying why they were adding so much money to the monetary system. So again, it led from what they did after that in Bretton Woods, and then from the Nixon era following into the 1980s, that was over a decade. And all different things, wages moved around, everything had their moment in there. But above all else, it was just the amount of money and then what was justifying it. Why did people at the time spend that much? Like, we know the consequences. That's like, even now, that's why I get kind of perplexed when people don't want to accept it. But then I'm also like, I get it. But it's just like, why? Like, we know what's going to happen if you put in money into the system. And we already have a study on it. So it's like, why did they do that? And back then, it was a lot of social programs. It was elections. And then they started going through the same stuff. But like I'm saying, you want to prove the 70s wrong, you need to explain why $6 trillion will not affect price stability. That's what you need to answer. Otherwise, it's the 70s. Everything else, the yields, employment, all of it is a result. You know, we're not. I'm saying, what is the cause? Don't tell me what happens afterwards and things moving. But it's like, you need to be able to prove that $6 trillion does not fuel price instability. That's it. If you could do that, I'm down to say this is nothing like the 70s. I will throw that theory away. But until then, it's very hard to prove that. We're going down even more. I mean, like I was telling you from here, even if we drop 30 points, we will be at yesterday's level, unfortunately. Saudi Arabia puts Israel deal on ice amid war, engages with Iran, sources say. And then SEC votes 3-2 to require companies involved in lending out shares to report data to Financial Regulatory Authority. Okay, 4-3. You're going down now. You're starting to flush harder. Bonds are being chill. Again, I think your only problem now is the dollar. That is climbing, and the dollar right now, 4 cents below 30, which is a crazy, crazy number. Again, last time, markets were like 150 points lower when the dollar was near these levels. You don't think it's the 70s, but is looking at tips as a hedge in case you're wrong and wages go up. I don't know. I think you're young. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think you should buy that. If anything, whether or not you want to accept the 70s or not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not trying to force it on you. You don't have to. Again, I didn't know you were trying to find a play. I thought you wanted some friendly debate. But if you want to play for it, I would look towards what happened in the 80s then. But again, I do base my logic off the 70s. But if at the end of the day, like if you're like, okay, if wages do go up, how can I benefit off of that? Even if you don't believe it would happen, or if you're like, that's what needs to occur, what I would be looking at is certain assets. Like, again, I think certain stocks and real estate would definitely go a long, long way. But that's why I like real estate, because I think whether it's the 70s, 80s, or even not, you are going to get a lot of protection in there. But if anything, I think you're better off buying equity, holding higher growth equity for 10 years rather than being a sub 30-year-old buying, tips. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. Like, realistically, if you want to figure out how to make it alive and you're young, I wouldn't be looking at what's going to happen in 2 years. 2 years, 4 years shouldn't matter to you. I know it's hard to say, especially if you're young or depending on how long your career has been already. But like what I'm telling you is like, I wouldn't try to find the inflation play tips, bonds. I wouldn't go for that until it's like a trade right in front of you. But like legitimately, like look at how the market's developed and like, okay, we're going to go through turmoil. We're already in it. We're 48 months into it already. And, you know, you're going to have your ups and downs. There's going to be maybe what if there is stagflation? What if it turns into the seven? All these things. But what happens after? And that's why, like, if you're young and you're like, okay, I want to set aside money, I do plan on holding it for a long time, you got to be thinking a little bit ahead now where it's like, yes, you got to kind of accept the potential pain, but like I'm saying, keep your view for 5 years after this problem goes away, because that's where you're going to make really big money rather than going with the play that protects you in the middle of the volatility. Does that make sense? I hope you guys feel me on that, because that's what I wouldn't buy the tips. I don't think they'll be nice. Again, you could get yield right now. I think any working capital that's not being used, savings, put that into the tips, put that into the bonds, get your yield, put it into a money market. But if you're like, okay, well, maybe the 70s, maybe not, I don't know, but you're like trying to think of a way to hedge potential stagflation, inflation, whatever, I wouldn't try to hedge. I would say I'm young, I have money, and look ahead for, the back end, because, if you could set up with there, I think you'll be a lot better off both after the dust settles and then you'll have a reward on the back end. And then, too, if you don't think, if you also think shit is just going to die, then don't buy anything. And then just hold your cash and get yield on your cash. But at the same time, I hope this thought comes knocking on the door once again, where it's just like, don't forget about that. Because we could debate about the 70s all day. But what happened afterwards? And even before the 70s, it was a rally. After the 70s, it was a rally. You have a ton of cash. Well, make sure you generate yield on it. That's what I would be doing. But I don't know if you like it. I'd go balls out and find a house. That's just even a cheap one, an expensive one to live in, one by you, one in Indiana, wherever it is. But I've been saying that will be the inflation hedge for a long time. And even with or without inflation, it has its own utility and value. Again, I'm not telling you to FOMO, and honestly, you're kind of getting a buyer's market returning a little bit again. People are slowing down with the interest rates, but that is something. Otherwise, hold your cash and be patient. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, for real, if you don't want to look long ahead and you do feel there's a big, big danger, hold that cash, get a yield. Again, I like how the houses hold their value, but at the same time, you're going to play the musical chairs game of holding cash and not. But thankfully, bond yields are high, and that's the beauty right now. If you're long-term, I like long-term. If you're speculating, I'd rather the bonds have proven to be the winner. I'm learning that firsthand. But we keep going down. Gold is still on the high. That's been running all day. What time is it? Did the Fed dump money into the economy during the 70s or 80s? It wasn't the Fed, it was the government. But yeah, and they upended the whole monetary system. Up until the 70s, we were fixed to gold. And then they changed how the dollar got valued through Bretton Woods. And then shortly thereafter, again, under Nixon, there was wars, there was conflict. He did a lot of money on spending. There's a different realm of politics, too, that was introduced. So the money supply in the 70s, that's the only thing that could relate to what we just did following 2020. That's why I've been bringing it up for a while. Weren't Janet Yellen and Joe Biden in office during that time? They worked in government, I'm pretty sure. Maybe late 70s or 80s. But I know, actually, like Nancy Pelosi was in government since Gerald Ford. So she met Gerald Ford. She worked under Gerald Ford as like a secretary or some shit. Like some like lower level political position. But most of them all go back to that, to a decent amount, if they're still alive or if they were young enough to be in politics still or old enough at that time. I'm 23. Do you think it's a good idea to sell all my stocks to buy my first house in full? It depends. Send me the house. Let me look at it. As long as you're not making a dumb decision, I could get behind it. Now, and here's the thing. Ironically enough, I have not had a bad response yet. So out of any of the young guys who have ever like listened and like literally just bought a house or sold their long-term and bought a house, I haven't really had anybody be disappointed by that. Surprisingly. Other elements I've had more people mad about holding when we said we're just going to hold for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? I've seen more people regret holding rather than buying a house as of late, as of the last 3 years. So that is I'm down with it. Again, that's why I say just don't make a bad emotional decision with it. You know, you don't have to overpay, but you'll be good. I think so. But don't rush it, and that's the beauty is like you have the money. That's what your long-term is there. Your long-term is there so that you can make a good decision. Do you guys understand that? I really hope you get it. It's richest man in Babylon, my brother. You have a purse. You have money in there, and it gives you opportunities and tools. It will attract other opportunity. So the fact is, you got this long-term, and it's sitting there, and you're like, wow, I can buy a house. I could get a down payment. I could start a company. I could do anything. You could go on vacation if you wanted to, right? But if you're thinking of growing your wealth and capital in your future, you know, that money is there so that you could just sit, bro, and you could find your opportunity. That's why the first house that comes your way, you know, it's not like you're going to miss it or you're not going to have a way to use as long as you get your money and you hold it and let it grow adequately and protect it, it's yours. So that's why it's like, if you could wait, but like keep shopping and have the idea. I wouldn't be scared, but at the same time, if the deal isn't good, I'm not going to upend my long-term and savings to go after a deal because quite frankly, I have money. I don't need to chase a deal. I have the long-term, and I'm speaking in first person for you because all of you with the long-term should be saying this, and you should be. But then again, don't be too timid, but at the same time, just make sure that, you know, make it a good investment and, you know, don't fall for simple emotional failures that will lead you into a bad one, and you'll be great. You sold mine and bought a house. Amen. It sucks. It always sucks when you do it, but then again, just little by little, year after year, you'll see stocks go up and down. But then, I mean, again, your house value, it doesn't move as fast, especially if you're not buying it at the highest ever price. Waiting for rates to ease. You suggest that unless you're buying all cash. I disagree, unfortunately, because I don't think the rates matter in the sense of focus on the property, the value, the demand, the utility, the supply, the transferability, you know, a good location, you know, someone's willing to sell it cheaper. Again, I mean, we've gotten a lot of foreclosures. Like even then you're starting to get a little bit of that, but it's like I wouldn't let a rate and waiting, especially if you're young. You see what I'm saying? Like if a 23-year-old, you know, you may have an opportunity. You could get a house at a fair price over the last couple of years. It's not too high, not too low, you know, and then it's down the road. You don't know what the rates are going to do. Even then, ask people a year ago, they probably made real estate decisions based off of it, and now the situation it just got worse for rates. So just look for the good house and look for good demand, utility, supply transferability, dust. That will take you a long, long way. You selling solar with the real? Let's go, baby. You're going to get a lot of leads with it. We got a lot of solar, Chaz. Now, I said, if I ever have, I'll give you guys my lead once. If I ever get a house without solar and I need it, I got y'all. But other than that, Cali, any of my new builds, they're all forced. They're forced to buy it through the builder. So exit strategy, not necessarily. The exit strategy with real estate, I mean, it's either going to be in living in it or turn it as a rental. But what I'm really saying here is that the value of the home, stop trying to time your opportunity. I'm teaching you how to get opportunity to slap you in the face. Have money saved up. You know what I'm saying? Don't be in a position where you have to operate off of need. You know what I'm saying? And have that savings there so you never get forced into making a bad move, right? And then look for a good value on the home. You might find that, and believe me, keep your eyes open and look. Because any of the houses I find, when I find, I'm like, wow, that's it. And I'm like, that's value. And the minute I buy it, it is secured. You make your money off of the buy. That is what I've told you guys for years. I built my whole life on it. Buying thing, you make your money at the buy. That's why I'm saying your exit strategy, my exit strategy isn't, if the market does this, if this happens, I could get off there. It's no, I'm making my money right when I buy it because I'm buying something worth more money. I know the value. If I'm seeing that, that's what is going to take you a long, long way. I'm 23. I made the dumb decision. I bought my house 2019 and sold last year because I had some issues with the neighbor. I feel like I do need to be slapped. You don't. What you need to do is take that money from the other house and go buy a cheaper rental in Indiana. Not a recommendation, but that's what I would do. It's okay. God's plan. I wouldn't have sold it for the neighbor. I would have turned my music louder. I would have made them move out. But at the same time, it's still, you got to, it's okay. I would go find, you made money. You bought in 2019, you just sold, you came out with a bag. Go buy a cheaper rental and then go rent, even to live wherever you want. Go live in a penthouse or something, go where you want, but like go take some of that profit and put it into something there. You'll put it like this. My house was $300K in 2006. You bought it for $79,000 6 years later in 2012. Yeah, but it took a lot, and that was wild. And I'm not saying that the real estate won't go down, but what I'm also saying was, like, they said real estate was going to crash in 2021. I bought several homes that went up 100% in a year and have not came back down, and we don't know what's going to happen. But like I know what a good investment is, and that's why you find it. Make sure you're not overpaying. Good area, good utility, good land. Make sure it's something decent. You don't know what's going to happen, but getting a good investment there can go a long, long way. I'm even talking Ohio and Indiana. So the whole point is like there was a big decline in real estate, but then on the way up though, it's already went up enough that even if we go 50% down again, a lot of people are going to still be up, even off the last year. You go down 75%, now we might get to 2019 prices, which is insane. You sent me the house. Let's take a look, baby. What's your, are you, oh, I think that's you. I was like, what's your fucking email, bro? And then I got your email, EE. I'm going to see if we could do anything with that. If I could try to take it over, but I'm going to see. I'm going to see what LT says. How do you balance cash flow versus appreciation? I like equity because I'm not like, I'll sell houses. Like, even though I own a very large portfolio, I sell houses. I mean, I've told you every year you've heard me buy houses. I have told you I sell houses as well too. So I like appreciation, but you know, in this environment, cash flow, it's good to have, but then you're competing against the bonds. But it's a mix of both. You know, you want good equity and good ability to cash flow. So in a weird way, how I look at it is not really what it's cash flowing currently, but the ability. Now, granted, I don't buy houses that, you know, when they're like, oh, 10% cap rate, but it's all like speculative. I don't believe in that. I don't like future stuff. But the way, that's why demand, utility, supply, transferability, you know what I'm saying? It's just like those would help you know that it could also rent too. So demand is part of rent, where I'm saying I want an area that's so good where people want to pay a lot of money to own the house, but then the demand is so good that I could even rent it for a good price. So that's how I balance it. But above all else, I do go for equity and appreciation. You are back online, sir. UAV online. Enemy bounce above the parachute level. Be careful. And then this house is nice, but it's small. This house is beautiful, actually. See, so this is where they're getting you. Big land. You could even build on it. And it's on a main road. No, you're not buying this one. So that's it. I'll tell you one right now. These, all of you, learn this right now. And you might be like, Josh, my house is on a main road. It's okay. I'm sorry. But you are not allowed to buy these houses. I'll show you a picture of it right now. So this is the picture, but you see this? Main road, and your house is right here. You do not buy those. Why? Because you can't sell it to people who have kids in the future. And then there's a lot of people, if they don't like the noise, or anything, this makes it really hard to sell properties. Even then, the one that I flipped in the Bay Area 2 years ago, I made a good profit, but that one I got lucky. That one was like, it was like on a road, and believe me, if the market wasn't hot, I would have had an issue with that one, you know, because it's a very big problem. A lot of people don't realize this. So that's everything else, it was going to be there, but then this property is really nice. I like it. I see why you like it. Why? Because it's a pretty home. It's remodeled. It's good finishings. It's a really nice house, honestly. But the problem now, too, besides the road, is it's kind of small. So, and the beauty is that if you were here when another Chad, they showed me another property, and I did the same thing. I showed them just utility. So, like I said, demand, utility, supply, transferability, right? Utility now, this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 900 square foot house. 900 square feet, when you come to sell it, any of the houses with like 1,300 square feet, if they're $10,000, $20,000 more, they're going to sell all before you. And there's less utility. You want to see it has a living room, it has a bedroom, but then it's like upstairs even built. This house is small. This house is very, very small. It's a 2-story with 900 square feet. So that's like 500 square feet low-key. So that's the thing I don't like about it. But again, it's a beautiful house, but I don't think you're getting a deal. But I do think it will be harder to sell. If you could get this, let me check the pricing. Yeah, bro, they bought it for $75,000 in August. Yeah, they're flipping it. This is a 2-month flip. They're trying to make $100,000 on your ass. I say no go, my friend. Keep sending me them though. Like I'm saying, it may be discouraging to hear the house that you like. You're like, oh no, but like, bro, this is gonna make you a lot of money by making the right choice. But look, they just bought this 2 months ago. They're trying to do the Josh Answer special. That's why it's on the road. They fucked up. You see what I'm saying? It's on the main road, but they bought it for $75,000. The house is 900 square feet, bro. You know how much they literally, you know what I'm saying? I don't even, I generously, how much do you think they spent? Maybe $5 a square foot, maybe $8 a square foot to remodel? No, I'll give them $10 a square. Man, fuck it. I'll give them $15 a square foot, bro. They spent $13,000. You know what I'm saying? And then they're gonna make 100% of their investment. So it's not even You know what I'm saying? But they got that discount for a reason. Yeah, they're trying to do the Josh Answer special. That's what we call it. Because, again, he coming in cheaper. He bought the house so cheap, his repairs are even cheap, too, and then that's it. It sucks. So many houses are so expensive. I have to put $20K in work. It's okay. Who cares? I would bro, I will come down and help you do it. Or literally, you have Sam in Michigan, bro. Honestly, you should be working with Sam. He's the best in Michigan. I love the dude. But at the same time, it's like I would not, like, your return is going to be good. Like you're saying, oh, I got to put in $20K. I'm telling you, we could do it for $10K. You could go buy that same house, 80 grand, $10K. You're in at 90 grand total. And then, boom, it's worth 200 grand. You just made $100,000 equity. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, it seems like it's a very good return. But even then, I think you might be able to avoid it if you could find something right at the cusp. You know, we don't want anything with, like, major kitchen repairs. Let's just find something with, like, shitty carpets and paint. But that one is a flip, so. Like I'm saying, I know that one though. I don't see it as you're the one buy. It'll be a good house to live in if you like it, but valuation wise, that one's gonna be tough to sell when it's all said and done. I'll look in this area though. I think there's mobile home. It is the cheapest one. That's why they're flipping it, bro. Then there's like modular homes around there. I'm trying to find in that neighborhood. They are expensive comparative to that one. But no, there's this one right, and there's that one next door for $240. It's a lot bigger. It needs some work. What the fuck? They raised the price to $900,000? This is really weird. I'll email you this one. About building a house or multifamily. I just, again, as rates and everything goes crazy, and then the cost of materials and then my experience level. I've partnered with builders, again, some of my good friends, but individually, sole project, no. Again, I like buying houses. Like, I like knowing there's a structure. I like, I could value it very, very good. Just so much easier, whereas, like, everything else is, you can make a lot of money, but there is also a lot of uncertainty and costs. Citi says next round of reorganization happens mid-November. CEO says bank identified approximately 1,000 or 50% of internal financial management reports that will not be needed after the reorganization. Oh, you love the real? Let's go, K-Funk. My man. And I hope it helps, man. Again, Chad says he wants to buy a house, do this. I mean, again, I'll do this for any of you, man. For real. You send me, if you're really, like, serious and you're about to do it and you want me to take a look, I got you. And, I hope it helps. But like I'm saying, don't get discouraged. Believe me, my friend. And if you just patiently go through, find this value, like we're seeing, I could show you flips all day. People buying houses for 80 and now they're worth 200. Like, that's big money. That's huge money. So, and I want to make sure you guys if you could walk away living in a place, walking away with equity, it's just going to lift your financial situation. So if you do it right, like I'm saying, there's would I buy that house? No. But if you find something better value in that, then you'll be good. you answer emails, not like in email form all the time, but usually, again, I mean, he was willing to work with me. He asked me a question in the chat. I said, email me follow-up info if I could talk to you, and that's pretty much how we just communicated. I could do that like all day, baby, all day. The parachute level, we can. You're right there, pretty much. So, again, we gapped up above parachute level, back up to near yesterday's highs within 7 points. Then we sold off parachute level number 1. This is the ultimate danger zone. But now we're just back into yesterday's lows. It's a very, very awkward day. It's trading fraternity. No the. Just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. He's willing to do the work. I think you got to do it, bro. It just, your area, it's hard. I sent you that other one. I'm not trying to put your area on blast, but if you could, I would remodel, but you just got to find an off market or see. I mean, even see like wholesalers there. Where is it actually? Let me get you a Fizbo. You just gotta find the air. You gotta find some leads out there, but I don't know. Maybe even door knocking, bro. Do you have like a girlfriend? Do you got a wife? You have a puppy? You have kids? Like, go knock on the neighbors of that house you wanted, and be like, hey, we're trying to buy a house here. If you guys are willing to sell, we a nice, just we want to live here and be your neighbors, bro. Look at my puppy. You gonna let this puppy not have a home? I don't know if are you allowed to do that anymore? I think they made it illegal in California to write letters when you submit an offer. I think that's only on the offer though, but I think you can knock on the neighbor's door and say, "Hey, I'm a home buyer. I was going to buy your neighbor's house, but it's just overpriced. I would like to offer you, like, if you're willing, I'd love to make you a good deal. I'm looking to move here." But it works. I mean, I've kind of done something similar, but it wasn't as like formal as that. It was actually the neighbor came to the open house, and then we were like, "Yeah, man, you want to sell?" and it works. You can't write the letters anymore. Bryant Flores, baby. Bryant, what a name. Amazon, I like Amazon a lot. I mean, earnings, I have a confession. Me or my girlfriend did not buy anything on the other one. That house is nice. I'm saying offer them lower. So you should, I don't know, who's your agent? I would work with Sam in Colt Real Estate. He'll hook you up too, but like, get that price history on that house I sent you is so wacky, they might be willing to take lower. Like if you say, hey, I'll give you 200 grand, well, you guys, I'm ready. I look at your neighbor down the street, like he's trying to do this, but that one's a way better house. It's uglier, but you throw 20 grand into that house, you'll sell it for 400. Like it has way more utility. It's almost double the size. Backyard, front yard, driveway, no street. That is going to run way, way more. You don't have an agent? So here, maybe you guys do this today. Let me see. All right, I put what's it called? I put Sam on the email with you. Honestly, let's see if Sam's available. just have Sam put in an offer right now for you and just see. To see if Sam could call him or say, hey, we have an offer and 60, 70,000 below. And if they're down, I mean, just let's see what happens. But that's what I would be doing right now on that. That one's the only one in that area just off a quick look. And then there's no FISBOs or anything else around there. You have a credit guy that could fix credit. We do, I think, but I have a couple of videos on it. It's not hard to fix credit. It just takes time. So it just all depends on the situation. And then Sam, if you hear him, I don't know if Sam's here right now. Sam, help your boy Colt. I don't even know his first name on there. I called him Colt, Colt. But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully, it's a co-agent would be down to just throw in the offer, see what's up, and then not bind you to anything. But you know what I'm saying? But just see, because that house, if they are willing to take less, I think that one is very interesting. Your credit went from 820 to 799. Did you pay off debt? If you pay off debt, close accounts, that happens. Dollar General on the high. Damn, they're almost 10. Supreme Court extends pause in Biden social media contact case. Huh? Paid down 8. Your credit score will go down if you pay off debt. Believe it or not, you spent so much on It's because you're having a kid. Actually, that makes a lot of sense, bro. And that's it. You're not gonna want diapers. You're gonna Amazon it. That's it. I remember LT when he had his kid. He did a lot of Amazon. I just don't Amazon like I used to. Like I never really went crazy on Amazon, but like that's it, bro. Like, I just been buying, like, stupid, like, posture correctors. I got over that years ago. That's the only thing I would buy. Don't want to pay. Yeah, no, that's smart, bro. 100%. And then put that money into bonds. Dutch government advises against unnecessary travel to Lebanon. U.S. Supreme Court temporarily blocks restrictions on Biden's social media contacts. Hoped your wife, hers went from 500 to 7. Took 7 or 8 months. We use one of those credit cards that acts like a debit card. The secured card. Yeah, you got to do that. And just like, you got to just pay off any shitty quality loans. Get a good payment on there. And then once you balance it out for a couple of months, you'll be good. You could even dispute stuff if you have negative things to really help. But like, if you could, it's like a 6-month effort. You could raise your score decently high. Now, here's the thing. Credit score is not like the craziest thing in the world for like, I don't know, if you're trying to get properties, it helps with interest rates, but like low key, like credit score like affects car rates more than house rates, I feel like, because houses, they depend it more off of, again, income, debt to income, and then they'll throw in the credit score as the kicker to either get more interest out of you or not. Yeah, the number has gone up. There's 27 Americans killed in Israel. And then 14 are missing. I do believe the number may be more than 14, but there is now 27 confirmed Americans who have died since last week. That's a wild number, bro. That's for Americans to be killed in a foreign country. I'm surprised there's not as much outrage from Americans, but then it's like usually, we would be like, again, the last time in the Middle East they killed Americans, we invaded like 5 countries. So it's very, very, it's kind of surreal that it's that is that number right now, which is so sad. Never missing a payment. Yeah. Easy. I think all of you right now, If you do not have minimum payments set up on your credit, like from your bank account auto pay, then you need to cancel the credit card or just don't ever use that credit card again. If you cannot put it on minimum payment auto pay, then don't even use that card. Otherwise, you got to get it on auto pay and pay the minimum, because then that way don't miss a payment. What I'm trying to say is that don't ever miss a payment. If that is something that can help your credit out a lot, and you don't even have to be that, like, just set up auto pay and put the priority. If you have a credit card bill, get the auto pay on there. And that why pay the minimum? I'm saying pay more if you can, but at the very least, every credit card you own, you should have them on literally auto pay for the minimum, so that you never miss a payment no matter what. Like, I don't know how people go in if you every day or every month you have to go in, that's wild. You've been running them up. Just call you Slay. Nah, you could get around them. You could get out of it, but just don't miss the payment. Unfortunately, you gotta always do that. Call me Slade. I was just like, yeah. I was like, you said slave? I was like, I think you'll get around it, man. You good. You good, man. I only pay with cash at BB. Consolidate into a zero. Auto payment to have zero balance by end of change. Good. That's all you got to do. That's it. Just even if it's high, if you have minimum pay, just don't miss a payment. Otherwise, the next level, just always pay it out before the interest hits. Netflix bounce off the bottom. Yeah, and they got earnings. They've been murdered, though. And they got even a downgrade today, too. Oh, and then if your chats aren't showing up, someone sent me an email. We're on members only right now in YouTube. We have been for the last couple of days. So that may be why they're not showing up. Otherwise, you may have been banned if you were making a side-eye joke during the voice wars. Again, I got kind of fed up, if you couldn't tell. What the fuck was that? What noise was that? I don't do. What was that? No, I'm looking. Dude, what the hell was that? Dude. I don't have anything opened up. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. Maybe LinkedIn. I don't know, man. Xbox gaming app pop up. Something disconnected or something lost. Windows key plus G. Oh. What the hell? What the hell is this? Bro, this like opens up everything. Have y'all seen this? Look it. Tell me my E-tray I could capture? What? Yo, bro, I never knew control window key G, bro. You see this? I got my VRAM. Yo, that's wild. Command center, yeah, I've never seen that. Oh, I just learned something new, bro. That's really cool. Window key shift. Man, I'm scared now. I'm going to do something. Oh, that's for the, ooh, I see you. I see you. That's I could do that. Wait, oh my gosh. Oh, look at you guys. Look at you guys. My goodness. It's been 15 minutes showing me. I know that was crazy. Windows G. That's cool. It has everything. Mm-hmm. Now you made a bunch of bad decisions with credit card in the past. You need some help getting started on repairing it. Well, let me give you one good tip. One good tip. It's annoying, but it will change your credit repair journey. And are you ready for it? Very simple. If it's already in collections, don't pay it. That's it. It's already fucked your credit and there's no going back. That's it. So right off the bat, if you fucked up your credit and you already have like 5 bills in collections and then you have like 10,000 in balances, pay the balances, don't pay the collection. The collection has already hurt your credit. So that right there is an easy ass one to go for. And then the next step too, in the meantime, while you're trying to build, if you could apply for a credit card that has a 0% balance transfer, what you do is you get that and then you go into the other one. Can't they sue you? They can, but then they have to provide proof of your debt, and most of them don't have that. After your debt gets sold 3 or 4 times, all you have to tell them is, okay, verify my debt, send me the documents, and verify that you have it. Verify what I owe. And then can you verify that I have not made the payment? If they can't do that, there's no court case, unfortunately, because then they're just making shit up. Now, you don't have to negotiate. You can negotiate with them, but usually if you never talk to them, you'll be better off. Can you repay and report an inaccuracy? You might be able to, but the point is, it has already damaged your issue. You can negotiate for pay for deletion. They sue you after 4 years. Again, they can. But it's like legitimately, like I'm saying, they have to verify it. So go ahead, but usually if it's not the original creditor and your debt got sold 3 or 4 times, you know what I'm saying? Then it's super simple along the lines where you could just say, like, verify my debt. Like, that's all you need to. They have a right. They have a responsibility to verify your debt. And then again, if you've made payments or not, they have to provide all of that to show that you actually owe it. If they're trying to collect a debt that old. Google Fix Your Credit. It works. I'm an OCD about credit, and when I met my husband, I helped him turn 500 into close to 800, sending out letters to all the creditors, offering them a small amount to pay in full and call pay to delete to creditors. You need it in writing that they're willing to accept payment and delete the past due completely. Most will accept 1/3 to pay it, and you need to have land or mortgage that you can show that you're responsible about paying a mortgage. Yeah, never start paying on debt that has already been written off by the creditor. It starts the whole statute of limitations again, and it could go back on your credit report. Amen. So that's what I'm saying, though. Easy, because, again, we helped a lot of people with credit stuff a couple years ago, and then a lot of people were like, yo, I got collections. I said, don't worry about it. Trust me. Just don't. You have nothing to – it's already hurt you. So I'm not saying there's no consequence, but the point is you've already suffered the consequence. They can garner if somehow your collection turns into a lawsuit and they prove it, evidence it, and you somehow lose and make every mistake wrong, then yes, they could garnish your wages if it is by a court order. You should get another credit card as soon as possible if you can to build your credit. If you could add credit lines, but you have to be responsible. So like Dave Ramsey right now is punching the air. He's like, what the fuck you mean get another credit card? Because it's good for your credit and leverage, but most people are not responsible with handling credit. So if you do end up getting another card, don't use it. Keep the balance so it could help your credit and available credit lines, but just don't use it. That's what I would say. But if you could get more credit cards, get them. Get as many as you can, but try not to wind up in a massive amount of debt. That's the only paradox. You will be inclined to use them. Yeah, Dave is crying right now. How long does that garnish take? You'd have to go to court. So that would be dependent on the court. That's if you get sued. And again, if you are getting sued, all you have to say is, where is the evidence? They have to provide you with a certain amount of disclosure of what you owed, and they have to be able to verify it. But again, the fact of the matter is most people don't have that if they are a collections company. So if you don't know what happens, once your debt goes to collections, the company said, we're never getting the money from you, so they sell it to another guy. And they sell it to this company who buys the debt for pennies on the dollar. So you owe $1,000, they pay the company $10, $100. And they're like, give us the debt. And they take on the debt. And then they go and they call you and say, you owe us $1,000. They paid $100 for your debt. And now they're going to try whatever they can to get all of it from you. So hopefully you see what's going on. And then usually after a year, 6 months, if they can't recover it, what do? They sell it to another company. And the next company, they'll package it up, sell it for $5, $10 again, sell it to the next guy. And then the next company tries to get on it. And then but again, by the second, third, fourth, fifth, how many years are we talking, that your payment was? And then by the time, if you did ever get to court, I wouldn't talk to the people, but if you ever did get to court, the question is, do you have the evidence? Okay, show it. How do you deal with illegal thug collections who threaten bodily harm? Sir, are you working with the mafia? If any registered, legit collection agency is threatening you bodily harm, I would call the police. I would turn in a little Tekashi 6ix9ine and I would snitch on them. I would document that shit and snitch on them. That's what I would do. Because nobody should be threatening you bodily harm for your debt. Unless it is an off-paper deal, at that point, I don't have any advice for you. Yeah, this ain't the Sopranos. Sicilian Capital LLC. Downtown Cleveland, I don't know if it's harder to be approved for a condo than a house. Yeah, are you doing FHA? But condos have you're buying into the building, and it has a HOA, so there's more requirement. And then if you are using FHA or whatever, depending on how the building, how old it is or not, the lender might have to qualify the building itself. That's something that they're looking at. So we'll see. Yeah, can't do FHA. Yeah, they need condos. You have to get the building approved. And you guys want me to give you a fun fact? Hezbollah says they attacked Israel army post near Lebanon border. I'll give you guys a fun fact. Gold was just rocketing today. I think it was it could be some of the war stuff as everybody, again, this weekend is expected to be a weekend of conflict or possible Italy, oh my gosh, Israel. I'm not good with countries that start with I. Israel, there's going to be a potential weekend of retaliation possibly. So that's why everybody's acting that way. But I'll give you guys a fun fact about your condos. Are you ready for this? When you buy a condo, you don't own anything except the air. So when you buy a condo in a building, you're buying like an apartment, a condo, a shared unit, you do not own the land. You don't own the land. You don't own, you own the floors technically, like you own the material. But all you own technically is the space between the walls. You own the air inside the condo. The paint, maybe, like I'm saying, you may have a claim to materials, but even then, you are just entitled to the ownership of inside those walls. The building is owned by the homeowners. Again, the land, all of it. You don't own anything. You just own the air rights, pretty much, to be in there. From wall to wall, basically, that's what you own. That's it. But you don't own land. You don't own the structure. You don't have that. You own the stud-ins, but you share property rights with everyone else. So down to the studs is yours. You can't sublet. That's why it's up to the HOA. That's why a HOA could control what you do. Townhouse, it depends, but sometimes the townhouses, you could walk away with the land, but it just all depends. But condos, one building, shared, HOA, you do not own the land, and all you own is in between those walls. It's a pretty wild concept. Yeah, you have the legal rights, but you technically do not own any land when it's all said and done. They'll compensate you if it burns down. Again, insurance, all of that, but your rights are much more limited. I don't know if I want to take care of a house right now, though. I mean, condos are cool to live in. I like condo living for like a year, 2 years. And then I get over it, and then I have to go back to my house, and then I'll get sick of the house, and then I'll go to the condo. Because condos are really cool if you like to live in the city. If you want to be around everything, you want to have a nice view, have things borderline be just nicer, not have to deal with as much, I think condos are great. But then again, that the real value upside down the line, a good house will go a long way. But if you get a condo, maybe find one with the view. Is your birthday today, Moses? No way. Happy birthday. That's another B-day. The October birthdays. Turn up. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Happy birthday, Moses. You have helped lead the Chad like your name implies. I love you. Have a great weekend and birthday, and don't forget. Tell a hater get a long-term tings. We really out here, my man. Yalla. GG.
Got you. Qatar's
Happy
Prime Minister.
birthday, Moses. You have helped lead the Chad.
He wanted to say it again. Qatar's Prime Minister says Qatar is committed to fulfilling agreement with Iran and U.S. on $6 billion Iranian funds in Qatar. And then Ukraine Zelensky says they destroyed 300,000 tons of grain. I think it's older. Shit, wheat's already up. Moses means from the water. Yeah, but I meant like Moses leading the people. No, you didn't. You got the damn definition, but you didn't make that one. That's the one that slid by. You're like, technically Moses means from the water. I know, but what did he do? What did Moses do? Well, his name is from the water. No, but like, man. Wheat alert. It didn't move that much. Make sure the HOA is not trying to blackball Airbnbs. Our prices because of the Airbnb went up 4 times over the past 3 years. If they start to outlaw, it'll kill our sales. I live on the lake. Yeah, well, every HOA doesn't like Airbnb. You have to think about it because they don't get to make as much money off of you. So, but usually RevMed, RVMD, didn't we watch this the other day, yesterday? That thing's going up again. Yo, VIX, you're going lower. Microsoft into the low and a few others. 4330. What time is it? It's almost 9. Reuters cameraman Issam Abdullah was just killed by shelling. He was killed not far from where I am in southern. No way. That's crazy. And then they're talking about the fund. You're going down. I don't know. That maybe we're reacting to that, but literally a Reuters reporter was just killed in Lebanon. That's crazy. That means, I don't know. Remember, like one of those feeds I was showing you is Reuters. So that means maybe one of those feeds around there. I don't know. Let me check. That's sad. No, it doesn't. It's late over there. Yeah, and I mean, this is the parachute level. We got one more level now. You're getting into yesterday's lows, 1 point away. So just watch out. If we're out, then there it is. Oh, the stories on Snap. I feel like, I don't know. Be careful, though. You might see some crazy stuff. So, again, 2 or 3 more points here. If we flush, we're into yesterday's low. But, I mean, ironically enough, the bonds have not died, but the dollar is up. If anything, a lot more movement in equities. NASDAQ is down 1.1 now. Yeah, silver, gold, oil, all safe havens are up. Wells Fargo CFO Mike Santomassimo. Y'all remember Massimo at Target? I used to love that. Or was it at Walmart? You remember those Massimo shirts? I used to rock those because they were affordable. I don't know what they were. I never knew what it was. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? The Massimos. That was a wave back then, bro. The Massimos. You still got one? No. That's fly. That's fly, bro. You're hitting another low. If he's on, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
I think, it's not just
yeah. All right, you're going into the lows. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trader
translates into serving customers better. We can be quicker, we can be faster with clients, we can be more responsive to their needs, and I think so the efficiency actually brings a lot of benefits for customers as we execute.
There were some comments from some of your colleagues on other banks that reported today that the deposit repricing was happening a little bit more slowly maybe than they had originally expected. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, what we've been seeing, across our book, you start on the commercial side. Pricing's been pretty competitive there for a while, and it's not getting, less or more competitive, but it's been competitive consistently now for a number of quarters, and so that's not changing. It's really the consumer side where I think, some of the assumptions that people have laid out, including us in the beginning of the year, have been a little bit better than what we had modeled. Some of that's a function of clients continuing to just spend money and not move to other alternatives, but it's certainly played out a little bit better than what we thought since the beginning of the year, that's for sure.
Mike, you mentioned the outlook depends on deposits. We did see deposits fall, I believe, 1% in the quarter. And people are seeking higher yielding instruments. Where do you think we are in that process, and what kind of deposit assumptions do you have for next year?
Yeah, well, really on the commercial side, deposits have been pretty stable. And on the wealth management side, we saw the decline. We did see a little bit of a decline in the quarter, but the pace of decline slowed pretty significantly in the quarter, which is good to see. And that's the area where you've seen most of the most clients looking for higher rates. On the consumer side, the driver is really, the biggest driver is really spending. As people kind of spend and are out there in the economy, that's what's driving the consumer deposits down. Across the book, and then there's a little bit of people looking for higher rates, and so I think we'll have to see how it plays out over the coming quarters.
Yeah, the credit provisions for losses in commercial real estate,
yeah, but you flushed in there now.
What are you seeing there?
You went 4 points lower again. He's talking. That's Wells Fargo's CEO. It's crazy because the banks I think they're still good. It's not like everything's moving too much. It's kind of these earnings days. Remember yesterday, Walgreens held up. Now the banks, they're holding up. Everything else is kind of coming down now. But you really, really kind of flip-flopped, and all that happens is all that happened was the dollar went up. And then again, this has been selling off since consumer sentiment. Inflation expectations went up. Current conditions went down, but created this whole little outcome we have. NQ is down 1.1. So remember yesterday, it kind of ended a little subtler. Like it was still 0.5%, but now you're down 1%. We'll see where we end up, but pretty wild. And it reminds you of 08. Well, if it is October, we're going to see. I mean, if something would have to get crazy from here. Otherwise, we're just going to fall. This might just be a deceptive earnings season move. So we're going to find out. Again, we had the talk yesterday about October and the bad things that happened in October, as well as the good things. So it's right now, it's just I do think it boils down to bonds. We kind of are getting that stability today, but after yesterday and the last 4 days, that is where the next driver will be. And then until maybe a company does really good or bad and it drives it, but we'll see. The VIX is at 19 now, actually. What the hell? This was at like 16 the day before. So the VIX has gone kind of vertical, but yeah, the VIX looks like the damn dollar. What the hell? The VIX looks exactly like the dollar. Blah. U.S. Treasury yelling on X as she met with South Korea's finance minister, discussed macro developments and security, looks forward to trilateral. Oh, on X. She said that on Twitter. Citi CEO, we're seeing increased interest in activity in equity capital markets. Wells Fargo says new consumer mortgages down substantially. You check this isn't your email. This is crazy. Alex. I go to my email, you're like, I said the email, and then it like refreshes and I click the first email. And this is what comes up in my inbox. That's Carolyn Ellison. I think that's that's Sam's girlfriend. That's crazy, bro. I don't think the Biden was edited in there. Why are you sending me this, man? That's hilarious. And then Colt, Sam responded to the email. He's down to put in an offer, see what's up on that house. Send him a text. He put his number in there, I think. I think you guys should try. See if you could get that house 60 grand cheaper. I would do it if they say yes. No, that was from Alexander, not Tim Whitman. Alex and Tim, they're my meme guys. Those are my meme guys right there. That was SBF's girlfriend. Or, yeah, ex-girlfriend. I feel like SBF is the type to still go out with her. I don't know. Something about Sam. I feel like Sam, even after the trial, he's like, I love her. I love her more than I love cucumbers and being a vegan. I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't know, man. Zero doubt. Zero, right? Yeah, I feel like it's all even for the story, too. He's like, it's the comeback story. Yeah. You know he's going to. You know he is. It's a psychopath trait. They don't learn from their mistakes and do the same thing over and over again. I feel you, but you just made me feel a little bit more psychotic today. They getting married at Margaritaville. I mean, Margaritaville, I heard it's a good place to get married at. Oh, I didn't even tell you. I'm dying because I haven't told you guys this story. Oh, I haven't. It's Friday. I can tell you this, man. 14 months. So let's go, Bobby. Oh, I could tell you. I could tell you this story, bro. Yeah, guess what happened in San Diego? No, it's not my birthday, but thank you. Thank you. I got to see you last week, man. So if it was my birthday, that was a good birthday gift. You know, but thank you. Thank you. It's not my birthday. Yeah, bro. In San Diego, they just opened up a Margaritaville. So, like, literally, in downtown San Diego, they opened up a brand new Margaritaville, a hotel and resort. And I'm like, what? So what do you think I did? Bro, I told me and my girlfriend right when we found it, we went. I stayed at Margaritaville. I said, it's time now. I got a hotel in my local city. I said, I'm going to spend one night here. I said, you want to go? Let's go get dinner. Oh, yeah, I stayed. Oh, my gosh. And it was exactly what I expected. That's it. It wasn't a bad hotel, right? It wasn't like it was actually kind of a vibe. It was brand new. They were just remodeling it. There was a lot of issues there. You could stay there? Yeah. They just opened it. It's honestly, they did the Josh Answer special. They bought this building and then they just like painted my hotel room, I had paint everywhere. I literally look out my window. There's like ladders that they hid beneath. I'm like, what the fuck? But then I'm like, no, bro. It's like, this was my first thought though. It's a nice place. It wasn't bad. I could see why Sam thought it was nice, but like totally, like if somebody was like, I'm a billionaire and they invited me to Margaritaville, I would have been like, no, this is it. It's a nice place, but it's not adding up. You're not a billionaire, sir. There's no way. There's no way, bro. And it felt like you were in Hawaii though. It wasn't as bad as I thought, but that wasn't the billionaire hotel. That's it. It was fun though. I was gonna make a video of it, but I had to enjoy the moment while I was there. I was really into it. My girlfriend did not like it at all, but we had a good time. We made you should go. It's like your hotel is way nicer. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if Sam Bankman was like, yo, meet me at the Edition, meet me at the One, meet me somewhere like, I'd be like, okay. But he was like, meet me at Margaritaville, and then you walk in and there's a giant fucking flip-flop statue. Like I'm like, no, bro, come on. No. We'll see. Lost 15K time at XOM when oil was crazy. How long do you think oil prices will stay inflated? Thinking of buying. We don't know. Honestly, it's very difficult. You're going to get the war headlines. It's simple. If a conflict in the Middle East leads to Iranian oil and issues with Saudis and even Russia and inflames already precarious oil market, oil's going to $150. If we get over this stuff, it escalates, doesn't get that bad, and then the market does good, and then demand is set to go lower, oil might find its home back at $80, maybe even $70. So, that's the only issue with it. But I think seasonally, you have the winter coming up. We don't know how people stored, but there's a lot of externals going on. So unfortunately, I think it's a good risk to reward, but there's a lot of range in that play. All right, yo. Is Colt still in here? Sam already emailed me back. He said the agent said they would have a deal at $225 with 60-day free occupancy. I don't know if you're down with that. I say we try to say $200 cash. If you need the cash, I'll get you a hard money loan or I'll give it to you. But I think, bro, I'm telling you, that one might hit. What does she have? She has it listed at like 270, I think. And now she's already down 220 with an agent contacting her. And now we know what she wants. 60 days, bro. Just say we'll give you 90 days, 200 grand. Oh, no, she's at 250. Yeah, say I think 200 grand. I don't know. I don't want to negotiate your deal for you, though. But we got you in the door, baby. We got you in the door. Are you? I'll email Sam back. I'll tell him. So what I'm saying is give the lady whatever she wants to, again, she wants 60 days to live there. I'll say I'll give you 90 days. You know what I'm saying? But give it to us for $200K. But if you get that at $200K, I think that's an easy dub. Again, assuming inspection. So that's the thing. We could always back out at inspection too if it does have a problem. Where is your... It's not letting me add you to this email. What? It's in Michigan. Midwest. That's why we contacted Midwest Finest Realty. You know what I'm saying? All right, I got you an email back, Sam. I've included you as well, Colt. Look, I'm an honest, well-versed man. Bless you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. This is exciting, too. I like getting good deals, man. So I hope we could do... I don't know. I was going through the email. Actually, no, I just got I forgot. You distracted me with the meme. Then I told you my story. And then Sam just gave me an email on the property we were trying to get for almost 30% off. And we're getting closer. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. I got K Funk's email. Oh, yeah. Bro, Kyle, just send me these, bro. You're doing the deal right now, bro. I'm proud of you. Good work. Yeah. I'll take a look at it. Oh, you're getting that one at 300? That's not bad. I don't know the area as much, but that seems like a more fairer price than not, but like it's not showing me the price history. Yeah, so send them. That's a foreclosure. Send them before, and if you have the contact where it's like if it's with the bank or not, and then we can you know what I'm saying? If they're early and we could just email me the address, especially if you don't have to deal with any competition on there. And then Trey, which one was your email? And then someone said you have 2 abandoned houses with pink slips. No one seems to be there. Yeah, get me the address. You might, honestly, the idea with those would be to find the owner, or in a weird way, if the owner no longer exists and there's no next of kin, you legitimately might be able to just take the property. As weird as that sounds, but there will be cost associated. And do not enter a property with a red tape or pink slip on it. You will. That's a crime. My dad's the agent. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I'm a good buyer. I just need it cheap. You could ask anybody who's ever worked with me. Like, if I tell you the price, bro, and you get me a good one, I'll buy it. So if they have ones that they need to really sell and are willing to give up more equity as the bank, I could close those all day. Those are the ones I like. Otherwise, I'm a very patient, cheap man when it comes to it. No, I don't think I have that email. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yeah, I don't have one of those. There's no red tape, just pink slips. Yeah, take pictures, send them over, write the address. You could wait till I could do it, but go get those addresses, try to find out who owns the property, the name, see what's up with it. Go even check the tax liabilities, but those could be opportunities. We're either going to get in contact with the owner, or if there is no owner, you might be able to do something. Keep an eye on email. Yeah, that's it. Solid equity, good price. And again, he's the agent. He could either take the fees or recharge none to the bank, whichever gets a better price. But very, very quick too. But that's the bread and butter. It has to be cheap enough for me to move fast enough. If it's not cheap, I don't move fast. The clip, whoa, they have it? I want to see it, but I don't. That's what I was saying, though. If a Reuters person died, we were watching one of those feeds. That means one of those live feeds got attacked, low-key, if you think about it, or there was an attack nearby. Yeah, it hit one of the areas of the camera. That's crazy. 3 other journalists were injured. Jeez. Bonds coming up, equities going down. I'll take it, man. Honestly, Microsoft flushing, though. Wells Fargo and Best. Weird. Bonds going up. Dollar is coming down. Yeah, be careful. Even if you look that shit up, though, be very careful. You will see graphic shit. Again, there's multiple reporters injured, and there's very graphic content on that. The camera video isn't that bad. But if and finding it, you're gonna see some other shit. But there's literally that was about 30 minutes ago. There was an attack near it was literally on film on the Reuters camera, and then it just blurs out, and it was like behind them, I think. Who injured them? I don't know. I mean, I'm going off of one tweet. There's a tweet that says it was Israel. They say Reuters team was shelled by Israeli occupation army while reporting live from southern Lebanon. But I cannot confirm who it was. I mean, that's welcome to war. But this is still, that's crazy. Israeli military says they confirmed at least 120 captives in Gaza. And then Biden spoke with the family members of 14 Americans unaccounted for. Again, bonds coming up. Dude, it's only 9:16. It's still very early. Let's see. We still have 3 hours. Already down one. Okay. I'm closing that Apple short from last week. I took a $500 loss. I was going to close it yesterday, so I got a little bit of money back, but still down. Should have held it through the week. Well, I held it for a week. I wanted it to be a shorter trade. I was down like $200-300, and then worst, it was like even 900, and then it came back down to the middle. But realistically, I was down like 400 or 500 the moment I took the play at the end of that day. So I just held it there to do nothing. Look at it, man. You guys sent me a lot of emails today. And a lot of you guys are getting into, what's it called? This is kind of cool to see. A lot of you guys have, like, house stuff you're working on, too. It's weird. Yesterday, we talked about foreclosures. People started sending me foreclosures. And now we're talking about, like, house flips. And now you guys are sending me houses. You're like, I'm under contract on this. And then, Brian, what are you paying for that one house? It looks good, but they bought it really cheap last year. They stole it, and then it looks like they're trying to make $100,000. Honestly, it's not a bad house. And then the area, depending on why you need to be there or not, it's a really nice house, but they are charging you $100,000 more than what they paid for it last year. It's not on a main road. This is, again, the area itself. I don't know if you're how familiar you are with it, but it just has its own little vibe. It's not bad, though, especially if you get a good deal. But why has it fallen out of escrow? That is the key. Argentina rates 133. Yeah, 120 captives is a lot. All of it, man. I don't think it's moving in slow motion, but there's so many things happening. But, like, this is why I don't know if you guys recognize my reaction and a lot of people's. Dude, this shit is, like, out of hand already. Like, I don't think you, like, some of these numbers are ridiculous. There's been over 1,000 or 1,500 Palestinians killed. I think 900 to 1,000 Israelis killed. 30 or 27 Americans now. 127 hostages. Like, dude, this has been a week. This was from last weekend, and now And now everybody is getting hyped up or like tension right now because this weekend is going to be a potential onslaught. This is wild. Yeah, 1,000 Palestinians, 1,000 Israelis, again, Americans, Germans, and then again hostages, bro. It's wild. It's absolutely like, what the hell? All these numbers are insane. Like, for considering there hasn't even been a retaliation officially, it's a very high. These are all wicked numbers. You have friends in the battlefield. Tell them to be safe, man. I know a couple people who went out for the reserve service, but I have not heard from them yet. I don't know what they're up to. I don't know. Like, I don't even know, like, if you join the reserves, do they, like, I don't know how involved you get right off the bat. And then they have obviously the people, the citizens there in the nation who are already serving. But, dude, it's wild. And then again, on every side, there's people from all over going to the battlefield, which is wild. Almost 500,000 displaced from their homes too. Then that's why I'm saying these numbers are nuts, because we have not had the full-blown retaliation yet. So if this is what the numbers look like now, I mean, this is why I tell all of you, advocate for peace and not war. Again, you're going to see stuff on both sides. It's going to feel a certain way, but I hope everybody as a world community, we're able to say no to violence, because, like, dude, telling both sides, it's like we're yelling world star at both sides, it's not, it's getting, these numbers are going to get crazier. Going back to religious war sucks. No, I think that's very, very, like, that's very misguided. You know what I'm saying? Because going back to war sucks. That's why I say shame on anybody supporting the Ukraine and Russia thing for as long as, like, why are we surprised? We just supported war. What do you think happened in Ukraine and Ukraine and Russia? Like, dude, it's been slaughtering. It's the same exact thing. Literally, they look different. That's all. Sadly, that's why my Middle Eastern people get killed. Both sides, bro. People getting literally bombed and slaughtered. And everybody says, oh, it's a religion war. It's like, no. You don't say that when blonde hair, blue eyes Ukrainians are fighting, or Russians. Like, it's violence. If you support violence, you support one violence, you support all violence. You know what I'm saying? That's, you support one war, it's the same. A religious war is the same as a territory war. The point is war, and we have got into a era of people just blindly supporting war. Again, literally, you had people say they don't want guns in the United States, and then sent thousands of guns to people overseas, to fight war. We say we don't like this. We're shocked by the terror. But no, and like, again, and that's the thing. Sadly, this Israel-Palestine thing, this isn't new. You know what I'm saying? These people have suffered like this for a very long time, constantly and consistently. Like, that's they're welcome to the Middle East, and we didn't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't ever give a shit. I made all of these, I say them as jokes, during the time. I say, no, everybody cared about, you get in trouble if you said you don't support Ukraine. I was like, what about the Middle East? Remember when I told you about Yemen? We don't care about Yemen. Guess what? It's tied to Saudi Arabia to Iran, to Hamas, to Hezbollah. It's all a circle. They're all of this, and we never gave a shit about the Middle East. But now, for a year and a half, we have advocated blood wars in Europe. So, I don't know, to say that religious wars are back, God bless you, but it's like we as a society in the modern Western world have gotten back to supporting war. Our young generation, our middle generation, and our old generation have been turned into warmongers, when the young generations of every society should be the ones to be there to say, stop fighting. Yes or no? What have they done to our young generation? My young people out there, why have they turned you into bloodlusters? So I don't know, man. I feel, again, I love even making fun of my own religion. You know what I'm saying? But ironically, this is Muslims and Jewish people fighting. And this is a war there, but this isn't religion. This, you know what I'm saying? The history is religious, and that's the foundation, but we are supporting violence. Russia and Ukraine with no religion is just as violent. And we love to support this for some reason, but I plead with my young people to be the voice of reason and not ever support violence and war, because we need you. You know that. Because it was all of the young generations that stop violence, that say, what are you guys doing? But this time, now they're just trying to pick sides so they could post something on their Instagram story. You know what I'm saying? And for real, like, yo, encourage people in your community to not support violence, but posting an Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so, what did Kendrick Lamar say? Prayers on my timeline. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, ugh. You know, overnight activist and all of this, where it's like, for real, bro, just in your homes, with your neighbors, with people, stop giving into the demand of blood. Regardless, I don't know why we look at killing so like it's Call of Duty. Maybe we played too much Call of Duty, but yeah, I don't know. But that will be my reaction every time everyone says the religion stuff, because I would love for this to be a stupid holy war, but that's not it. That's it. The reason why it's so difficult right now, and all, like, look around society, and that's it. What did you think was going to happen after supporting Ukraine and Russia and telling them, telling people to kill? When you say fight back, you're saying kill, and I get it. You're not supposed to stand down and take anything lying down, but like, I hope you get what I'm saying. Public support on a world scale. We are down with giving people guns and missiles and telling them to kill each other. Why? Why? Why do you support that? Why? Seriously. And you could tell me what one side did with the other, but it's just like, there's nothing else we could do. There's not one other option. And that's crazy, because I wish there was an answer, bro. And I wish religion could fix it, and I wish you could fix it without religion. But the fact is, the humans are demanding blood. This is literally the Colosseum, and we are. I feel like we are so far deranged now that we watch all this shit going on, and we still want war, regardless of who the other person is. It's insane to me. The Words I Never Say. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good song. Can't say it as eloquent. I'm not even speaking it eloquently, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything I'm saying is very simple. Give man gun, man kills. Why you support man with gun? And I'm not talking about America, shootings. I'm talking everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Fight blood. Like, all of it is so... And it's like everybody is picking a team and putting a blood jersey on their back. I don't get it. I agree. You don't give man gun, man still kills. 100%. We're going to kill each other regardless, but that's why I'm saying you now have public support to kill. That's what's always the hardest to get. They got it in the snap of a fingers from everybody on both sides. That's it. The tensions are high. It's too high. And everybody, that's it. It's okay now. Everyone's just saying, yeah, well, shit, let's support it then. But that's why that's where I draw the line. Just because men are evil in general are going to kill each other anyways, though, we need to stop supporting it. And I know people want to feel good by saying we're supporting this people. Because, again, I feel for the people fighting for democracy and their homes and all of that, you know? But it's like, dude, we need to start promoting other things. Let's advocate something else. You know what I'm saying? Let's advocate something else, please. Because why are we doing that when we clearly don't like the violence and we see it? It's why. Yeah, we're ready to destroy and kill. We want to destroy Trump. You want to destroy Biden, the other side, this. We want to stand. We want to look good on social media. It's like, dude, it's wild that it has turned into literally both sides cheering on murder all day. Just a lot of bloodshed. People will never change. Human nature won't change, but things change. Why did they end the Vietnam War? Tell me. It's because the people had enough of it. It was a young generation in the 70s that just said, what are we doing? We're sending, wait. Again, that's why, shout out to the vets, bro. The last thing I want to see is more people drawn into the war. And you have other people dying. Eventually, they protested, they stood up, and they said, dude, enough. We're not doing this. That's it. And guess, things did die down. That's all I'm saying. It's easier to escalate a war when everybody is just, versus, again, being tired of it. And we have history to show. You don't win every war. And don't matter who you are. And you will be wrong about it. Again, Vietnam in the 70s. It's the example. But you even saw everybody just support, and it ended up being a scar on our history because it was an unjust thing, and we realized it led to more pain and suffering than anything being accomplished. I know, right? You need a cease. We forgot what those words are. Ceasefire. That's even an agreement, but even then, it's still it's wild, dude. So like all I'm saying, man, I'm speaking to culture here, not to any side, and I encourage all of you, look for love to be the answer. I know it sounds so naive and stupid, and people are gonna die anyways, but at the end of the day, we as a culture, a society, bro, especially as Americans, and like you've gone through it all. It's just like you cannot be like any violence is violence, and so especially if you get sick of gun violence in America, great. You don't want to support any wars elsewhere, and all these other dude, it's crazy to think about. The point I'm trying to say, you guys are like, this side won't stop, this side won't stop. I'm just telling you, no side stops if they are being emboldened. That's all. And there's enough empowerment from both sides to kill that's all I'm saying is, why are we emboldening this? And that's it. You're hyping people up. That's all. That's why I'm like, it's not, if you have more disdain for violence and war than what we do now, people aren't going to feel as, you're not going to get the same actions and plans. People are going to operate different. Doesn't mean they won't stop their violence. But, again, that's where the history comes into play. All of these organizations that are terrorist organizations, they've already existed for a long time. Besides this last week, when was the other time you talked about Hamas? Did they just stop doing what they were doing? No. It's just like, but it was a moment that all culminated, and then even the reaction, everybody just went quick. They picked up guns and jerseys and said, there you go. Pick your side. First U.S. charter flight has departed from Israel. But yeah. So the whole point of that rant is like, serious, if you think religious wars are bad, I hope you see how all war is bad. That's all. That's all. That's the thing that gets to me for lately with, I do want people to understand that, because religion wars are bad, and you see the problems religion has caused. And again, you know what I believe, and I will still tell you that. So I hope you can respect and understand the real lives at stake, and what we're doing the same thing. So if you think you're better than a religious war, and I hope you are, I hope you don't advocate violence on either side. You could support whoever you want, but I hope you tell everybody, stop killing and stop it. Stop, like, for real. What did Biden say? As he's like, don't. Like, I just tell him don't. I don't know, but I hope you see the connection logically where it's like, whoa, don't make the mistake of thinking this is any different, because that will wind you up into trying to justify killing left and right. I have to join. Well, God bless you, man. God bless all of you. Yeah, John, feel you. There are three kinds of people: wolves, sheep, and sheepdogs. Amen. You gotta protect people. I mean, and like I said, man, I don't say this because you guys are like, you send in the jets every day. America was built off of violence, bro. We sell the fucking best killing machines in the world, and I've called that out before. And like I said on the pledge, though, it's like, you realize how many people died for us already? And again, like, you guys are even telling, you see the stories, bro. The vets, they even fight their war when they come home. It's not even like, it's so awful, man. And we treat them like shit. But it's like, we've already gone through generations of losing families and people. And that's what the flag means, bro. That's why I'm giving my support, man, all day, every day. Because I'm over here living my life doing this, and there's people who have already done stuff. So it's like, I'm not here to advocate those guys to go back, especially if I don't want to go do it myself. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's like, I get what we're built off. I'm not being naive about it, but it is saying, like, dude, we don't want that. And I know even veterans and the people, like, they don't even want that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They're ready to defend and fight. You threaten certain things, but it's at the same time, it's like, dude, people don't want to kill. And why do we want to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, last thing I want to do is send in the jets and have them fighting, a battle for us once again, risking their lives while we just stay at home and fucking talk shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what, look at it. You know what I'm saying? If anything, I'll let the vets speak on it more, because they would have the right, because those are going to be the ones who fight, not us. So that's why I'm like, it's crazy. We need less violence culture. That's it. Let me see. I think I don't know if Kirby went off. Every time I search Kirby, Nintendo videos come up. I always forget. I don't know if he's speaking live anymore. Marcus Hanlon, baby. God bless you. I mean, Habibi. Biden makes announcement on hydrogen hubs. Press secretary. There's an Air Force One gag. I don't see Kirby. Either Kirby's good right now, right? These animated GIFs, they're wild. They're wild, bro. I don't know how to interpret them all the time. The peace dividend got cut, so the powers that be went in search of yield. That's deep, bro. Everyone agrees, but one side thinks the other is attacking them. And that is very accurate. Amen. So what are you going to do about it? Do you support the violence or not? We need hardline, no violence support. That is it. Otherwise, it's going to get weird. And again, just get ready, though. This weekend, from that conversation and now looking ahead, just whether it's for the market, the world, whatever, like this weekend is going to be, it's probably going to be horrific, but there is an expectation now. So that's what we're all looking ahead for. And it's just like, it's not over. We are just at the beginning stages of all of this. Activision Codex says will focus on philanthropy. EU warns Alphabet CEO to be very vigilant to comply with EU tech rules after spread of disinfo following Hamas attacks in Israel. I supported Egyptian boy. Hey, you gotta be careful, bro. You say that in a couple weeks. I don't know what that's gonna even mean. Egypt's right next to it all, bro. We're right next to it all. But amen. Mishkora Kabibi. And then Jay, that property you sent kind of looks nice, bro. You're looking to buy a house with your friend. End up really liking it. I think it's it looks like a cheaper house. I'd want to know why it's cheaper. And then wait, why are you going to buy it with your friend? How is that going to work? So, honestly, the house looks like a good deal, assuming it's not like on a main road. Yeah, bro. You're behind like a little weird creek. But like anything in that price point is like condos around there. And you have decent size. Not bad. See if you could get it lower. I mean, they're obviously, Austin has a inflated market, but it's been on the market there for a little bit. I like that house. I'd want to know why it seems cheaper, though. It seems dramatically cheaper. Stock exchange has been it's been holding up decent. I mean, if anything, equities moved a lot more. NASDAQ got clobbered. SPY's not down that much. Bonds held their gain, which was good. We only had a bad reaction after the Michigan consumer sentiment, but then the morning we were doing really good off of the banks, and then all the safe havens, bond, gold, silver, oil, anything related to safe havens / war, they have gone up because, again, coming into the weekend and all the headlines, the evacuations in Gaza, all of that, it's getting to a point where we're probably going to have to deal with some stuff over the weekend. But as of now, it's really the dollar was bad. It chilled out. Bonds were good, but then equities and then especially tech and NASDAQ move more than anything. Futo. NVO. At the end of the day, the love you get is equal to the love you give. Are you all in for life? Wow. You trying to hit us with a PHILO, Michael? Amen, bro. Or no. God bless you. My man. Michael. Michael, you got experience, Michael. You live this life, bro. Tell him. Tell him, bro. Tell him. So that we stuck JPM in the long term, one of the strongest banks. I am too. It could have been, I would have even been happy if it went down, because it's like, I do like the name, but it's crazy that it's up and we have a good size on it. And it's like, you know what? I wonder what JP Morgan's going to look like when they cut rates. XOM, oil's going up, and then DYN, what's this? Dyne Therapeutics. Cristiano Ronaldo facing 99 lashes for adultery. Bro, what news wire are you getting this one from? I don't think there is coverage. Let's see, I'll search Ronaldo. That was World Star. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I'm gonna go to official news wires first, but it is on New York Post. Yeah. Oh, I think it's just like a literally, Iran media, they reported it. In Iran, Iranian media reports there have been several lawsuits filed against Al Nasser star after he hugged and kissed artist Fatima Hamimi on the cheek, thanks to her for a gift of 2 paintings. Ronaldo could be staring down 99 lashes as punishment for adultery in the form of touching a woman while in a relationship. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, you guys don't get it. Again, welcome to the Middle East. Hell yeah, bro. That's adultery right there. Kissed her on the cheek. He's married. He's in, man. Mm-hmm. Is there a reason you're blocked from the YouTube live? We're on members only mode. So if you're a member, you should be good. Otherwise, if you were making just low quality jokes over this week, you probably got banned. Again, I was in a mood while my voice was not working. But I was trying really hard to get you guys stuff, and some of y'all were just not the business that day, so I had to take it out on you, which I feel like was fair, but then again, we get into that whole violence debate again. So other than that, though, it's members only on YouTube. I think even on Twitch now, too, but you guys should be good. I don't even think that many people got banned. I hope you didn't, but at the same time, hopefully it's a learning experience. You didn't realize on members only. I did forget for a little bit. And it's nice though. It's just a lot. I mean, we've had a lot of weird conversations still, but I don't know, just way easier to not get into a awful conversation. Like, I feel like it's still been a lot more peaceful, which I like. All good day start, baby. Tell him, man, all good days start. And drive. Earn. We did it. Baby. Josh making money on these memberships, low-key. Well, thank you. And yeah, I mean, if that's the alternative to doing things for free and getting bullied and harassed, then yeah, I'm glad I could make money on the back end then. 100%. That's why I was really bothered. You have no idea, bro. I woke up like an extra hour earlier to get flamed by like half of the Chad. For what? You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to get y'all info, put it on an AI. I had a physical limitation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I was like, so honestly, to think that that's how, and then you put it on, I do it every time with the voice thing, but it's like, and then we put it on members and, the people who, support. It's like, and you look at it, you don't see anything like that, and I get it. It's not even about like, I don't really care how nice you are to me or not, but it was just so distracting. And you see it, people are focusing and they're in the game with it. So I feel, but yeah, that's my attitude and logic. Every time this happens, it runs on the same highway, where I'm just like, but that time was different. Cause like usually I don't wake up extra early to type up stuff and put it together because I didn't have to. And I was very, very let down by the reaction I got. And it wasn't everybody, because again, you see it, you put it in members only, and you'll be very, very good. Mm-hmm. So, amen. Yeah, it's a reminder to stay focused. And even then, though, I mean, I do it every year, though. It just gets annoying. So, it's part you, it's part me. You know what I'm saying? It's not even, and that's what I'm saying. Give it a couple days, we'll be good. But I do like members only. At the end of the day, we've talked about a lot of deep stuff so far, and I think we've had good conversations without, I don't have to, I could ignore it, but it just saves the comment that is there just to argue rather than like get an answer. And that's what I've realized a lot lately too. A lot of people, they just want to argue. Some people don't even care. They literally just want to you know, prove a point wrong or prove it correct, and that's it. But they have zero care about anything else. With like, it's literally just like a game. So like, and some people like it. They like that game. That's why I'm like, I'm not really gonna play that. Like me for validation. I don't even think it's validate. I think it's just even like boredom though too. Like I think they take entertainment in it, you know, just like playing the devil's advocate for no goddamn reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just as long as you do it. Listen, for 3 years, you love what we do. Thank you. Don't trade, but add to the long term. That's it, man. You'll be good. Honestly, not a bad move. You had a guy to troll you for 3 years. Yeah, that was what we discovered. That was crazy. I forgot about that. You disagree. I don't agree with all the anti-Jew rhetoric, which is justifying Hamas attacks and inspiring them to happen where they feel they have support. I feel like we're at risk of terrorism in America. I agree with that, and even for both sides. I mean, again, it's this whole thing is so confusing, but I understand. I mean, the threat of this is what happened back in the day too. So, you know, it makes sense if you are worried about that. But there, as of now, there is a threat that it does come over here. You know, when and where people are worried about today and all that, but it's just like when it's all said and done, there is that issue. And I think you're rightfully so. And that's, again, kind of the problem I'm saying here with the emboldening of both sides in a weird way. It's like, what do we think that's going to lead to? I mean, yeah, I think members only. I don't know how the chat would look if it wasn't members only, but you guys do know you are sharing this chat with a lot of Jewish people and a lot of Palestinians and even Middle Easterns. So literally yesterday we had people saying their family is in Palestine right now. You have people in here who are Jewish heritage and have people who have gone over to fight for Israel's army already, you know? So it's just like, I do hope I am giving a platform to everybody. And like I said, if you guys are respectful, even in your disagreement, you know what I'm saying? It's like, let's have a real conversation, you know? If you only just want to argue, it's like, nah, but I definitely, you know, I that's why I'm saying, like, you guys got to realize, I got to meet all of y'all right before this happened. And I got to look all of you, at least the cult real estate. I don't want to say all of you, but that was a very diverse group of people. You know what I'm saying? I got to see, you know, and even then, I tell you guys, I'm here every day for a reason, and I do support all y'all. And that's why it's like, dude, in this chat room, we have people on both sides. In this chat room, you have people directly affected by what is going on, who are from these countries, have the heritage, everything. So I do hope, you know, I'm here for y'all. I would love to, you guys could have great conversations, and that's all. Just be respectful, and I hope, you know, violence is something we all abhor. Yeah, man, the chat, man, you guys saw the picture, bro. The chat is great. Definitely a melting pot for sure. And then Bond's coming down. So watch out. We ain't do much yet, but you did just have a little 10-point drop filled with Bond leg one, and then this looks like yesterday when we had the auction, the second leg going down. Do I want to go deer hunting? Bro, I'm talking about like no violence, but yeah, I do. But I like the video game a lot better. You know what I'm saying? Some of that maybe too. Maybe y'all should pick teams on Call of Duty and just calm your ass down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but I've never gone hunting in my life, but I'm a pro at the pro deer hunter game. If you ever played that shit, bro, it's at arcades. I forgot they added one. There was another one in San Diego. I was just walking by and I played it. I was hella hyped off of it the other day. Yeah, I love that game. It's called, like, was it like Outdoor Wilderness 4 or something? Dude, it's so dope. It got the little orange shotgun, the fake one. Again, this is a video game, too. I'm down with that. You know, but I've never gone hunting ever normally. Big Buck. That's the one. Big Buck. Yep, that's it. Big Buck. Time Crisis. I showed my girl Time Crisis a couple months ago. I took her to an art. She loved it. She ain't never played Time Crisis ever. Imagine I got to show her Time Crisis for the first time, bro. Oh, dude, she loved it. Time Crisis is the legit, like, that was the movie theater game. That was the one where you press and you go behind the cover with the little pedal, bro. That game's a workout. Yeah, Big Buck Hunter. Bro, I love that game. Yeah, it's a good game, bro. Taxi Cat, Dreamcast, right? Crazy Taxi. I used to play that game a lot too on Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, I don't even know if y'all know what Dreamcast is. That was a weird moment. Yeah, Crazy Taxi was one of the coolest games. I think they had it on PlayStation 1 too. Paperboy, OG. I had you had the high score on Buck Hunter? No. That's respect. How about Neo Geo? Well, no. Some of y'all are getting too old in here. No, okay, I don't know. What's Neo Geo? That's it. I'm up to, like, I knew Super Nintendo. I was still young. I know Game Gear, surprisingly. Yeah, it's a console. I don't know. Neo Geo, I think I've heard of it, but I didn't. I think Game Gear was as old, or Super Nintendo was as old as I was. Dreamcast sucked. Dreamcast did suck, but it was cool when it came out. It had an opportunity. That little screen in the middle, bro, that was so cool. That was like during the era when we were putting TVs in cars and loved it. So they were like, what if we put a TV screen in the controller? Game Gear was handheld, yeah. That was like a classic one. I love those. Man, good times. But yeah, this was all I don't know if I could hunt in California, but I'm down to play a Big Buck Hunter with you. That's a good one. First color handheld. I remember that. I got it because I think I wanted a PSP at the time, and then someone tricked me into getting a Game Gear ahead of it. It was just like when you buy an Android before an iPhone. Even then, though, I thought I saw this article, and I thought it was actually kind of decent. But, like, bro, the PSP was so ahead of its time. I'm surprised the PlayStation Portable, like, that thing should have blown up way bigger than what it was. I did own the Microsoft Zune, But I got Microsoft shares, like, when I bought Microsoft instead of Apple because I didn't use an Apple device until I got into college. That's the crazy part. I didn't use an Apple until I was 18 years old. So literally every other device, I was an Xbox kid. I was PC, Master Race, so I didn't get into Apple products until later. So everything, I was a big Microsoft guy, low key. I did like Sony, yeah, the PSP, but dude, that was way ahead of its time. I'm surprised, bro. It had memory chip, it had IR. I hacked my PSP as a kid. I was using it to, like, it was like a remote controller. I could do so many things. I was able to access, like, Wi-Fi networks on my PSP and get the password back in the day. Dude, the PSP was the craziest thing ever. And I'm surprised that I felt like it had so much, like, dude, they were so ahead of it, bro. They were so ahead of it. There you could stream it. Everything, bro. Everything. I don't know why did that die? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did it, like, not become an iPhone? Because that thing was an iPhone before an iPhone, low key. They're coming with some rip-offs. So many. It was the best. It was the best, and it was, like, the first that was, like, it was, like, next-gen handheld. It was too hackable. Yeah, because you could use it to do so many things. It just had so many things on it. The smartphone made it relevant. Yeah. Like iPhone wild, bro. That little touch the screen. Ooh. I'm still mad Apple hasn't used our fingerprints yet. You guys don't remember that? Remember when Apple, they bought the fingerprint company? So then that way, that's how you unlocked your phone, and that was like groundbreaking technology, the fingerprint scanner. And then at the time, the tinfoil, they're like, they're taking your fingerprints so they could use them. They're going to use them against you. It's been like 10 years, bro. Did they use our fingerprints yet? U.S. needs supplemental funding to support Ukraine and Israel. No. What position do you play in basketball? Not 2K? Dude, I'm old. I don't play basketball. I play left bench. That's why I play 2K, sir. If you're not familiar with why I play 2K, it's because now my knees get pain if I run too much. So I have switched to 2K. But back in the day, I would have been a point guard or shooting guard. But I'm smaller, so by default, you could only put me in like one position. Yeah, I play left bench. It's hard. Oh, no, I can still run. I'm not as old as I sound, but like, I played one game of LA Fitness ball like last year, and then I was sore for 2 days. And then I went 1 for 2. I airballed my first shot, and then I switched the next 3. It wasn't bad. I got like 2 steals. I know my whole stat line. It was a very big day for me. Dude, we're not going to have an auction today. In a couple weeks, we will. But every auction this week, even yesterday, was just all bad. USO on the high. Too much ankle risk. Yeah, bro. I feel that or like colliding your knee into somebody else's knee. That's the worst. The dates, just go to the Treasury website or go to Trading Economics, like every 2 to 4 weeks. So if you go on like the trading, like go to TD Ameritrade and go to the bond auctions, you'll see all of them. There's a 30-year auction next Thursday. So like I think it's every 2 weeks on like the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday or something like that. It has a pretty unique schedule. How much did I average in high school? Not a lot. I wasn't that good. Like I was decent. If I really took it seriously, I probably could have had opportunities. But I'm a realistic guy. I realized I was 5'6", and I said I'm fucking smart as shit. I'll have a better odds with a book than a basketball. So I gave up my career by senior year, and then my coach, I got into trouble there towards my last year. So I just said, the books love me. The basketball, it's hit or miss. Short kings, yeah, man. 100%. I hope I'm inspiration to all the short people out there. Again, the coal real estate guys, they got to meet me. I wasn't lying. They got to see someone said it. They were like, "You're not that short." And then I'm like looking up at them and I'm like, "Okay, sure." Uber dead. It's already down 6. Yikes. I'll check. No. Yeah, ooh, that's a big can. It's already down a lot. That's what sucks. Unfortunately. Did anything come across the wire? Chain went crazy. Uber and Vales. No. Package return. That's old. I'm not seeing anything. Again, they're already down 5 or 6. That's what kind of sucks. Because the thing was already down all day, so you're just flushing into the low. You kept asking why we are all so tall. Yeah, bro. Literally, you were there, bro. Dude, coal real estate is huge, dude. It's the funniest shit ever. I don't know. You guys are like, yeah, I look up to this guy who's way shorter than me. What the fuck? No. It's like, dude, everybody there, like, we could easily, like, it looked like a my player team, bro. Everybody was just gigantic. It was hilarious, man. It was hilarious. I was like, man, y'all are crazy. All right, another red here on the market. VIX is launching, which is kind of weird because the VIX was already back higher. So, and then the market's not hitting a low yet. You're actually a couple points away, but bonds slipping and the mark. Oh, I already closed the Apple short. It's around the same price, but I probably left a little there. I could have made some back. Uber, I don't know. It was down before. Maybe it's related to energy and travel, but something just hit it at the knees. In Miami, you felt normal at 5.6? Wait, you mean to tell me Miami is the campgrounds for the short kings? So most seasonality? Maybe. I think I still believe in the October seasonality. Again, even after the CPI yesterday, it's the bond volatility. That is the only opponent that I think can beat October seasonality. That's it. I really think that's how it is. No way. So I should move to Miami then. That's crazy. All right, I'm down. I'm down. I'm going to have to tell my family. They're not going to understand. I'll be like, there's opportunity out in Miami. We have to go. Trust me. They're like, what opportunity? You could get a job if you're 5'6". You know that? You know tall guys have a better chance of getting a job? That's crazy. That's why I just made my own company. But still. It's true. It's true. I don't make this up. You did. Society and culture. Wouldn't it be a bad move to Miami? Florida better than Cali? It could be, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, wow. Charlie just sent me an article. A salesperson's ideal height. So maybe that makes sense why the coal real estate, you guys kill it then, huh? A lot of you tall. So 6 foot ideal is for the sales. So right now, I'm in the 1% of, if I'm a salesman. You know, I did pretty good in sales. I do good in real estate. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm a pretty good salesman if I wanted to be. You know, I'm in that 1% right there. My competition is the 5'5" to 5'7" ladies. Damn it. I'm right at 6, man. That's crazy. You do most of your stuff by phone. Not when I was younger. You know, even before streaming, like I would be out in person a lot more. Some of you would be there with me. Again, like Tyler, I think that's what we talked about in the call real estate. Like Tyler used to go with me. I'm telling you, Tyler, like me and Royke, we got some stories, man. But like we would just be out in person. We'd be going out knocking on doors. I would knock on so many doors. You have no idea. I love door knocking. I like talking to people, and then I loved the opportunity, especially after you get your first deal. Ground invasion of Gaza imminent, Israel officials say. So bonds lower, VIX high. Again, I feel like we have had negative war headlines on every low, but I don't know if we could attribute to it. And then again, the war headlines are supporting oil, gold, defensives, but there is a lot slipping. Again, Bank of America even went red. That's crazy. So watch out. If any of the other banks go red here, that's going to be a pretty shitty earnings city. Baker Hughes rig count 501 versus 497 previous. And then rig count actual Baker Hughes. Wait, I see 622 versus 690. I just got two different numbers. There's oil rig count and then total rig count. You lived in Florida 25 years, never been negatively impacted by a hurricane other than home insurance, but that's more expensive in Cali too. Yeah, but then it's the same thing. Like me and Cali, like if you look at Cali on paper, this place blows. But like I've had a pretty decent life in California. But then again, I've got in early. Some of my fixed costs have not gone up the same way, but I'm not against Cali too much. I think if you had kids and you have to like raise your kids in California, it's a little bit more challenging, but as an adult, I haven't really had an issue. Mm-hmm. It is challenging. Yeah, because, like, it's just weird. I see it. And even my friends who have kids here and, like, it's just like, they're like, do I put my kid at this school or do I put him here? And then they want him to do this is like, and then buy $90,000 worth of glue sticks. What? Mm. All right, another low. Bonds stop dying. Dollar's kind of back up, but the dollar was way worse earlier. This is equity land, bro. Another day. We opened up very good. You were up almost, I'd say, what, like 0.6 on the NASDAQ or on the SPY. Then you sold that. It's all the same range of yesterday. And remember, this is the final parachute level right now. We bounced right off of it yesterday. You went below it today, bounced up, and now you are here again. So you have filled out this gap, though. I think, no, this is the final. No, you already filled that. So, again, it's just 4,200. The door can be open on the way down there if we keep going down. You just put a down payment on glue sticks for me. Yeah, bro, lock in your rate now. You get them when your child's just born. By the time they hit preschool, you'll be paying, 15% interest instead of 97 on the glue sticks, which is good. It's good. It's good. Greedy short. We talked about that one yesterday, but I think you got enough time. And quite frankly, your downside is you have a lot of potential downside on the greedy short. I just don't. You get squeezed 60 points to the upside. That's it. Bank earnings bad could freak things out, but so far we started off good. Again, every single earnings was like chill today. Your wife and I are homeschooling. That's good. I don't know. See, I don't have kids. I don't know what I would do. Escape Texas, July and August, and then go back. Dude, another low. It sucks. I need to go pee now. But I don't want you to think the market is crashing. Man, why do I have so many Zillow and Redfin tabs? You guys keep sending me houses today. I hope that those conversations help, though. Oh, and then Trey, I got your email. So let's see. You went out and got real estate in North Carolina. It's a new construction with the ADU. They passed it. And the lower selling price. Bro, that property, new builds are going to have more value, but I like it. Honestly, and if you get another unit on there, I don't know the area as well, but, you know, comp it out, but in a weird way. The new builds have a premium, but then sometimes you get them cheaper. Just look at where other people are selling them, though. So buying new builds is like an IPO. You just remember, they control how they sell it. So, like, you got to, you just got to make sure you don't get scammed by them selling you high and then they sell the next phase really low. Yeah, email me the address too. I want to take a look at that one. You got screwed. During the heat of it, like, it was very hard with the new builds, but they give you a chance to like back out, or you can do it. They took my new build when I bought it before. What do you mean? They took it. If you have the contract, the thing with it where like I remember this was crazy. It was in the beginning of 2020. I had a couple of new builds I was buying, and none of them would appraise. It was wild. And then I told them that, and I said, well, I want to buy these houses, but the lender won't give me the money. And then it literally, they lowered the prices for me. So usually they're down to, like, if you have past sales or things don't work, they'll let you do it. As soon as I bought it, COVID hit, I paid the down payment. Prices went up $60K. They wouldn't do my loan anymore. I'll give you, but if you had it committed, you had the right to the property at whatever price you guys agreed to. So even if they wouldn't give you the loan, you could have found another one though. But if you bought before COVID, the prices went up. But if you had it secured, that's it. They didn't want to get the incentive. What if you used the outside loan? That sucks. They're just being pricks. Called an option. Some builders can charge more. That's if you don't lock in the price. I had one where that happened to me. The price wasn't locked in. I was like, you guys are stupid. But usually every other one, it's like you agree on a price, that's it. You're locked and loaded. My bad. I need a water, bro. I need water. You're not tired. You're thirsty. So somebody told me one day. It changed my life. What? Plane was bound for Tampa, Florida, but returned to Panama for inspections after bomb scare. Panama Aviation Authority. Uh-oh. There's your Friday. So a literal plane in Panama was going to Tampa and then returned after a bomb scare. I'm going to buy another one. Email me when you do, man. I can always give you my advice. That's the second bomb around planes and airports in 2 days. It's funny because everyone's like, are we worried about a terrorist thing? And you're like, you would think these guys would have came up with a new plan in the last 20 years, but nah, bombs and planes. That's that's where all the white people are looking. They're like, wait a minute, check the airports. Check the planes. I have a feeling. Okay, we get it, guys. We get it. I know. They're like, that's the only thing they're going to do. No, nothing else. Just planes and bombs. That's all. Mm. This is why you're worried for your flight next month? Yeah, this is why I've already gotten three messages that have already said, go home, terrorist. You know that, right? So, every time I make one of these talks, it's so hard for the white man to not tell me to go home, terrorist. I just hope you know. Not all of you. Not some of you guys, I love y'all. But yeah, it's already. So that's what I'm more worried about in the next month is that like, again, it already happened 2 days ago. They were like, well, everyone in Palestine, Pakistan, they don't even know. They're going to start thinking Pakistan is Palestine. Watch. But then they're going to think we are all in Hamas, unfortunately. I look white. That's the good part, I guess, in this situation. But other than that, that's it. The minute I say I'm not accepted anywhere now. It's unfortunate. That's it. The Egyptians and the Arabs don't think I'm there. Anybody else, they're like, nah, you're not quite really us. So they don't. That's it. I'm in my own little world, man. I got features from all over the world. Ignore them. It's okay. I love it. I love everybody. So that's light work. I'm telling. Do you know how long people have been calling me terrorist? It's okay. When I was younger, I tried to explain to them that no, we're like, we believe this. No, it's not. But now I've realized. Now I'm like, this one's a good one. Every time. We accept. I do, honestly. I think you got a lot of real love in here. You get like one piece of shit for every 1,000 OGs, which is not bad. I'll take it. You feel me? I'm the whitest black person in my family. I'm the whitest Arab for sure. They like even my cousins just they're so disappointed that I don't speak Arabic like them. I'm like, what do you mean? I could Habibi. And I'm like, damn it. I feel, man. I feel. Good trade. Always have some weeds in the guy. I'll take it, man. And I told you, bro, I got to meet Chad's, bro. That vibe, you have no idea. I can't wait. One day, you guys, one day, soon. For all of you, it will be soon. But now I want to replicate what we just had last week because, like, I really hope it works out like that. I really hope when we do have a meetup, it plays out like I hope it plays out like the co-real estate thing because, like, that was great, bro. Like, that was just, like, it was so unique. Would love the opportunity. Would you take all of our phones? Maybe, unless we could do it without that. But yeah, that's what we did. Some of you, it seemed weird at first, but if you were there, you realized it had an unintended consequence. So like before I got there, I told Tyler and Trey to take their phones. So they took everybody's phone. Because again, it was just we're in a house full of people. Like that's reasonable to do. You know what I'm saying? No, we didn't have NDAs. No, nothing. I mean, again, I trust these guys. Even then, whatever they want to do, it's fine. Like even if somebody pulled out a phone, I wouldn't you know what I'm saying? Like it was more. This is how I am with stuff. I don't know if you guys have realized it. I extend something of trust. If you give it back, bro, I'm gonna run with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way. And then if not, you prove something to me, and then I know not to fuck with it. Like you know what I'm saying? But the thing about it was nobody had their phones, and that's why it was like, it was just hilarious because it was kind of weird at first because then you're like, what the hell? Like, what do you mean? Like, nobody has a phone. And that's where I was like, man, this is crazy. Oh, hold on. But the unintended consequence is that, dude, everybody was in the moment. I'm telling you, like, I don't know when was the last time you were at, like, a party, because it felt like a party, bro. It was just a full house full of people, and then you literally just have nobody on their phone. Yeah, the vapes came out. They started vaping and hitting their little weed pens, but besides that, you know, you really had people in the moment, bro. Everybody was just talking. It was just like, bro, there was eye contact. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just all around like it was a cool vibe, and that's what I'm saying. So I am hoping that I don't want to meet up. I don't want to do a meetup with everybody if it's like, I want it to be something that was just as vibey as it was last weekend, bro, because that was amazing. It's already been a week, I know. Feels so just like yesterday, and then I'm like, oh, it feels like so long too, though. What are you talking about? Last weekend, that's why I lost my voice most of this week, because I met up with like 50 Chads over the weekend on last Friday. Thanks for coming out. Nah, man, thank you guys for being there and for all you have done for creating that team, supporting each other, and you know, having that, bro, that love, that vibe, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, I was so proud of it. And then I just also know what that's going to lead to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good team. SPY is dumping again, bro. Not one of these talks, not one of these rants has lifted up the spirits of the market. Not one. You're 43.17. That's it. Maybe we're going to hit 4,300, then death blow. Or again, 4,200 is in the cards now, unfortunately. Dude, that low's getting big. Dude, 43.16? 43.17 still, but you just dropped 10 points in 2 minutes. Again, the VIX is going crazy. It's weird because bonds are still up now, so you can't even read the bonds, like, literally. You don't know if it's a safety bid, a war bid, a fear bid, or if the rates are going to get blown out another half a basis point. So, unfortunately, even the dollar, I mean, remember, if anything, this is now the market probably catching up to where the dollar is. So, but then that's like 10 points below here. I guess 3 more points on the SPY. It's a bid on all of the above. Yeah, but that's not good. That's not. So it's very hard to read. They're like, why are you buying the bonds? All of them. What? What's the reason? All of them. Wait, but why? All of them. Just, I don't know. But then I'll sell them tomorrow. What? Emil is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Back to hearing the Chaz. I want to hear more. Bro, it was like when I met you. You know, I met you like it was just you and me because you stumbled across Josh in the wild. But like, dude, it was just different. I don't know how to describe it. It felt the same way. I was like, you remember, I was excited to see you. You were excited to see me, but it was just like that with everybody. They were talking about on the coal real estate thing the other day. We are going down again, though. Hold on. VIX is still running up. NASDAQ 1.5, another 3 points now. Next week we have building permits, housing. They can move some things if it moves bonds, but I don't. At that point, we're gonna be reacting to Tesla, Intel, all those earnings, I think. It's got to hold that week. I honestly remember I was saying that this morning. I said even if we go, I don't know though. I don't think you're going to give up the week. Where do we start the week? Was it on the 9th? Oh shit. Hold on. Where's Monday? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to have a negative week. I was saying that earlier this morning. Even if we flushed to the lows and now we're 10 points below that, you are still going to close green on the week. So I don't know. If you do close, that does turn into a weekly red, especially here on a Friday. That won't be good. Monday was green though, so it's not going to be a down Friday, down Monday. Next Monday earnings. I mean, again, there's a problem coming into this weekend. You should know it by now. We've talked about it a lot. The problem coming into this weekend is Israel. We don't know what is going to happen. So whatever happens on Monday, it should be, get a slow start in the earnings, and then we're, maybe get a little data. But for the most part, we don't know what is going to happen with Israel. General Dynamics, Navy pact for initial value of $15 million. Navy ship repair pact. Again, VIX on the high. Dude, I have $2 up. I have all the macro things up here. If all options are exercised, work will continue through November 2030. Again, bro, volume's picking. What is the volume like? Remember volume yesterday was low? It was lower till the end. 46 million in volume. And we got what? 2.5 hours left? The government auctions, nah. I've participated in one this year. I bought a bond, but other than that, we'll pay attention to them. It caught me off guard yesterday. I didn't think the bond auction was going to move us more than CPI, because even the day before, the 10-year auction, that one was bad, and we didn't even we didn't do anything. Some chains have January 26 contracts. Wow, that's freaky. Meta gave up the gauge. Excuse me. Low and low. All right. I need to go to the bathroom, but I know as they're dropping. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. I'll be right back.
Off of a good quarter last year. So the diversified earnings are really starting to show. I'd also point out that on the deposit side, which is a big hot button with investors, still deteriorating. We're still seeing mix shifts weigh on earnings, but the second derivative, the rate of the deterioration, is slowing, and that created a beat on net interest income for all four banks that reported today.
Are they having to pay more for their deposits, David? Because we know, they're charging a lot more for loans. And after SVB, it looked like there was going to be a big competition for deposits. Obviously, they're going to go to the big Wall Street banks. But are they having to ratchet up those interest rates?
Oh, no, they definitely are. I guess my point is that is still a big headwind. But they did come in a little bit lower than what we were expecting. But they're definitely ramping up. They were up, probably 30 basis points from last quarter. And, I think that is going to weigh on them until probably the back half of next year. I think you're still going to see this deposit lag. We think there's a lot of CD maturities coming around in the first part of next year. And so that is going to weigh on the group. But my point is that it's getting slightly less onerous each quarter as we move through.
David, I was speaking to another analyst, Dick Beauvais, earlier today, and when it comes to some of the lingering uncertainties, since obviously earlier this year we saw what this interest rate environment did to Silicon Valley Bank, and I think a lot of people are still concerned about what's happening in the commercial real estate market, the idea that if these banks could have been setting aside more money for potentially bad loans, that maybe that would show some prudence, and that if there is that worry out there, that could come back to bite some of the banks. How do you feel about some of the provisioning right now?
Yeah, I think that's why you're kind of seeing a bifurcation in the market today, where the larger GSIB banks are outperforming the regional banks, and the reason for that is twofold. It is the higher rates. So the AOCI marks, the mark to market of some of your bond portfolios, were worse than what we expected this quarter, and so that's going to weigh on capital as we move into earnings next week. And obviously, that kind of makes you think back into March. In terms of the mark to market on the capital issues. The second issue is what do higher rates do to asset quality? Interesting this quarter, the consumer fared very well. Credit card charge-offs were relatively stable. In fact, JP Morgan lowered their full year guide on charge-offs in terms of credit cards, but we are seeing non-performing assets increase on the commercial side, and we're probably seeing mid double digit growth and not performing. That's led by office, but I think some of the concern in the marketplace is it's widening beyond office and normalization and more standard commercial credits.
Is there any concern about the consumer, David? I mean, Jamie Dimon mentioned cash buffers are being burned through, and a lot of these banks did really well in credit cards, which means more consumers are putting purchases on cards and not paying off balances right away, rolling them over and paying the interest rates.
Yeah, it's one of those be careful you wish for, right? We're seeing 18% growth in credit cards. Now, one could argue we're still normalizing the balances that most people keep relative to pre-COVID. But you're right. I mean, we're seeing strong credit card growth, and we would expect as we enter next year, two major headwinds: the lack of excess savings that you pointed out in terms of the checking accounts, but also the student loan payments that'll be reinstated as well are some of the consumer headwinds that we're facing. But I think what the market reaction today is telling you is that they're more concerned with the CRE and commercial net charge-offs right now.
They're concerned. Again, still lower. Good timing. Again, there's an update. U.S. has given Israel the green light to confront any threat on any front and in any geography, says Al Arabia. And Israel's U.S. envoy says UN should be praising Israel for these precautionary actions. Auto defaults and rates. I mean, it's just a game of musical chairs, but eventually, I do think cars, once other collateral starts to become at risk, cars are next. You know what I'm saying? Cars are very attached to both jobs and other collateral. So if we start watching shit like that, I mean, I don't think the car market is safe, and you're already seeing, things come down. But, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? It'll probably be something else getting weaker that ultimately leads into the collapse of autos, or at least a steady decline. Yeah, real estate goes hand in hand. Again, jobs, people lose jobs or other things. Or again, if the collateral, who knows, like if the vehicles, if there's an issue there, again, like supply, even then, like we've dealt with 3 years of low supply autos. And, now it's starting to, get up. There is the UAW strike, which doesn't help. But, remember, I used to tell you guys, cars are toasters. Like usually there's a new toaster coming out every year. So that toaster's not supposed to hold its value. But when there's not enough toasters in the world, I mean, the toasters held their value, low key. Cars have already started, but it's hella weird. So like some cars are still expensive and some cars are just plummeting like rocks. That's word to supply. But like some, like even like classic cars, they're holding up value very good. But then there's other classic cars that are just getting wrecked. Same thing with the Ferraris and the exotics, and then the exotic classics. Same respect. Even some of the newer cars. I mean, G-Wagons still have premium, but G-Wagons have came down in value too. Again, the Urus is like, dude, it's crazy, bro. The Urus is just, that thing plummeted in value from what it was. And then again, supply. What do you think of financing 72 months in today's market? Shit, bro. What's the interest rate? I don't know. Like, how bad do you want the Mustang? That's you're telling me 19.92 or 72% interest on 72 months? 6.5, that's still pretty high for a car, but I've definitely seen worse. So why do you want, I mean, you'll pay more interest. Pretty much the longer the term on the car, the more likely you're going to go underwater if you drive and pay for that car over the duration. That's all. Just go look at the total amortized payment at the end of it, and that'll tell you. But, you know, if you still want it, if you're down with 7 years and the low payment is an advantage, you could justify it, but you're going to be paying a little bit more there. Again, an extra year of payments at the interest. You know, usually like 60 months, that's like what they pushed it to. I know 72 is a little crazier. The Urus was the Me Too car. Much better indicator of wealth sentiment than a classic. I see what you're saying, but like, go look at, like, I think there was like a couple of Aston Martins that got auctioned off recently. There was a big car auction that just went down, and there was a lot of them that, like, some cars were selling 65% below. And like, these are cars that are artwork. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are like classics. Like, some classics, their value, it don't even matter wealth sentiment or not, because like, people buy them, right? Especially if you are into the market and then the supply, the demand, all that. But even then, they're just getting knocked off, bro. If you want to look rich, buy a car. If you want to be rich, buy a house. Josh answers. Amen, bro. Amen. The classic car build trying to get pushed through Sacktown right now? No, what is it? Big pop on SPY. That's optimistic. I mean, we're coming off the bottom, though. I mean, remember, we did like 10 points in like 2 minutes. So we are kind of moving back up a little bit. The RSK, I don't know. I haven't checked. I like that car. That's a good, cheap Urus. I'd rather get the RSQ8. Like, if I was going to buy that car again, I would just get the RSQ8, call it a day. Now, there you go. Now it's getting a little bigger. Maybe. Again, we just don't close on the week. That's actually 20 or 18 points, 15 points from the bottom candle. You're above parachute level number 2. This is the danger zone. We get above there, it'll be better. Oh, man. 1 year alcohol free. Thanks for all the knowledge you've been given through the years. No better place than to be here. Brown Tom Cruise. Bro, congratulations, man. Dude, that's hype. Horn. That's really hype, bro. We have a lot of chats. We've gone through similar journeys, bro. So a lot of support there. You know, keep it up, man. It's well worth it, bro. Very well worth it. Bro, you're ripping now, 43.29. So I got a little shaky there for this period, but quickly you got a green shoe. I don't know, though. Bonds didn't move on all that. Dollar's still the same price.
Brown Tom Cruise, don't cancel me for saying your name, but good work. You made a good choice and brightened your future. I love you. Only go forward, don't ever go back.
Oh, you're supposed to have a GG there. Amen. Amen. Yeah, the VIX is up a ton. The VIX is up a ton. Like, we were just looking at it down. The VIX looks exactly like the dollar if you pull it out on like a 14-day chart, which is wild. It's cheaper for most people to Uber instead of, nah, bro. Uber got expensive. I got pissed. I was in Vegas, bro, and I needed an Uber, and I looked, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Like, Uber low key, bro, and then the driver's gonna tell me he don't even get paid. And I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, I'm gonna die today if this is it. No, it sucks, bro, because they ain't paying the driver, and then now the prices. I'm like, oh man. Got clapped. You spent more money on them than any. Dude, I was there for like fucking 8 hours, and I spent a decent amount on Ubers. I was like, what the hell? This is crazy. You quit driving for Lyft. I'm done. What about DoorDash? I don't know. Oh, dude, this was literally yesterday. I went to I got food out yesterday. My girlfriend, she's been out. So I didn't know how to feed myself, but I went to go pick up food, and like I order it through DoorDash as pickup, right? Like I'll go and order it on my phone, and then I'll just pick it up through DoorDash, right? Like they don't charge you more. I get my free tax because of my little credit thing and all that, right? And I'm sitting there, and I'm waiting, and I make eye contact with the other guy who's waiting for his food. And then he looks at me and he's like, is it a busy night? And I look at him and I'm like, I guess so. And then he looks at me like I just offended him or I said something wrong because I just keep looking, and he just looks at me hella weird. And then he just looks back away. And then I realized it. Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? You all laughing. Yeah. Yeah, he fully thought I was the DoorDash. I didn't say anything back. He just stopped talking to me. I was like, well, that's rude. But I didn't get it because I was like, yeah, it must be busy here. I don't know. I was waiting for like 5 minutes. So I was like, yeah. But he got so mad at me, but then he didn't say anything else. And then he just got his food and left. So I'm like, on the daily, I am. Every time I order through DoorDash, they think I'm the driver. I love it, though. It's chill. I'm like, hell yeah. I'll be like, dude, whose food is this? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just dropping it off. You bossed him? I don't think so. This man looked well more put together than I did. And I'm waiting there, and I got my phone out for the DoorDash, too. I looked the part, but, like, I looked fully, like, I was committed. Like, I didn't leave the house, I don't think, until I left. So I looked a little crazy. Bonds on it's the same. That's why I said earlier that I can't read the bonds today. You don't have any, there's nothing. It's just stuck in a range. And then even the dollar, maybe dollar comes down. That will be our green light. But other than that, we'll see. They had no idea a millionaire was standing in front of him. Nope. He was just like, who's this Arab? No, you would have known if it was me, though. I had my El Nino shirt on. So I know a Chad would have saw it. You would have known. The crazy hair, you would have took a double take. You would have stared at me below my neck. It would have been awkward, but you're like, nah, I'm doing it because it makes sense. He doesn't show his, no. The band? No, the Padres, El Nino. I know, yeah, I think so too. When they think I'm a DoorDash and they give me the food, and if there's a drink, I'll put a straw in it and I'll start drinking it, and they're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "It's mine, bro. Relax." Ex illegally terminated worker for tweet, NLRB alleges. The irony. Making plays on the credit cards. They should do good. I mean, honestly, I don't know how long things are going to take, but there is something very pervasive with interest right now. And what I mean by that is that these companies are making a lot of money. even though their stocks went down and people are worried about bond yields, bro, some of these banks and credit card companies are making a lot. The problem is when the interest turns into non-performance and now you have to write down assets. But as of now, it's still pumping heavy. That logic still works. It's just the prices for the bank stocks didn't go up. I mean, they're all making a lot of money on interest. JP Morgan bond losses hit 40 billion. Bank of America should be more. Yeah, but that's crazy. So think about that. If JP Morgan has $40 billion in loan losses, right? Or excuse me, in bond losses, unrealized. So that's just bonds that they're holding that have, unrealized losses have gone negative 40 billion, right? So think it. Are you ready? They made $22 billion in interest in the last quarter. Are you following? That's kind of wild. That means they made half of their loan losses over 2 years, or bond losses. They made half of that in 3 months of interest. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. It's the interest, credit card companies, all of them, bro. I don't know how they'll play on the earnings, but in general, that's one thing. What I'm walking away from today is like, yeah, bank stocks may be beaten down, but it's like, dude, these banks are doing very well on interest. Yeah, and then again, if rates go down, then boom, the thing comes right back up. Yeah. So literally, net interest income surged 33% to $22.9 billion. So their total revenue as a bank for the last 3 months was $39.87 billion. And $22.9 billion came from interest. I'm reading their earnings recap. You could get this anywhere. Just go look. They reported today. So these are all just like the press release updates. I'm getting this one just showing me a random news wire, though. But this is all from the press release. This is JP Morgan. So that's where I'm like, dude, I don't know. I kind of like the banks a lot, unfortunately. But like I said, the problem is when the interest turns into what's it called? Is when the interest turns into loan losses and writing down assets. That's the only problem. So you can make all this money for now, but then if you end up losing the initial principal, you're fucked. Because again, that just means this is interest. But yeah, I mean, it's wild. You don't hear about this. Like, right, everybody complains about Airbnb and the greedy companies and XOM. We don't talk about Pfizer, but that's one, even though I own JP Morgan, I love it as an investor, but like literally in 3 months from July till today, they have made $22 billion off of interest only. The other half of their earnings are from working, from operations, funding, trading, underwriting, all of that. All of this is just interest, free money off of what it's crazy, bro. It is crazy. And bro, $22 billion in 3 months. Half of their losses on the unrealized bonds in 3 months. And they guided up by $2 billion. So they think even next quarter, they think they're going to make $24 billion in interest. So literally by the end of the year, they would have made back all of their held-to-maturity losses realized on interest after 6 months. Man, credit card. They have other debt, but who knows? They might have commercial debt or other things that could get uglier. How do you see the balance sheet to see the bond exposure? I have an old video on it during the it's this year though. I got to see what it is, but you go through, there's on all their filings, you just go to like long-term debt and it will have assets. It'll show which ones that they hold. But there's a lot of the banks made it easier to get. So after the fiasco, if you like go to IR, investor relations for any of these banks, they should have it on there, easy to see. Where do they park cash? Through operations. So whether it's some might use money markets and shit like that, but I don't think, I think what they're getting the interest on is like funding loans for big companies and businesses and all that, commercial real estate, all of that. They might lie on the numbers. They could, but I don't think they'd want to lie because this is putting a target on their back. You got to realize we live in, again, it all depends on the media, but look at the culture and inflation. How come nobody is demonizing JP Morgan for making that much money in 3 months off of thin air? But the thing about it is that it's also like they might want to lie on it, but it's still just highlighting a way, way, way more pervasive effect of interest. That's why if you don't realize, once interest rates go up and they are up and then things start to hit, interest compounds so heavy, right? Like we're saying that, the issue is going to be when companies have to pay higher rates because then their interest expense will cut into their corporate profits. So what I'm trying to tell you to look at is this. If half of the corporate profits on one of the biggest banks in the world is from interest, what can you reasonably expect down the road? Maybe other companies will start spending half of their corporate profits just to keep up with interest. That is the problem. When interest goes high and once it starts hitting the amount of debt we have, interest will cost you more than production every day, all day. That's why we're saying, like right now, you take on a real estate deal, 9% loan, you better make 9% minimum to break even. Like that kind of highlighting all of that. So it is wild. They should pay depositors more, but again, welcome to society and culture. I could relate this to war, but it's the same thing. If your depositors do not leave nor demand it, why would they pay you more? You see what I'm saying? If everybody is cool, again, it's already been a year of 5% rates. So if you left that money in there and you didn't take it out when everywhere else in the world offers you way more, it's a voluntary system. No one's forcing you to put your money with JP Morgan. What would be the red flag as far as debt to assets for long term? I mean, they're deposits. So amount of total deposits and even, again, assets, like asset value, total principal loaned and what it backs up compared to the unrealized losses. Because the thing is, the unrealized losses, technically they shouldn't lose. It just causes a problem if you're holding that, losing the capital and leverage from it, unless you use the BTFP, and then now your deposits start going down. Because then if you don't have money kept in your accounts by clients, if you're losing $40 billion on the bonds, you're going to need to use their client money to pay for stuff instead of investing it. And that's where it becomes the red flag. So if you notice that the unrealized losses or even the operating expenses are higher than deposits, that's a big problem right there for any of the banks. But like comparing how much bonds they hold, the unrealized losses, and then their deposits, that right there will tell you like half of the story, if not most of it. Dang, young Buffett, that's the house you building? What the fuck? Bro, that thing is beautiful. I already see you gonna have a good view. If that's the basement, bro, fuck yeah. I don't know if you want me to dox your house, but oh, dude, that's clean. See, I don't. All right, if you do that from ground up, find me one next door. I mean, you do. I don't want to build it myself. I need someone to do it. You send me the printout, show me that. It's beautiful. You could show it. No, I'm not. Trust me, bro. They'll find the right tree. They'll be like this, and then you're gonna get just that's a too beautiful. You're not gonna move once you build that house either way too, because it look too nice. So that's not like that's it, bro. You know, I got more than one crib. That's so I'm good. People been weird with me on that. I'm like, you don't know where I am. No, you can't move out of that one. I would want to live there forever. That has to be a forever home, bro. That looks beautiful. Yeah, the dude will find you on the color of the paint. No, for real though. I've seen those. Beyond the regulatory minimum, people freak out, more deposits leave. It's true. Again, I've told you ever since the beginning of the year, I have one account above the regulatory minimum. Everything else, I cut it up. And I said, no way. These guys are crazy. I can't believe what happened in the beginning of the year. But then now, 9 months later, I'm like, dude, they're making how much off of interest? I asked Uber and Lyft which one they prefer. Uber pays more, but Lyft has incentives. How does Uber pay more than Lyft? Because lately, my Uber driver has been just telling me how much they don't get paid lately. I don't know if inflation is going higher or if the payments are going down. I don't know. I heard a lot of it last year again, but I think like 70% of the Ubers I've been in this year, the driver now has told me how little they get paid. It's crazy. It's like marketing for against Uber in a Uber. They just want the tips they make. Is it a plot for the tips then? Because I tip people good no matter what, but then again, I get nervous when they start talking. If they drive too fast and start talking about how much Uber pays, I get hella worried. I'm not gonna lie. I just seen too many movies. That's it. I freak out. I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then once he take two unnecessary like merge in, and then you get like one fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Or like, duh, like comment, and then he's like, and they don't pay us nothing. I'm like, that's it, Lord. If this is this is what you want, then Let's think about it. Yeah, it's because if they be driving fast and YouTube charge you by the minute, and you telling me you're not getting paid a lot, oh, we about to die. This ain't about money no more. You know what I'm saying? That's why I get hella scared. I'm like, that's it. You don't even care. He ain't even trying to milk the trip. He's venting. He's letting it off his chest, and I don't know where we gonna end up, man. That's it. That's why every time I'm in an Uber, I turn into the biggest Uber hater. Because that's it. I join their team. I'm like, fuck yeah, bro. That's awful. How dare they? What a shitty company. I did. I'm doing it for my own safety. I'm trying to survive. That's it. And then I give him a good tip too, and then he's like, "That's a real one." Mm-hmm. That's it. But I can't. It's scary, bro. That driver doesn't deserve a tip. I tip them though. I told you I had one experience that was awful like that. The other ones they just kind of complain and then they chill out a little. But I had one lady, that lady in Vegas, bro. I'll never forget that in my life. She had a Tesla. She was road raging. It was bright, and I thought I was gonna die. I really, really did. I just tipped her because I got home safe. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was so happy to be alive at the end of that. Nobody was hurt. I was like, what? I'm like looking at my hands and feet. I'm like, $10 tip right there. Good for you. It was a $5 trip. I don't care. I'm like, get me out of here. Mm-hmm. Compliment the ride, yeah. I love, I mean, I don't know. I'm a car guy, so if I see a cool car all the time. And my definition of cool, again, I think a Subaru Baja is one of the illest out there. But if you know, you know. Yeah, they gave me a bigger gift of appreciation. For real. I never thought, because I remember I mindlessly got into that Uber, and I wasn't like, I didn't pray before. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the Lord caught me slipping. And by the time I left that Uber, I was so grateful to be alive. You have no idea. You have no idea. I was like, wow, that was close. France raises security level to highest in prep for an attack. I have 2 Teslas. So, I like Teslas. I wouldn't buy the stock because it's expensive, but I think Teslas are some of the coolest cars out on the road right now. I think, and then especially with like the price and the budget and comparing them to like all the other EVs, I would take a Tesla hands down without thinking. It's a cool car. It's a cool car, fun to drive, pretty. I'm not paid to tell you this. Again, it's just that's it. You said that in 2019 about Tesla. Love you. Yeah, and I still never will buy it until it comes lower. You know, at least I've been consistent. That's all. I told you to buy a house in 2019 too. Did anybody else fucking listen? No. So instead of buying Tesla stocks, I bought all of the Inland Empire. And then we got even a little bit more in San Diego and LA. But, I knew you'd say that. Yeah, because that highlights everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, people, they're like, oh, you missed the one play. You hit 10 of the other ones. I'm like, I hope you didn't miss a generational paradigm shift in the biggest assets in the world. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, at the end of the day, you're going to miss a couple. You're going to get a couple. But I hope, too, it doesn't matter what you miss. You know, it's all about what you want. It ain't about what you walk away with. It's about what you walk away. Wait, no, I fucked it up. Yeah, you get it. What shift? Real estate. I mean, it sucks, but like, I gave some of you the biggest head start in real estate. If you look back, it's fucked up. We were talking $50,000 houses. Those are all 200 to 300 grand right now. Literally, I was making those videos in 2019, even 2020, even the middle of 2020. You guys, I would go out and tell you I'm looking for houses in August of 2020. I literally, you know, even 2021, every YouTuber said it was crashing. And I told you it is not going to crash. And I said I'm buying even more in 2021. And then it went from there. And it's like, you know, and I had a lot of good things. I may have missed a couple, but you realize if you any one of those houses, your life got changed. That's why some people love me the way they do. And I love them right back. And I'm glad they listen. You know, but it's like, it's crazy. It's like, in that, no matter what, like, you could have walked away 5 grand, 10 grand, FHA, 0 down, 3% down, 2% interest. You could have got a house for $10K at 20 years old. You would have made 200 grand. It didn't matter how much you threw in a Tesla. It wouldn't have done that. But yeah, I have said the same thing since then. And I will always say that, but the car is ill. The car is ill. Now I'm selling. Sell a good one, man. Sell it. Buy the cheap ones. The cars, too. The cars, I didn't mean to. The cars, I was stuck inside. I was going through a breakup. I was doing a lot of things. I just pulled up and bought a Lambo. I didn't mean to. I promise you. I'm glad I got out of that. That's why I was so quick to sell it. Usually, I don't sell cars until I've driven them for like 2-3 years and see like the value a little bit. And then I'll just use the Toyota. Wow, that thing just, let it sit pretty much. But that one, once it went up in value, I wasn't supposed to buy that car. I didn't want to buy that car. I should have bought more houses. I did buy houses, but I was supposed to end my car buying after the G-Wagon. I guess I did it again, too. I'm going to find out where you want to live. Well, I even said it yesterday, too, though. Maybe you know where you want to live. Maybe you have, like, a dream place in your local area. But, it's crazy. You can literally, you can just go rent where you want and then go buy a cheaper house with some of the profits at a lower cost basis. Still expand the portfolio and then live where you want. And hopefully it covers some of it. The bear thesis for housing is stronger now in 2021. Of course it is. But again, just don't forget, you had motherfuckers telling you it was going to crash when rates were at 2. And the money supply on the 70s OD, and they're like, it's crashing. I'm like, no, it's not, bro. I promise. And then Bitcoin was up. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, now, I said it. I told you guys how to make money off it, too. I said, if you think I'm an idiot and you don't like the real estate, it's simple. If you think it's going to crash, I told you to short the bonds. If you did that, you would have won too. But the broader stuff was very wild. But, just be careful. The game of you hit this, you miss this, it's a very slippery slope. And that's why always stay in the game and own assets, baby. Yeah, you could have made millions with Tesla if you did options or you levered a lot. But I'm just saying from that, you know how many times I turned small down payments, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 into 6 figures in the last couple of years? It's unreal. It was those were all of the plays that we served up and told you about a while, like literally age old, almost as long as I've been streaming. And that's where I'm like, you could have went from college graduate with nothing to 6 figures. But I could teach you now, but it's like we missed the opportunity is now a lot more contained. This was, again, 2020, 2021, all the way up until 2022. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I'm telling you, save up, get your long-term, keep your eye out for it. But it's like, you just got to survive. You think long-term, you're going to be able to get it. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like, you could have made money on Tesla, but there wasn't anything that competed with dude, kids were getting in on it. Again, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, $10,000, $5,000 down payment. 1 year later, it's 6 figures net equity is what you would walk away with. It was nuts. I like to say you could never go wrong buying real estate. I watch people prove that. I agree, and that's why, even now, I'm telling you guys to be more cautious. That time is over. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's why. It's like we could talk about whatever. Even then, the stocks go up, it's like, okay, great, it's over. What you walk away with, awesome. So, but it's like you do have to be cautious. That's why, Chad, send me a house, bro. Send it to me. You want to buy it, bro? I'll tell you, just like I did with homie today. Just like, yo, watch out for this, watch out for that. It's good here, it's lacking here. You got to just be a little bit smarter than the average consumer. You're going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Yield curve survivor. No, I rent. I have a lot of rentals. I've if anything, I've flipped a lot less this year. Just because, again, I was getting a little worried there. If it's easy cash flow, I buy it. But I do the flips when there's like a good deal and able to get it. But in the beginning of the year, I was worried about what I was going to sell them for up until SVB. And then I remember I sold off one of my other cribs right in like, I don't know, it was like May or June. And I top ticked it somehow because everybody got crazy about it. And then it did its thing. So I'm down with flipping, but I flipped a lot less this year. Definitely. Lending Tips still been doing a lot of flips. He's kind of an animal. Lending Tips is scary when it comes to the flips because he is like he loves the small margins sometimes. Me, I like to go like Barry Bonds. I'll wait for the pitch until it's like, I don't know, I want at least a decent amount. But like LT, he sees a property, he's like, boom, flip this, 20 grand. He's like, that's 20K in a month. We'll do it in 30 days. And then he'll do like 3 of them. But I'm like, I don't like those. I don't like those as much. So, and then again, some of you guys sent me properties today that you're flipping. So for me, I like it when the margin is good. That's why I could help some of you guys who are trying to just buy a house to live in or something. Because I'm just like, I want you to see what potential value and margin is there. And you'll know if it like makes sense or not. I like the no-brainers. That's it, all day, every day. But I did a couple this year, but very, very minimal. And then end of last year, I had that other flip too. I don't like it, but LT, he's better at the flips on the quicker ones because he's like, he has a good team. He has a good team, and they get him like, his budget usually is his budget. I could get a little bit flexible, but I need my budget or my protection in the equity. Stellantis offers an additional temporary Indiana layoffs. His IG reels. He's funny. I love watching all of your guys' shit, bro. It's so funny. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think we all relate to it too well, though, sometimes. That's it. Hopefully it's not too niche. I love them. Yeah, his approach is very systematic, but like it's because he's done it so many times. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, most people, you could have a system with flipping houses, but, like, the minute you start using different people, like, the budgets just get all over the place. And then materials are volatile and, like, all that other stuff. But, like, he is very good at like, using the same people and then keeping it, like, exactly how he forecast it. And that it's a gift because you don't watch that all the time. And especially with, like, the new guys who flip houses, that's where you like run into problems. It's so hard to stay on budget or timeline or both and then do it in a way where it works. So that's the thing. I think it's because he does the volume and he has these like 2 separate teams, but he has 2 different people and it works. Keep the TTF poker chip in the pocket now. Let's go. And I saw that house you sent me, Najee. What are you gonna do, man? Is that where you want to be at? I like the area I don't know as much about. The property is a little bit bigger. It could be a little smaller, but it's at least not a flip. They bought it hella cheap, though. That's the only problem. We might be able to find you a house in that area cheaper, unless you need something like right off the bat to like just start living into. But like areas like these where like you see some of those cheaper homes, you might be able to get one for like crazy. This place is damn expensive too, bro. All these places are like expensive. For the email. Oh, did you put in an offer for that for Colt? I hope that one works out. Wait, bro. How do I... I'm trying to view this 3D model now. Boofus Pluto. What's up, baby? Good morning. Good afternoon, bro. It's power hour, huh? In what? 40 minutes? No, we still got a lot of time. You tried general contracting for a season, volatility for real, every aspect from workers to material. Yeah. It's some people like it, some people don't. LT likes it. You just gotta be good at it or not. Oh shit, bro. Bro, this is the house you're building? Dude, this is crazy. Bro, I remember you even sending... Dude, didn't you sent this even before this year? Like years ago. Oh, you could WASD to it? Oh, wait, what? Dude, this is dope. Was the land plot expensive? But this is, bro, it's going to be gorgeous. Perfect design, too. Is the view is going to be in the backyard, right? Oh, you bought the land in 2018. Oh, you mother effer. Damn, it was still that much for the plot? Oh, that's why I hate building. I can't do that. That's why I'm like, I can't pay that much for just the fucking rock. No, it's ocean view, bro. It's not like it's a beautiful, no, but at least you're building something on it, though. Yeah, bro, this is probably going to be like a $20 million house. Or like at least 10, bro. This is going to be ridiculous. What the fuck? And do have solar. Wow, very good. No, I can't. I have the build out, but there's like, I don't know if there's, I'm not going to dox his beautiful home. Are you a builder in Texas? Oh, you might need to. Texas. That's crazy. That's crazy. The land, though, is like... Because the only other one I wanted to build, the one I told you about not too long ago in Escondido, somebody wanted to sell me like a 6-unit that already had plans to build 60 units. So I pretty much could have bought this building and then turned it into like a little ghetto skyrise. Like not like a full skyrise, but like 60 units, you know what I'm saying? I think it was like 10 floors with like, I think what? Like 5 units a pop, and then you had like the top floor. It was nice. It was very, very nice. But then I didn't want to deal with that time. It is, but it was like it would have taken like 4 to 5 years, and I'm like, I don't like that, unfortunately. But then I would have walked away with 60 houses or 60 condos. A mid-rise, yes. Mid-rise. But Texas, that'd be cool. Can you build up in Texas easy or no? Like Cali, it's getting really easy to build up once the places get packed, but then there's some places that don't let you build up. You got towers with 75 floors and the building starts swaying. Nah. I'm good. Most homes are like 2-story. Like I'm saying, like, can we go, like in San Antonio, if I wanted to build like a 20-story building, like of condos, would they let me? Because I've went to places in California that I wanted to build, in like the smaller towns in Cali, they won't let it happen. They refuse to. And I'm like, that's stupid. But yeah, there's height limits depending on your city, and then if it's more like family rather than like city, they just won't even let it happen. Someone once built a tall tower on Padre Island. It was condemned immediately and is the tallest building officially brought down by controlled demo. Depends on zone. But that's the thing I want. That's like, if I did want to build, that is something there. Or I do a young Buffett, bro. I do want to build my dream house. That looks like a dream house. That's so. Congratulations too, man. You better enjoy it. And then you got the baby on the way. Man, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I want to build a skyscraper. I want one of those. I think that'd be a really cool thing. And just like for real estate, again, like building up in certain areas. And, you know, again, we are going to start building up eventually in all of the really, really poppin' places. All right, you're kind of flushing again. Bonds are chilled. So is the dollar. Nothing. Equities have been moving. That's it. And it's Friday. It kind of feels like a weird one. Japan Ministry of Finance says no change in stance to act on excessive FX moves. Then Saudi affirms, this was a minute ago, a categorical rejection of calls for forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, condemns targeting of civilians there. A categorical rejection of calls for forced displacement. And then S&P says it believes resilient U.S. consumer will generally remain above water with some stress likely in the overextended segments. Uber 43? What is that? Is that down 9? Down 6.4? Yikes. Again, oil's on the high, B&O and USO. They have a strip mall church that's facing foreclosure. If it's deal, yalla, tell us how much. Low price, we do. If high price, I take the bond. I thought Cali was all about housing density. Well, yeah, that's why they're going to start having to build up. The more Cali grows and just all the cities, there's no space. The only space that will be available will be knocking down all of the dense properties and then building them up on the same plot if you can. Or take 2 plots and then build 5 stories up. Used to live in Hong Kong. You had dinner at the Ritz at the 101th floor. That's trippy. I think the biggest building I've been in was the one in downtown, the U.S. Bank Tower with the little slide. There's been at least 10 and 15 others 5-story condos being built. New tram system being built in my area north of Dallas. Dude, they're popping. Israel Netanyahu says Israel's counteroffensive in Gaza is only the beginning. Okay. Jeez. Oh, it hasn't even happened yet. Oh, my gosh. And bonds still moving. Group bonds on the high. Did you go to the 71 above? Is that the like? There's a bar or like restaurant up there. I went there, but I don't know what it's called. And I saw the little slide thing, but I didn't go on it. Why do you want 20 stories? The new Carlton sheets. Well, I like doors. You know, I like to have multiple units, and there's good value in there. Like ideally, if I could build up like a 20-unit residential building, sell off a couple of units and make it free. That's why I want it. So literally, my buddy does that. My other buddy who does building, he's the other guy I would go to instead of Young Buffett now, because Young Buffett has done some good work. But that's what he does. He'll build 4 houses in L.A., like in Hollywood, right next to each other. You ever see those houses that are like modern and they look exactly the same kind of? He'll do that. He's owned them for a while, or he'll buy the land plots, and then he'll build them, right? And then he'll sell 2 of them. Right when he's done, he'll sell 2 of them, and then the other 2 will pay. The 2 that he sells pays for all of them. Sometimes he'll have to sell like 3 out of 4. It just all depends. And then he'll keep one of them for free. So it's the free share method, but with houses. So like if you could build 10 units, sell off 6 of them, and then you could have 4 units all paid for free for the rest of your life. What happens when Biden says no rent again? Well, you deal with the situation. I mean, again, we already dealt with it before. I heard that's the beauty, is that ironically, I never thought I'd be able to say it, but I have experience with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, legitimately, I have dealt with a full rental stoppage for months or years. I've had really bad experiences, but for the most part, I mean, we treated everybody good. They treated us pretty decently back, and that's all we could ask for. But either way, I see it as a good investment. Oh, it's the restaurant? Yeah. It's cool up there. Dealing with people as fellow Americans is honorable. Yeah, and I mean, people, like, dude, at the moment, people were really scared. I was even scared. And, like, everybody was chill. Like I said, I had one really bad experience with an NFL player. that was one of them. But other than that, it was pretty chill. And again, I had other renters towards the end, and then they just left voluntarily. And that was it. Netanyahu's birthday is October 21st. That's weird. Volume picking up a little bit, but we're right below VWAP. I mean, again, dollar has not moved all day. Who's NFL player? I wouldn't want to put him on blast, because we eventually, part of me getting him out was me not putting him on blast. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, I to be honest, I would have to go to my email to remember his name. He was a scrub. Like, you don't know who he is. Like, I didn't know he was in the NFL till he sent me an NFL pay stub. Like, he played for LA. He played for the Rams a couple years ago. I was like, you're crazy, bro. That's a low-key blast. Well, again, I mean, I'm not gonna put him on blast by name. I wasn't trying to get him in trouble I was like, bro, you want me to go talk to your team right now about what the F you're doing? No, bro, it's a real NFL pay stub. The guy, like, income verification was NFL. I've never seen that on an application. And then I was like, bullshit. And I saw the checks. The guy has checks from the NFL and the Los Angeles Rams. It was wild. That's why I was like, there's no way this guy's going to scam me. But he did. Yeah, I was going to call his coach. I've told this a while. That was my only bad experience during COVID, because he was an NFL player and he literally lied. And every time he would be like, he would refuse to pay rent every month. And this was a very high mortgage. And he refused to pay it. And every time he would send us the email with a signed COVID declaration highlighting the laws and like, dude, he was playing the card. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like, and then at first we were like, okay, that's fine. And then I eventually found the house on Airbnb. So this guy was sending me fucking letters, government things saying signed under penalty of perjury that I meet this and this is why. I just work in the system, right? Yeah, sending me the forms. I have no legal recourse. And then I find my house on Airbnb. And that's it. Once we say, I'm like, mother effer, you want, so how you want to do this? That was it. Then problem solved. I was like, you fucking scammer, dude. Just go catch a football. Like, that's your job, bro. It's all you had to be doing. Why you even running an Airbnb out of my crib? You say you can't pay. What the hell? Man, if I ran a 4.540, you think I'd be stealing Airbnbs? It's bullshit. Unethical Life Hacks, Volume 1. Put him on buzz. Well, it's over. I don't even care, bro. It's over. That was years ago. It's chill. Once I told him what I was going to do. I said, if you do not resolve this, this is going to be really fun for me. I was like, bro, I got a stream. This is going to be really fun to talk about with your name. And then we're going to call up everybody on the coaching staff. We're going to get to the bottom of this, but that's it. He reputationally, he didn't want, because he was flexing on the gram too, bro. And I was like, this is crazy. Again, I knew his Instagram. So even when he would send me the COVID shit, I would see this guy on like private jets and in Lambos. And I'm like, my goodness. I'm like, this is yikes. Well, no, that's it, man. It's over, bro. I don't live in the past. I moved on. I don't know if he still plays or not. Like I said, I don't even remember his name. It's in my email. I don't want to even give you a clue. I have an idea of what it was, but. Yellen critically important to prevent Middle East war. If C goes red, that's crazy. I was saying that earlier. Yeah, they are red right now. City went positive 2.9. Want to hear your friend's story? Sure. I always like a good story. Power hour is in 20 minutes, though. It's still like early and slow. Oil is settling now. Oh. Any steps were taken to protect YCL from any disaster-based moves? No. I think at this, we've already gone through hell with the yen, so I'm holding it like a bank. You know, again, held till maturity, because in the sense it's going to do its bounce back. But I don't know about that's how you know it's risk. We don't know how to view this weekend. I hope you get that. It's like, you know, you're like in the event of disaster. And it's a possibility, but there's no real, like, we don't know what it's going to affect. Again, that's why I said, unfortunately, today, dollar up, bonds up, gold up. So it's like maybe you can get, if you want to protect, maybe you buy something else. But remember, the moment you try to protect, ask yourself how you're doing it with insurance. Are you buying a put? Or if you sell out, like, you know, everything kind of has its own little cost associated. So in this case, though, YCL, I mean, if anything, I'm not as worried about that. I mean, in my mind, I feel like even though the dollar would probably go up, if the world gets a little crazy and it was disaster, I do think the yen performs during disaster. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I feel, that's why I've been holding it still, even throughout this last couple months. During COVID, though, the yen, that's where the weakness started, but then it wasn't until like 2022. So, like, even then, if you look at like 2020, how things played out, like with a lot of stuff, and then this right here, this was COVID. So, look at when disaster finally struck, the yen dropped almost 10% in strength, not weakening. So, but then it was like after, once the dollar and all that inflation, that's where it got a little crazier. But I do believe that it should have a benefit. Maybe it's short-lived, but for the most part, trying to, I think it brings up a bigger point of what do you do this weekend? You know what I'm saying? Like if you really are worried about the weekend onslaught and what could happen, that is what you got to be thinking about. Because if nothing happens or something is going to happen, but like let's say the market ignores it like it did on Tuesday, the day after, then who knows what it's going to look like. And that's kind of the thing. Is it worth it to move? That's where we got to be looking. And then, again, earnings is all next week. Physical silver. Don't need vampire sweat. Always good. When is buying season? If earnings are good, it will be right now. And then up until maybe, I don't know though, maybe until middle of November. That's the thing. If this take too long though, before you know it, it's going to start looking like a great time to tax loss harvest while still getting a decent value. And then you're going to have to hear everybody debate about what's going to happen next year. But long-term, I said it today, though, even for the long term, even if you're younger or you are thinking 5-10 years, it's like, just keep in mind, owning, like there's a good time to buy certain things, especially if you like certain names over a long enough time frame. You could get caught up with what's going to happen this year, next year, but what about 5 years, 10 years? And that could really help you get in some good places for the most part. I am expecting tax loss harvest this year. Yeah, I think even for myself and just in general. I don't know when, though. That's what I'm saying. Some people might start tax loss harvesting now, but if you're waiting for, it makes a lot of sense. Wait for earnings, we get a little higher, because if you could get a tax loss sell at a high price, even better, but then this is still high. That's the irony of all of it. Arguably, this was probably the tax loss zone last, October in 2021. You think it would be an early leak on possible weak bank earnings? I think we talked about it. Maybe the regionals, but so far the big banks are looking good. So I feel like we would have got more. You would have felt that fear more today if like JP Morgan and Wells Fargo were as bad. But didn't hear from regionals. I mean, they're making interest. The big banks don't show the problems, but always it's been the regionals that do. You could that's what I'm going to do. So if after I take losses on certain things, if I still have more unrealized losses, I'm not going to take them. I'm going to balance all the way up to zero, and then I'm going to go until next year, and then we'll use everything else for the year after. You could roll them over however long, as long as it's unrealized. It's just your cost basis. Buy here, sell here, what date, when's money in, when's money out. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. You got Romain Riztik. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Even the Twitch too. I love you. NBRB.
We were at a customer conference, a month or two ago. I mean, they've started to be a little, from an investor perspective, a little more open. But I think that's going to be part of the story. I mean, if you look at Carp and Palantir building, and we've called it what I view as probably one of the gems in AI, and I think it's just starting here. Defense was actually their roots. Enterprise and going forward, that's really going to be a lot of the core growth. We believe this is really going to be an AI revolution with Palantir playing a major role.
All right, it's at the leading edge there, certainly. Dan Ives, really appreciate your joining us, coming in here on a Friday. Dan Ives of Wedbush. Now, all out for Palestine protests are taking place globally, and we see in New York City, they've boosted their security. You can see right now, live shot, this is lower Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, outside Baruch College in about 25th Street and Lexington. We're gonna dive into how the city has prepared for these protests. That's next. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Bro, this is the song. This jingle, bro, I love it. Memories. I love it. I love it, bro. Flashbacks. You know what I'm saying? I get just on my TV. I love it. I love it. You have no idea. It's great. Someone find me. What's it called? No, screw it. I don't want that. Find me that one. Find me that song. Whatever beat that is, bro. Or can someone make it? I'm gonna make a beat to that. I love it though. I love it. I love that song. I'm so glad that came on. I only grabbed, dude. Can I confess? I'm eating another fucking croissant, dude. These Costco things are the devil. I'm never buying them again. Never rebuke them and never have them in my house. But it's good. I need a little food though. You know what I'm saying? I was getting kind of nauseous there. I think it's because of vitamins. You know, your vitamins, we don't eat that much. It's not good. Oh, what song's better? F-350, man. You addicted, Nas? I really am. I don't warm them up, no. I'm still, I still have half. And then it's already the day past the sell-by day now. Is a Costco membership worth it for me and my girl? Dude, come on. Just welcome to adulthood. It is well worth it. I believe, too, depending your cash back, if you get the executive card or whatever, you should, if you spend more than like, what is it, like $3,000 or $5,000 a year on groceries, it pays for itself. It depends how, like, do you eat a lot? Because everything's just in big quantities, but like, it's a deal, bro. Everything there it is cheaper. I said it too the other day, like cereal. So like cereal at grocery stores is so expensive right now. At Costco, it's like $5, $7 for like 2 gigantic boxes. It's cheaper than a date to the local aquarium. You'll spend more time browsing there. And I mean, I'll tell you, I've had like 2 or 3 successful dinner dates at Costco with my girl. She loved it, you know. I'll be like, I'll spoil you today. You get chicken bake, not just a hot dog. You get chicken bake. You're special. That's what I'm saying. They love it. They love it. You get car rent, bro. You get tires. My girlfriend just realized that. She was like, they got tires at Costco? I was like, hell yeah. How you think I used to get tires on the Hyundai? Or on the Honda. I never drive a Hyundai, bro. VTEC life. Where you at? Yeah, they got tires. They got everything. You got 3 boxes of cereal. That's a good deal. If it's good cereal, I could get behind that. Otherwise, cereal's been mad offensively overpriced. Elf is running up again. Amazon has tires. They can't install it, though. I'm not going to let the UPS guy try to install my tires. Maybe I should have mentioned the installation. Costco have installation, too. Balance and rotate. Bonds came down a little bit. Oh, wait, here, he's back on. I need to go pee. I didn't go pee. I just grabbed the fucking croissant. That was such a stupid trade. I left. I got a croissant and came back. Got good music, and then I still didn't even get to go pee. I'm like, why do I need to go pee right now? Hold on.
And Iranian proxies in Lebanon and Syria, but it blows up into a direct confrontation between Israel and Iran. And if that happens, the scenario we construct, based on what's happened in past wars in the region, is for really a very, very sharp rise in oil prices. If oil prices go from all the way where they are now to $150 a barrel, our models tell us that would take a full percentage point off global growth. That would take global growth for 2024 all the way down to 1.7%, the lowest level since the early 1980s. So that's a risk scenario, maybe even a low probability risk scenario. It's not where we are today, but as tensions continue to rise, as emotions run extremely high, it's a possibility that we need to start thinking about.
Yeah, and I know you don't get into this in the big take story, but having been someone who's covered China and looked at Asia, there's a lot of questions as well whether other countries might take advantage of this moment of conflict to perhaps pursue their own aims. China, Taiwan, for instance. How are you starting to think through some of that? Because that always comes up every time there's any kind of conflict where a country invades another.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, if we think about the geopolitical risks, which have the capacity to significantly move the dial on global growth, then Taiwan would come near the top of that list. Yeah. And we have an election in Taiwan in January, which potentially is a moment where we could see tensions increasing. I think if you speak to the kind of China strategists and the Taiwan strategists, though, what they would tell you is actually the status quo in the Taiwan Strait, the uneasy stability, it's pretty sticky and not likely to change anytime soon.
All right, Tom Orlick, there, our chief economist over at Bloomberg Economics, with the global view of those geopolitical conflicts now unfolding. And back here at home, near our Bloomberg World headquarters, protests are now taking place here in the streets in support of Palestine. Joining us right now is Bloomberg New York Bureau Chief Katya Borzakansky to talk a little bit more about this. And I think a lot of folks in the city were on edge when word got out that these protests were being organized. What do we know about the organizers?
We know that they're a variety of different groups.
That's the first time they said they were worried about
and
protesters.
They're coming together
because they're Middle Eastern.
Across various protests. I mean, they're
and a lot of people are concerned about a potential attack. Why would that be? Can you tell us why? Can you tell us about the people at the protest?
There's one large one that's going to take place imminently in Times Square with a host of different groups attached to the flyer.
Right.
Hard to know if they're actually affiliated with it. And then we have also on CUNY campuses. They're popping up all over.
And I think that's what we're looking at right here, which is Baruch College in Manhattan. What is Mayor Eric Adams saying about the city's preparation for all of this?
So the mayor and the NYPD keep stressing that there are no credible imminent threats. And while a lot of people are on edge to go about your daily life, that you're going to be protected, that you're going to be fine, they've boosted security at synagogues, at mosques, at schools, throughout the transit system, and you can just generally see an elevated police presence around the city. Several friends have texted and said, they're boosting security guards at my kid's preschool or wherever, even places that aren't religious institutions.
Do we have a sense here that some of these stepped-up security measures are going to be here to stay for a while until whatever is going on in the Middle East is resolved?
That's a good question. I mean, given that there's probably no imminent solution to what's happening, there'll probably be responses to just with the societal unrest, right? Like this was known to be the day of rage, and so there's been anxiety in the Jewish community for the last several days associated social media has been aflutter with paranoia about what would happen today.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a response to that. Mayor Eric Adams is very close to the Jewish community here in New York City.
Yeah.
So there is a direct response to that constituency.
Yeah. And we've seen this a lot in New York City, where we have some incident overseas, and then of course they have to step up the protection of synagogues and other places of worship in order to make sure that people feel comfortable.
Of course, it's nothing new. They also do it during the high holy days.
Yeah.
All right, Katya Porzakansi, thank you so much, New York's bureau chief here for Bloomberg News. And Romain, a lot of people didn't make it into the office today because of these protests. I mean, it was pretty empty at the garage when I parked my car this morning.
Yeah, it was hard to kind of know what to make of this, right? I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to come out and protest, but I guess as long as it's peaceful. But I think it scared a lot of people away, not just because of those protesters, but I think there was this fear that you were going to have counter protesters, and then that could cause some issues. At least for right now, we don't have any reports of any significant incidents there. We will keep an eye on that here as we march to the closing bells here. We're about to round out into the final trading hour.
Maybe it's because it's more. I feel like this was the most different way I've heard a protest described in the last 3 years. 4 or 5 years even. I feel like every other protest, they'd be like, it's mostly peaceful and everybody is there trying to send out their, they want to let their voice be heard. It's all peaceful protest. This one, they're like, I don't know if we go into the garage or not. And then if the counter protester, you hear about the day of rage. And then the people at the protest and then we just, I don't know, man, you should live in fear, but you're safe this time. I'm just saying, but maybe we should watch out for the protesting. Dude, it sounds so much different though, bro. I'm like, it's the Middle East, bro. It's crazy. Because then again, and some of you were like, oh, just because the protesters are Muslim. And now let me tell you too, again, you can be from the Middle East. You can support the Middle East. And you do not have to be a Muslim. Okay, guys? Just like I'm Middle Eastern. I'm 100% Middle Eastern. My parents were born in Egypt. I am not Muslim. Okay? And to help you understand the point, I still celebrate Thanksgiving. Okay? You see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't... Terrorist, we got him. no, that's not. It's not what I'm trying to. Damn it, man. No, yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying though. It's like you could tell this is a differently explained protest because a lot of people have a hard time differentiating between the religion and the continent or the country, and everybody thinks the problem is they all say, well, it's Middle Eastern, so then the Muslims, but then like, wait, do you have to be Middle Eastern and Muslim? No. So just keep that in mind. Not everybody is out there, but they definitely explain this one a little bit different. That was an interesting one to see. It felt like an old way they used to talk about protests. Felt like we went back in time there. I am 100% Persian. I, too, celebrate Christmas and Thanksgiving. Wow. We're knocking over stereotypes today, baby. So just don't ever forget, baby. It does. I feel like it does feel like post 9/11 rhetoric. It feels like the light version where it's not accelerated yet, but like, again, the media and people, they have a very difficult time differentiating the people from the religion, but then it's so embedded within it all. It's just, but then now again, I mean, usually, mostly peaceful protesters out here. They were like, yeah, half the people ain't show up to work today. We're like, what? Y'all ain't do this for any other There was protesters, the people would have like guns and masks. And y'all were like, it's mostly peaceful protester. And, people just need to get out there and say how they feel. And, they really want to express themselves. It does not. We're like, we got security armed. And we even do this on the normal holidays. So we're just, seems very different. Reuters, yeah, that was early in the morning. 3, I think. I think 3 journalists were killed today. So that stuff was earlier. But again, that's in this whole weekend is all, again, they're calling today the day of rage. That's why some people are worried both in the States, in France, and everywhere. I don't know how worried you have to be, but That's why we kind of talked about it a little. But overall, the main theme of today is that Israel has been telling people to evacuate because they're, this weekend they're about to go off, it seems like. So some people are worried about that. It's one thing about today. It's also about what Israel is going to do over the weekend, and it may move everything else. It's not the protest thing. It's the call for jihad actions. Well, that's the thing, is that maybe we got to separate the jihad from the people. And that's why this thing is so confusing for a lot, because some people see things going wrong and they're like, I support this side, but you got to be very specific about what you are supporting. But again, once you introduced the Middle East culture, Middle East people, it's very hard for people to not assume certain things. That's why I'm saying I hope everybody is aware. It's, not every Middle Eastern is this, not every Middle Eastern is that. And it's just like, that's the thing. There's people out there who are supporting jihad and who aren't. And some know it and some don't. And you know what I'm saying? And some people are supporting their brethren and their people that they're with. So it's like, it's a very wild concept. But yeah, I mean, I'm not, I've made a lot of jihad jokes about GameStop, but I'm not a fan of that. But that's why the Day of Rage is related to that call of action for jihad. But then again, they were saying even for other holidays, they take precautions. But you definitely, I think even the reporting of it all, it just sounds like a much different protest. I don't support terrorism, but don't support genocide. Neither choice is good or moral. Dude, and welcome to the battlegrounds of the words with everything. Is it's like, dude, that's what this shit runs way too deep. Somebody said it the other day, both sides feel attacked. As we call for no violence, and again, I do believe in that. I'm not a bloodlusting warmonger, and I hope you're not either, but both sides feel wronged, and that's why you have both sides kind of saying, well, we're just defending ourselves. But then, then everybody's like, you did this, you did that, you did this, you did that. And it's wild. Muslims for women's rights. You're trying to take it there, huh? You're trying to get into the Quran. You're going to try to highlight the starkness of the West and the East, and then the people on the West who give support to something that doesn't support them. I saw a better video. It was a man of a different sexual orientation. It is a trap, but again, he said something more along the lines of just, you see people who will support certain things, but all the time, I mean, they'll take your support, but it doesn't you have to know what every side stands for. But on the extreme levels, I don't think any side stands. They're all very oppressive, and I'm saying on both sides. Just that's kind of the whole issue here. Both sides feel oppressed in some way. So bringing oppression up in other realms, well, I think it's a side issue, but above all else, it is not I don't think a lot of people know about all of the actual specifics of every belief and what they're getting behind. Again, I think the biggest issue right now is there's people who support, but they don't necessarily know what they're actually supporting, and maybe unknowingly throwing their support behind something that may not really call for their safety or support. Shift cut at F-150 Lightning. Wasn't that earlier? Don't forget about the, what's it called? Don't forget about the UAW stuff. There's another one. I feel like someone's moral standing could be known by whether or not they support the death penalty. nah. I think, I don't know. You can't ever judge it down to that, but I don't know. Something about like fake prayers and fake activism on social media, that tells me a lot about people's morality. That's, you know what I'm saying? Especially after a couple of days now, that's everybody wants to make a point. Everybody wants to side. There's a lot of virtue signaling in this, and that's why it's like it's a damn shame. Like, as I'm saying, you have people stoking the fires of morality and this and that and war, and it's not even, you know what I'm saying? And it's just they want to look a certain way, or they want you to know they know. You know what it's again. I mean, listen to Kendrick Lamar, bro. As I say, rich spirit, broke phone, trying to keep the balance. I'm hanging out like he says it, bro. He says it. We need a PHILO on standing up against the government when it goes against God's will. Dude, that's not in the Bible. At all. I promise you. If it was, then Jesus would have turned into Superman, fucking ripped the nails off the cross, and started turning them to frogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole point. To give Caesar's what is Caesar's. You know, no, it's not. That does not happen in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not in the Bible there. Again, it says even then, you know, to listen to those in power and order. Honestly, like, I feel bad making political jokes sometimes, you know, if that's the case, but it's like, nah, bro, it's not. It doesn't say there, you know, it says turn the other cheek in love, and honestly, I would look to that. That's harder to do than fighting. I'm just telling you now. You guys don't think, I've said this always. It's so much, that's why I feel bad when I clap back at people. Again, I've had people do other things to me in life, and I've resisted. But it's like, for real, do you realize it's way easier to fight back than turn the other cheek? To try to approach love is way more radical than anything. It is radical to kill people. It's radical to strap yourself to a bomb, kill yourself and other people. It's even more radical to try to love your neighbor as you love yourself. For somebody to spit on your face, somebody to do wrong to you, and for you to take it and not unleash the rage and the bloodlust that we have as humans, oh my goodness. That's why, like, that I honestly think you should figure that one out, and that is the moral test and challenge, and that's what the Bible teaches. You see, that's what I got out of it. That's why when I grew up, I didn't like church, because I was like, I don't think they read the Bible, you know, because when I read it, that's what I got out of it. You know, I didn't see, it says things will be wrong. Again, Ecclesiastes will show you the wickedness that crept into the world. Proverbs will give you some principles on it. But the whole idea is like, we should have been expecting this, and you should know. But, dude, the craziest, most radical thing is to love. Hands down. It makes it really, if you take it at face value and even look at it deeper, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That was one of the most radical teachings ever. Why in the world would I love my neighbor as again, I will put in work, I'll put in effort, I'll have people shit on me. I will have people do good to me, and then people will kill. They'll kill my brothers, my cousins. You know, why would I show love? That's way more radical than showing revenge or even defending yourself, believe it or not. All of that is, that's a radical concept of turn the cheek. Very, very radical. So that's what it says. But the Bible, please do not ever make that mistake. The Bible does not tell you to try to overthrow the government. The Bible does not advocate for you to fight back against authority. That's why people take the wrong belief thinking that the Bible is there to control you. It's not, but it's have faith in God. There's something bigger, but you know, you don't become good by doing bad things. You can say it with me, man. You do not become good by doing bad things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get good by fighting. You don't get good by killing. You know, God does not show, we're doing it in God's name, so let's overthrow this. That's not what the Bible says. So I hope none of you ever misinterpret that. You do not become good by doing bad things. Again, that's why I've been trying to communicate for a long time now. Again, that's what I'm saying. The war is like, dude, you do not become good by doing bad things. That's unfortunately. That's how the crusades start. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I tell you my belief. I read my Bible. That's it. And it's for a reason. I told you my whole life I lived one way and I didn't like it, and I listened to other people, and eventually I read the book myself, cover to cover. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I was like, damn, I don't think they read the book. I remember there's people in my life at one point I was like, wow, they know God, bro. They have to know God. Look at them. Wow. And then once I was old enough and read it myself, I was like, wow, they didn't read it. They did not read this, and they did not read the same things I read. I promise you, because that was not how I saw people get treated, how they behaved, how other people behaved. It wasn't like that. So it's just like you got to read it yourself. So why did you threaten to expose the NFL player when he wasn't willing to cooperate? Because he cared about it, and that was a non-violent, easy way to solve the solution before going to court. Because I just said, if you're saying you're poor and have no money, then, I mean, we should probably let people know. But that's why. I mean, I didn't resort to killing him. I didn't threaten him. And even then, you ask me today, years later, I have an opportunity. I could shit on his name. I could put him on blast. All he did was do wrong things to me. You know what I'm saying? Literally robbed me of my money, lied to me, lied to the government, played this whole game. And even then, I still to this day, I'll say, why would I do that to someone when I have, no violence. It's the problem solved, But it's like, and even then, you move on. It takes more for me not to make a video and monetize that man and that story than it does to sit back and say, wow, he shit on me, robbed me, and I did nothing about it. So, I don't know. You tell me. Pop. A little bit. And then Zim has been running up. I've had this on the screen for a little. Let God handle the rest. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It sucks. I don't like it when I get vengeful. But I've learned to keep that out of my heart because it's so disgusting. And that's what I said, man. You know, some of y'all, I love you. God bless you. But it's like, you know, in the same way, I've had people do bad to me for a while. They're mad at me for whatever the reason may be. They'll shit on me. And like I'm saying, man, you're more of a coward to attack than it is for me to just take it and say I love you. I don't know if you'll feel that. And that's why that is something big of my belief, and I hope all of you, and you'll see. Again, I showed you saw an example yesterday. It's like, again, it's very cowardly to go into that. And if you know the pleasure you get of vengeance and hurting somebody, it only lasts for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's super simple where it's just, you got to do your thing. I mean, that's it. It takes way more prayer and effort to say, God, why let me go at these people, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real. I have a lot of anger at other times, you know, and I know how angry I could get. But I told you the PHILO the other day. Once you realize how much you love things and that same energy applied towards love and good things, dude, and like doing what you love, oh my, it's so much more freeing. And you know, and you get so much more for it. So, I don't know, but that's up to you. That's not like, that's a personal decision. Like, these were the lessons they used to teach you in old Disney movies. Now they don't. Why aren't you fighting back? Then they're going to do it, you know? It's like, what? And again, we're not talking about the war. We're talking about a radical belief right now. So don't get it twisted. Is the main reason I subscribe. You teach a lot of good. I hope so. And like at the same time, I don't think I'm always good. Like I'll tell you, like, yeah, I was freaking out that day. I was doing it, but it's like the general principle. Because sometimes I lose it, man. Again, sometimes you get me at the wrong moment in that, but these are principles, and it is what I believe. And like, again, I hope you learn from my journey, but every day, every year I even spend online, we've been blessed to deal with so many people, good and bad. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, not everything's perfect, but the principle of what it is, like, you should know what I stand for and what I believe. And I know a lot of you do too. And that's why, it's good that we have each other. Because at the same time, if you're looking around thinking you're the only one like that, it gets a little weird. But, for real, it is, you're not going to be perfect, but hopefully there's a principle to guide by. And that's something I hold highly. And that's where I do. It brings me a lot of guilt and shame if you cannot forgive and love, it's really bad. And seriously, it makes, in my heart, in my mind, my PHILOs, when I think, bro, literally, if you cannot treat somebody that you see with love and respect, even if you don't like them, I don't think you can't believe in God. Your faith is fake. What you believe in is a weird sky daddy, but that's not God. And guess what? These are Jesus's words himself. Literally, if you cannot love something in front of you, how are you going to love something you can't see? Like, you know what I'm saying? And you say, I say a lot of my beliefs. And again, maybe my language doesn't reflect what I believe sometimes. How I act, maybe outburst, anger, whatever it may be. But it's like, when it's all said and done, if you cannot believe in your heart or make that effort to try to love those around you, regardless of differences, anger, how they treat you, where is your faith then? Because it's very, to see somebody in this world, a physical world of humans, to see them and to want to hurt them. And you want to say that you pray to an invisible God? Wow. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, God talks to me, and I learn this, and I pray, and I do this, and all of that. But it's like, whoa, but you can't love a person in front of you. Something you can see. That's it. It's wild. Everyone makes mistakes. 100. That's why I'm saying, like, in your heart, though. That's why I like love. That's why I'm saying I feel bad on the even the little moments I fall through the cracks with it when I do act like that, when someone lets my anger get the best of me. That's why I'm like, dude, I do feel bad about it. I try to reconcile it, and I know in my heart, because I don't want to violate that principle, because I know I'm not taking my faith seriously if that's not how I'm going about things. Keep aiming for the mark, baby. Keep shooting. Yes, it's good. Good talks today. Again, sorry for some of you on non-members. You're not allowed to complain. That's the only difference. So I'm glad if you're still here. But again, and some of you, I think you have nicely worked yourself into the discussion. And again, I love to see it. So thank you. Anger isn't inherently evil. It's not, but it is the main ingredient. So usually, it leads to it. Why are the trips and travel taking the biggest hit? I think travel related to this weekend in Israel. Chips, probably because China unwound the last couple days. But otherwise, going on a limb, I wouldn't know the reason for that one. Maybe for Intel earnings, but that's it. Everyone had that mindset. That's what got me on. I played that logical thought game. It works out good, but I don't know. In a weird way, I do believe I see people growing, man. And I think the world we live in, there's a lot less hope some places, but eventually, man. And again, the way we all found each other, the fact there's even a couple thousand of us right now, with most of us, legitimately, I'd say less than 500, are on the complete opposite vibe that we are. A lot of us are on. You know what I'm saying? It's like that right there could tell you a lot. So I do think I do have a lot of faith for it, and everybody goes at their own time, and everything is a work in progress. PRZ. That sounds very familiar. City. I thought City was going to hold up. I think all of the banks did very good, and they all flipped. Delta adding 3 flights to return Israel evacuees to U.S. We're like-minded, baby. Amen. But that's what that's what gives me a lot of hope. You could even find that many like-minded people. That says a lot. Oh, you found it? I joined because I miss out on complaining. JK is cool. I would say I missed banning a little bit. So let's see. Let's see what's up, man. But honestly, I mean, we've had talks. We've had a lot of disagreement today. I hope some of you can learn from some of the members. I mean, nobody has been banned or timed out unless it was a rocket today on any of the chats. So like I'm saying, I mean, you feel free, man. Do what you need to do, but you could be there. You could be here respectfully and vibe, and I would love to give you guys a platform for whatever it may be. That's all, just done respectfully. That's how it gets down, man. Gunner. On. God bless you, baby. God bless you and thank you. So I'm talking about. Like letting some of the chads in. Gotta spread the love, man. Let's do it.
God bless you, Connor. I know you have been banned before, but look at you shining now as an example to the chads. He'll get you a solar lead one day, but in the meantime, I love you. GG. Tell a hater get a long term.
Amen. 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 Holding it down. Holding it down. Yes. Yeah, if everyone stayed in constant agreement, no progress would be done. It's how you progress. DC should take notes. I agree. I guess that little talk we had is just about repaying evil with evil, anger with anger, violence with violence. So you're not required to agree with everybody, but just along the lines. Hopefully, someone does wrong to you, you could think of something else except respond with the same thing back. When Judas or Yeshua, you say, yeah, some people refer to him as Yeshua, to the Roman and betrayed him. Check out that scene. Yeshua's homeboy was straight tripping. Just because you believe, you need to reinterpret. Amen. Right away, bro. They're like, you taking Jesus? He pulled out the strap right away and cut off the fool's ear. And Jesus is like, yo, bro. Nah, G. And then he said, shout out Najee Wolf. And then he was like, nah, man, there you go. There you go. That's it. Peter. Peter. And then Peter be denying him a couple days later. Humans. Eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Be kind, be open-minded, and do your own research. You ended it with the stock disclaimer. You're like, and do your own diligence. None of this is a recommendation. Thank you. All eyes on me. GD, remember, General Dynamics got a military contract for boat repairs today. I didn't think they were going to move too hot off it. And then all of the other defenses were up. RTX were up on still, but that came down. Novo ended up holding. Bro, today, all day, every day is just 7 hours of waiting for the bonds to do something, and then that's it. Reed's getting smacked with long duration stabilizing. It's because after yesterday, we're all freaked out in bond land. Because I think the last time that happened was here. You had like a fat drop after the little rally. And then this one, we just went straight down. But these little like fake ass little pops, they're not really all that great. So I genuinely think after yesterday, people just got a little spooked that the bond thing's like, it's not over yet. At work, hope things are going well. It's been a long day. I mean, kind of wild in some instances. We moved after the consumer sentiment, but it's been good. There's a lot of fear and worry about what's going to happen in Israel this weekend. Bank earnings, BlackRock, Wells Fargo, they all came in good to start. Well, actually, BlackRock was a little bit bad. It was Wells Fargo and JP Morgan that did good. But other than that, nothing crazy. Couple Fed speakers. I think they were actually more bullish than not. But then bonds and dollar was up. Bonds held up again, but then SPY just started moving, man. No, every day, like after this whole week has just been bonds. Just wait till the bonds, and then the market is in its own little world. The plays are staying within a range. I guess like Netflix be falling through the bottom, and we saw like what's it called, Dana here and a couple of others. But for the most part, it's just like a weird dollar bond stock dynamic that just like. We're waiting 7 hours for one of those things to move. Even if equities move and the dollars and bonds don't move, then we're like, and then eventually it does. But that seems like all we're waiting on. Well, it's not going to stay here forever. That's the good part. We've gone through a couple months, but it could be. Don't underestimate how smooth it can move. Slow. That's great. Did you guys know American Express has a debit card now? American Express is offering checking accounts. An Amex checking account where you could get rewards. They'll pay you 1% APY. And then no fees, no monthly account minimums or anything. I think for the first year. You did not know that? Let me send you a referral link. Hold on. No, they're offering you get $250 if you make an account and then deposit $500 in. They'll give you $250. Yeah, I don't think it's like that new. I think they just got a promotional thing. They've had high yield savings accounts, but this is a checking. So it's a checking account that pays out 1%. And then you could get Amex reward points. So prepaid Visa account, kind of. It's not a credit card. It's a checking account. So it's a bank account. But you get 1% on just holding the money in there. So even if you don't spend any money, you'll generate 1% a year. And then if you buy certain things, you get you get rewards, like, you know, how Amex travel points and all of that. So it's like if you use that to buy things, you'll be good. Capital One, they have 350 by doing 2 each transfers of 250 or more. Huh? So if you do 2 transfers, they give you 350. It is free money on any of these. Checking with one, yeah, they said it's 10 times the national average. Oh, by doing 2 ACH transfers. Oh. I was like, what do you mean by 2 each? I was like, how does that work? They're like, half now, half later. You put the deposit now and do another one. Some have penalties if you withdraw or close early. We do one now, one later, Habibi. That's what I thought they were. That's what I thought it was implying. Early MOC 302 to the sell side. You've been running up, check it. Yeah, because people been giving you mad money. They want those deposits. Do you have to pay taxes on the 500 or is it considered cash back? I don't think you pay taxes on the 500, but take that up with Janet. I'm sure. We need to tax all credit card rewards. If you have unrealized credit card points, we're going to tax you at 72%. And if we get all the other nations to agree, we're going to tax you at 97% on all unrealized credit card point balances. It's possible. No junk fees. That was a big deal this week. No junk fees. It made it to the top of the headlines in the midst of everything. You're morally conflicted about the defense, but it's easy money. You're not. I said it the other day. It's the same thing with like the social media post. I've realized after going through so many world events, anybody who has to say, I feel morally this or I feel bad about playing this, and then talks about, like, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't, the moment you have addressed it now, you've exposed yourself to the morality, if that makes sense. But I mean, that's a personal decision, but the minute you tell everybody about it, it turns into a virtue signal. Yeah. Yeah. Is that American flag real?
Surge support and humanitarian consequences for Hamas attack to help Israel.
I think that's the flag we use.
We can't lose sight of the fact.
Because I don't know, it looked like on my screen, the line looked a little smaller.
Had nothing to do with Hamas and Hamas's appalling attacks, and they're suffering as a result as well. This morning, I spoke with the family members of all those Americans who are still unaccounted for on a Zoom call for about an hour and 10, 15 minutes. They're going through agony, not knowing what the status of their sons, daughters, husbands, wives, children are. You know, it's gut-wrenching. I assured them my personal commitment to do everything possible to return every missing American to their families. We're working round the clock to secure the release of Americans held by Hamas in close cooperation with Israel and our partners around the region. We're not going to stop till we bring them home. Folks, now for the reason to be here. Secretary Granholm, no one's more enthusiastic about building our clean energy future than you are. And I got so many friends here today. Pennsylvania delegation, Josh Shapiro, the governor, Mayor Kennedy is an old friend, one of my closest friends in the Senate and in politics, Bobby Casey. Representative Brendan Boyle is always there. And I have Governor John Carney from Delaware and Tom Carper, two of the best people I've ever worked with. A New Jersey delegation, Donald Norcross. I kid Donald all the time that Delaware's small, but we own the Delaware River up at the high water mark in New Jersey. By the way, there's a lawsuit that actually happened. Anyway, but and he couldn't be here, but Cory Booker is a good friend, and who's on the ground in Israel. And when the attacks occurred, from everything he's doing to support the people of Israel, and I also want to thank him for pushing so hard for the projects we're about to talk about. And Governor Phil Murphy couldn't be here either, but he's also a strong, strong supporter. And one thing before we get started, let's go Phillies. You watch that game last night? Yo! Between the Phillies and Eagles, man, it's a good year, man. This is a good year. We're going to win this series.
Yo, this is the most normal he's sounded.
Look,
ICPT is dying. Down 5, big candles, ICPT
Look, you heard me
down.
say before.
That was the most normal he's ever sounded in his life. That was hilarious.
Jobs, union jobs.
He was actually a human, bro.
By the way, I'm serious. Look, let me get one thing straight about unions. The reason I'm so pro-union, the middle class built America.
Bro, he's
Wall Street did not build the middle class. Unions built the middle class.
He's like, you see that game?
That's why. I mean,
there you go, Joe.
That's not a joke. I'm deadly earnest about that.
ICPT looks like a
especially
buyout.
Too when it comes to clean energy and manufacturing.
I think it is. Intercept.
When the public sector and the private
watch
sector
out
come
for that.
together,
It is.
proving
It
we
is a
can
buyout.
do big things in
So
America.
there's probably an
One of the
update,
things
but
that I worried
there's
about
probably not that much. Don't buy any options on
we
that.
Talked about,
no, you're right on that.
People, there used to be an argument that you can't have
seen
industrial
anything
policy dictated by the government. Well, guess what? I found that when the government invests in the needs of the American people, invests in America and the American people, guess what? The private sector jumps on real quick. In fact, I've asked CEOs this question repeatedly. When the United States invests considerable resources in new industries.
No, they had to update yesterday. The tender offer commenced. That's it. But it is a buyout.
And the answer is clear.
So be careful on those options.
Federal investments attract private sector investments. A lot of it creates jobs in industries like clean energy and demonstrates we're all in this together. And that's what this is all about today. I'm here to announce one of the largest advanced manufacturing investments in the history of this nation.
NWS and then NYT. Yo, that looks like a buyout. NWS and
$40
NWT.
billion in private investment in clean hydrogen.
News Corp and New York Times. There might be a deal there.
Spread over 16 states, creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, many of them union jobs, most union jobs. It's a $50 billion investment in our economic competitiveness.
Check NWS and New York Times. They both popped in tandem.
And combating the existing threat of climate change. It's all part of my plan to make things in America. You know, there was a law early on that I forgot about, which was that back in the 30s, during the Roosevelt time, it said it wasn't only good, but we should encourage when the president.
I don't
has
see any.
money
It looks like a buyout.
to spend
Something
daily,
between these two.
that president
They're both
should do
up,
two
or News
things.
Corp is at least up
One
a lot.
is make
Even New
sure
York Times is
he or
doing good. What the hell?
Invest that money by making sure that that money is being spent on American projects by American workers with American products. And guess what? Presidents all along kept saying, well, we have exceptions. We only 30% need to be that, only 40%. Well, guess what? I changed that. To invest in America and invest in America is what we do. We grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. When I came to office, I was determined to move away from the trickle-down economics. You know, you usually say when the wealthy do well and big business, everybody's going to do well. Well, not a whole hell of a lot dropped out of my dad's kitchen table when I was growing up. No, I'm serious. I decided we're going to focus on building the middle class.
Like they ain't heard that before.
When the middle class does well,
You get
everybody
plus two
does
energy.
well.
Plus 2 energy.
The poor have a way up, the middle class do very well, and the wealthy still do well. They got to start paying their taxes. That's another issue. Folks, you know, the press started calling this my plan Bidenomics. Today's announcement is a critical piece of that plan. Let me explain. I made it a goal for our country to get to net zero emissions from pollutants no later than 2050. By the way, it's the only existential threat to humanity is we don't do this. We don't stay below these numbers. the whole world's changing. Our kids are going to be, and our grandkids are going to be, anyway, I don't want to even think about it. Clean hydrogen is going to help us meet that goal. When it comes to charging our cars or powering our homes, all we need is clean electricity to power, to get from solar and wind. That's just fine, and we're doing that. And we're getting close to meeting that goal. But when it comes to manufacturing things like steel, aluminum, and other materials.
There's only 20 minutes
need
left.
Processed materials.
Watch out. Because I was saying we're going lower. I just looked at the clock. So watch if this breaks here again.
You need to
keep
burn
eye on
fuel
dollar
to
and the
get that
bonds.
done. You can't get it done with wind and solar power. You cannot generate that much energy. That's where hydrogen comes in. Hydrogen can power industries like the production of steel and aluminum. It can transfer, and it's going to end up changing our transportation system, like trucks, rail, planes. Clean hydrogen produces use energy resources like wind and solar. That lets us get to this place without putting more carbon in the atmosphere. You know, when I put that forward, they said we couldn't do anything bipartisanly in the Congress. Well, I introduced the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It got passed. It got passed, even though we only had a couple votes extra in the Senate. And it contained funding to harness the benefits of hydrogen and encourage states and industries to join together to create things called hydrogen hubs. And folks, those hubs are about people coming together across state lines, across industries, across political parties to build a stronger, more sustainable economy and to rebuild our communities. The hub is in the Middle Atlantic region. It's made up of 17 sites spanning southeastern Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. And the hubs are existing infrastructure supporting oil industry and oil pipelines and refineries and repurpose and regenerate, store, transport, and use clean hydrogen instead. This hub alone is going to produce 100,000 tons of hydrogen per year, 100,000 tons. Up to $750 million in public investment is attracting $2.25 billion in private investment. And here are some examples of how it's going to work. The Delaware City refinery in my state, vacant, owned by Chesapeake Utilities in Georgetown, Delaware, and a former jet fuel terminal in New Jersey, all use renewable energy like solar power to produce clean hydrogen. Plumbers, pipe fitters, we're going to replace and retrofit oil pipelines to transport the hydrogen here, where fueling stations at the Port of Philadelphia in partnership with Philadelphia Gas Works will provide clean hydrogen to people to power trucks, heavy-duty equipment operated by longshoremen and Teamsters. That'll mean cleaner air, since the equipment that runs on hydrogen produces fewer emissions than diesel. Across town, on the site of the old Philadelphia Energy Solutions oil refinery, a new bellwether district, Hilco, was going to use clean hydrogen or steam to power the life sciences and logistics on campuses where companies will do research and development for the next generation technologies. The City of Philadelphia and Southern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority are going to use clean hydrogen to power their heavy-duty vehicle fleets like street sweepers, garbage trucks, fuel cells, and electronic buses. The DuPont company.
There it is, Starboard.
Delaware,
I said there could be future news. I put out the stream alert. Starboard has bought shares in News Corp.
In the world, in Wilmington, Delaware.
The stock is already
Here,
a lot.
In the Middle Atlantic Hub,
there's that news for that.
Every single one of these projects will use project labor agreements. That's another way of saying union. And by the way, here it's going to create 20,800 jobs.
And you're going lower.
20,800 jobs here in this hub. Plumbers, pipe fitters, electricians, laborers, and so much more. Look, we're not just creating jobs here in the region. In western Pennsylvania and Ohio, West Virginia, hydrogen hub will bring another source of good-paying jobs to the coal communities. So workers who powered our nation for generations can now work and produce clean hydrogen, just like we've seen them start their careers reclaiming abandoned mines, manufacturing advanced batteries, and the solar industry, because they deserve it. They powered us for so long, just like my hometown of Scranton. The same communities that were once thriving coal mining and power plant towns will now be the center of our new clean energy economy. We're restoring hope and opportunity and dignity along the way. That was my commitment, and that's what we're delivering. We're doing the same thing at a hub in the Midwest, a hub in California, and another hub in the Dakotas and Minnesota. All across the country, from coast to coast, in the heartland, we're building a clean energy future here in America, not somewhere else. Taken together, the emission reductions from these hydrogen hubs will be the equivalent of taking 5.5 million gas-powered vehicles off the road. 5.5 million. And across America, all these hubs are anchored in the promise to local communities, a promise to build these right, to ensure local priorities are at the forefront, risks are mitigated, and everyone benefits, especially communities left behind, like those that have suffered disproportionately from the legacy of pollution and environmental injustice. For example, here in Pennsylvania, Cheney University, the oldest HBCU in the country, is part of this hub and will be training workers for these new clean energy jobs. Hubs are just one example of what we're doing to rebuild America for all Americans. Through the bipartisan infrastructure law, which I helped write and pass, we're making the most substantial investment since President Eisenhower in roads, bridges, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet. These are good-paying jobs. We've already announced over 38,000 projects across 4,500 communities all across this nation. Here in Pennsylvania, we've already announced it's going to get $10.2 billion, including for 300 specific projects across the state. There's no better example. There's no better example of how we're rebuilding America, doing big things right here in Philly, where union labor, a great team effort to get I-95 back up and running in just 12 days with the help of the governor after a section of that highway collapsed. Anybody think we'd be able to do that in 12 days? It's never been done before. We're upgrading airports from Pittsburgh to Lehigh Valley to right here in Philly. And I want to tell you, and Bobby, I say Bobby, my good buddy, the guy from Scranton, you know, Casey, we're investing $900 million, almost $1 billion, to rebuild the Montgomery locks and dams. We're going to get moving on the.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I was sending a text. I don't know. I got hella quiet there.
We're going to build it.
LT's telling me about his experience going to the gym today.
From Scranton, New York. It's coming, man.
Oh, it's hard, bro.
To build that line. We used to have it. Now we got the money. We're going to get it
Dude,
done.
it's back. That's all.
Since I took office,
it's
we
back,
created
bro.
13.9
the Arab
million
fear,
new jobs
misunderstanding.
across
So half again,
13.9.
all the messages I've even gotten today. I hope you just make it in the chat, bro. Otherwise, we'll talk about it in a little bit. But it's like, dude, it's back. The fear and lack
the
of
unemployment
understanding.
rate has stayed below 4% for 20 straight months in a row, the longest stretch in 50 years. We've achieved a 70-year low on unemployment rate for women. We've seen record low unemployment for African Americans and Hispanic workers and people with disabilities. This is everybody, not just a few people. This is everybody. And by the way, the status shows we have the highest share of working-age Americans in the workforce in 20 years. And inflation is coming down. It's down 60% since last summer. Core inflation is the lowest level in 2 years, and now we have the lowest inflation rate of any G7, any major industrial country in the world. We're creating good jobs in communities. We have more to do. We're creating good jobs in communities across the country, including in places that have been left behind for too long because factories shut down, towns were hollowed out, and jobs were moved, and people lost their sense of pride. Hold a second, think about it. How many small towns do you know in Pennsylvania and all across the Midwest where there was a factory that for 30, 40 years, people were able to work and have a good, decent salary, live a middle-class life? And all of a sudden, corporate America decided, I'm going to find cheaper labor overseas. I'm going to send the job overseas and import the product. Not anymore. When those jobs move overseas, they're bringing them back. And we're bringing them back big time. Big time. And by the way, I mean, think of the pride. You know, you lived in a neighborhood. You lived in a small town. Your whole life, your father, your grandfather, you're able to make it. And all of a sudden, there's nothing left. Kid comes to you and says, I got a good education, Mom, but I can't live here anymore. There's no jobs. We're going to restore their pride as well. Under Bidenomics, you don't have to leave home or your family to get a good job. Under Bidenomics, we're investing in industries of the future so that the future is made in America. Made in America.
The one clap guy who keeps jumping the gun. He keeps front running the claps. He's happy to be there.
Started.
He didn't know. He didn't get the memo.
Investing in American
That's why he's like, fuck yeah, bro.
Boom,
and then it's like, he's going in.
$500 billion in private investment in 2.5 years.
It's like the third time. You guys were dying on the first one, but no, he got me on that one. I don't think he was hired. I think everybody else was hired. He was just excited to be there.
In the last 2 years.
Like he's listening and he's just getting hyped off of what he's saying.
And now instead of exporting American jobs, we're creating American jobs and exporting American products.
See, he's ahead of everybody. He knows.
I really mean it. Think about it.
I fucking love these American
but I
products.
really mean it. And that's good for everybody.
It's good. It's hyping up Joe, though. I'm telling you, it's giving him something
to
see. He did another class.
This country up again. So we could face the existential threat of climate and still grow.
Oh, or he's the lead
fundamentally
clapper.
Change our economy.
I don't know. Never mind,
transition
man.
this country to a clean energy future. Today's announcement is all part of a bigger vision to do just that. We're going to invest in the Inflation Reduction Act that we passed. I was able to put in $369 billion. $369 billion. And by the way, I reduced the budget by $1.7 billion. Okay? I reduced the debt while doing this.
Latest budget estimates came out showing
investments of its
that did not happen.
Anywhere in the world. The single largest investment ever. And we invented, by the way, we invented the semiconductor. The little thing, the little chip about the size of the end of your finger. We went to the moon. It affects nearly everything in our lives, whether you have a cell phone, an automobile, refrigerators, sophisticated weapon systems. But guess what?
8 minutes left, too. You didn't flush to a new low. You're kind of bouncing off of it, but...
Guess what?
Yallah.
Went down to producing 10%. Why? We took it overseas. So I proposed legislation, which I thought would be a slam dunk to pass, but we had a little bit of resistance from my MAGA friends, and signed it. And as a result, semiconductor companies all over the world are investing hundreds of billions of dollars to bring chip production back home.
Okay.
For example, you know, just outside of Ohio, outside of Columbus, Ohio, there's 1,000 acres. We get Intel come along and say, look, we're going to invest there. We're going to invest over $20 billion. We're going to build these new fabs, these factories, they call them. They're like twice the size of football fields. And guess what the average pay is? About $100,000 to $110,000 a year. And you don't need a college degree to have the job. Look, with this bipartisan infrastructure law, we're seeing cranes in the air, shovels in the ground, and pride coming back to cities and towns all across the country. Nearly a century ago, Franklin Roosevelt, Rural Electrification Act,
I'm going to go pee.
brought electricity to millions of
We only got
Americans,
5 more minutes, bro.
generating significant economic growth and prosperity. Nearly 70 years ago, President Eisenhower launched the interstate highway system. The investment we're making today will be for our kids and grandkids what those historic projects were in previous generations, only bigger. Today's announcement is transformational, you know, and it joins a long line of transformational adjustments we made just since I took office. And as a result, I truly believe that this country is about to take off, because for the first time in a long time, we're actually investing in America. We're investing in Americans, not just America. We're investing in our future. I can honestly say, and I mean this, and I know I don't look it, but I've been around for a while. I've never been more optimistic about America's future. just remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. If we work together, nothing. Because of you all, we're going to get it done. We're the leading country in the world. We're going to remain that way, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Calm down. Now, you get copyrighted for that music, bro. I tell you every time. That was good. Bro, I'm just standing there going pee. He's just yelling America at me, bro. Whew. But, Chad, you only got 5 minutes, so listen. The new guy's going to come on and close it out. I don't know. Some of you already had enough of me. It's Friday. We're going to hang out for a little bit, but you're going to have to go to the Twitch, especially with global tensions this high. You're definitely going to need to be on the Twitch. So we love you. God bless you guys. But when you hear me say earmuffs, okay? When you hear me say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers. Why? Because it'll get very loud in here, and we want to prevent any unnecessary damage to your eardrums, your attitude, your spirit, or anything in between. So we're giving you ample time to warn you, as well as a key word to know. So I know it's Friday the 13th. It's a lot of weird things, but you know, when you hear earmuffs, I hope you could find, you know, some solitude because it will prepare you for what's going to happen here at the bell. So not too much time left. Again, I think you got the market on close, boys. They were dropping that earlier. Just a weird day of bonds and dollar, man. Well, we did 7 hours of it again. So God bless you all. God bless you all. It's your wife's birthday. Well, tell Mrs. Samuels happy birthday, baby. Or nah. Yeah, right before the bell. I should have gave the earmuffs for that, but, you know, I'm not the new guy. So on that note, I'm going to let him come in. Happy birthday again, Mrs. Samuels. Of course, it's amazing. I wish the AI had something to say, but we got to land this thing, man. We got to land it, but earmuffs. Earmuffs. Omaha. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Mute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. 2-day layover because the weekend will be taking off prompt play Sunday night and then taking off Monday morning at a sunny San Diego, California at 6 a.m. local time. But as we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it is about 71 degrees. Again, partly cloudy, partly sunny. Sounds like the bond market all week, but honestly a lot less scary there. So the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required till the election, and all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cult Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cult, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to bring it home. It's time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Let's go. Make your mind up right now. Make a decision. But you know, what a week, bro. This was the CPI week. We even had earnings kick off today. Are you kidding me? This has been wild. But Chad, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace on Friday the 13th because weekend or not, you got earnings when we come back. We don't know what's going to happen. You got to finalize the plays, futures, options, shares, whatever it is. I say it's earnings from here on out, and whatever happens globally. Less than 20 seconds, Chad. That's it. What happens to the bond line? But that's it, man. That's it. Wrap it up. Less than 10 seconds. My goodness. That's it. A minute goes by so fast. That's it. Look at the trade. I say everyone's bound. I don't know if you're gonna get SC13s left or soon, but you got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonio, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Made the most of it. Positive vibes, good vibes. It don't matter. If you think you're the best chat in the world, I need a GG. You don't even got it. It's members only still. I got to turn it off. It's Friday. Let me turn. Honestly, no, though. I already know what's going to happen. It's not even worth the vibes, bro. Good game. That's it. But good game to you. Drop me the good game in spirit. Get the Bezos. Hit the Twitch, baby. Either way, good game, baby. It's what I'm talking about. And I see you too, Twitch. Everybody, I hope you know we stronger as one. And with the long term, too. Stop. Tell a hater, get a long term. Good game, baby. That's how you play. Anyway, the baby back bitches, I need a GG. The best in the world, I need a GG. It don't matter who you are. It's a GG. Show that you ain't really a demon. Drop some good sportsmanship. Show you got more respect to at least one in their individual. Oh, well, y'all don't feel me. Good game. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh, you want to see this? Uncle wanted to make like a drill song. I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. This was the beat. It goes kind of hard. I was like, I don't know, Uncle. And he was feeling confident that day. I was like, I don't know, Uncle, if you're going. The beat's a banger. It go hard though. I go hard, bro. I go hard. And, all right, I'm keeping my Bible strapped up. Keeping up Bible. No, you know what I'm saying? I like the UK drill rap, but this is like Pop Smoke mixed with like some UK.
Eximar.
Anyways, Chad, I love you. God bless you. It's Friday, man. So we're gonna turn up into Friday. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna turn up into Friday. So if you want to hang out, you can hang out. I will keep on the YouTube maybe for a little bit, but we're gonna move this to the Twitch. By the time we're done with the music, I need to go get me a drink. Let's go. I gotta see what's going on around here. But I love you all. God bless you and thank you. And regardless too, I don't know. I guess there's a couple of things. Even if you made it to the end of the day, whether you had to go or not, whether you got angry or not, you know, I thank you for making it here. And I hope, you know, we find a way to have love everywhere, baby. I don't know. There's so many things to say, bro. But and honestly, I like to make light of certain things too, because some of it's wild. But just show love to everybody out there, you know. And I for real try to find the things you love. Try to find the good in whatever you can, and I really hope all of you enjoy your weekend. And regardless of what happens, man, we don't know. And again, there's a lot of fear coming into it all. So send up prayers, but above all else, man, I think, you know, again, the word is love. I don't know. You want me to say it again? Love, baby. So I love you all. God bless you. We're gonna play a couple of musics here, and then it's gonna turn into something. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna turn into something. But then you know, you got to, like, oh, wow, what's all these? Oh, I kind of like these. But you just got to do your thing, man. But I'll be back in a little bit. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Go get your cloaks. You got to head out. But have a good weekend, okay? And, I mean, I would tell you have no fear. So that's it. You know, everyone tell you this, and I have no fear. Have a great weekend. Send prayers up. Be smart. Be safe. And above all else, love. Just love, man. Love. I don't know. You don't have to love anybody else. I guess that's tough for some people still. But, you know, find the things you love. The love about your life. The love in the world. The things you love doing. Find the goodness. Direct that energy to love and good. I don't know. Do you want me to keep going? I could keep going. I don't know. But I gotta play. I need to get a drink. I already took a piece, so that's good. So that's it. We got to get ready for Friday. Y'all want to play 2K or what? And you better get on the Twitch, because we are going to end this. That's it. That's good. It's good, man. Yes? No? Okay. I'll see. Lift lowers the size of the board. 8 from after 2 resignations is good. All right, 2K. Well, maybe we'll get on. Maybe we play Roblo. I still got to download it on the PlayStation, though. But anyways.
up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring that, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you, no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you thinking quick, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you, I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different, and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees, and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away.
Oh man, I came back. I can't let you. The YouTube, bro. The YouTube that I'm gonna just play you this through here. I was listening to it. I was like, it sound different. I've been listening on Spotify, bro. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Play this shit. Okay, don't worry. That's good. I'm contemplating eating another croissant right now. I'm praying. It's bad, guys. It's bad. Why isn't it playing? I'm just trying to give him the music, sir. Can we refresh? Let's try again. Yeah. Perfect. God bless you. Uncle Ed.
Depot on the beat. It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I don't fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price are going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sound. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heated if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Playing with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claiming shit, I called that, and I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. Hey, all of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got I keep stone on froze, but mentioning cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from Princess Unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passion bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh to the bread truck. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Cousin out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's someone fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and running for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Benny, you bullish, but baby, I'm not from Chicago. Heard me talking about Ivy and dripping in bad. They thought that I came from the hospital. No, I just came back from trading. Just to the sun, no vacations. I'm really not trying to be flagrant when I tell you that most of my calls to be naked. Funny when I make a bad play, I get a standing ovation. It's like I'm addicted to antibiotics to try to get rid of this clap. But fuck it, I always come back in the AM to the GG. What's that stand for? I am not a drug dealer, I'm a landlord. On my Tennessee the roof, that Mercedes-Benz don't need one. I went from Bailey to Bel Air, from the slums to the Ville to the top of the hill to a street where you can't park a car without a parking pass. I'm just trying to chill with my boys in the island off the coast, bar hopping like it's Alcatraz. Watching make moves like a salsa class. Plus I got so many bars like the 1 minute chart. I already know you can't handle it. You ain't making moves, you a mannequin. You ain't got that flame, that candlestick.
They ain't got that flame. Tell them it's a cult, not a game. Walk through the mud and the rain, just bring a little hope to the people in pain. I don't want lies, I want honesty. Negative vibes bother me. Stay up on your grind until you make it out of poverty. You ready? I'm ready. Let's get it, my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to Fetty. My pockets look full, not empty. You loaded, I'm loaded. We never gon' fold, you know it. That's fast right there, go quote it. It's coke, we goated. Different level, it's level, untold. They watching, we popping like options. You know, it's real, it's really real. Like PHILO time. Cause you can't help but make a meal if your people blind. Restless, cause I've been up grinding, I just want the lessons. Cooking up like I'm making breakfast. Oh, I'm eating good, but you know I had to bless it. Looked inside the mirror, told my demons hit the exit.
That was Benny, that was level. Fuck the demons, fuck the devil. Throw the pebble, be successful. You can't tell me code ain't special. I got rich, I made a stencil like a chair. It's really simple, the framework is intellectual. Ay, Like Curry on the chain, my brother, you know, wait. I know you know the name. You ain't never seen my face, but I watch us in the game. Did it with a couple plays. Let me kick a little lesson. You ain't never get a chase. What's yours? You always get what I'm really trying to say. Longer that you want the stock, more that it's getting safe. You like the shit I say. I ain't trying to make you stay. Hey, I'm hitting plays, I'm hitting waste. Your portfolio all day. Smiles filled with mostly grace. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. You probably know the names. You probably thought that you should wait, then went and bought a course to trade. Benny, get some clothes and buy the clothes this shit. Clap them if they talking on some hopeless shit. Cause I've been there and going back. I told y'all that I'm focusing. I know they getting mad. The news is fair as well as motivating. Let's go and a shout out to the vets. Hit the players, then we sending in the jets. Don't be shy, you could send a prayer request. And the list got everything you missed. I love y'all, baby. It's a cup. 2020. But talk to me in 2030.
You know what it is, baby. Cold music, 2020. We coming. Watch out. On the radar. Tell them I just want the Lexus. We out here making moves, baby. Let's go.
Yo, you like this one?
That comes up next.
Feel how I feel, then you feel like it's a blessing. I just want the lessons, I just want protection. I'm up, then I'm down, but the sound like progression. If I'm never.
All right, we gotta wrap this up. We'll give you one more, Chad. That's it. YouTube, you gotta migrate to the Twitch now. You gotta migrate to the Twitch now, bro. You gotta migrate to the Twitch now. Ooh, I hope I see you there. Ooh, I hope I see you there. You're not gonna get the flute song. You said it. You inspired me though. You know, but I switched it up. I don't know. Maybe I feel like you were the one with the idea, but I was gonna give you this one. I don't know. You tell me.
Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, set at 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy the triple net. Turn the bag into a boat off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Why you got something to say, but you ain't speaking? How you know about the play, but you ain't eating? It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson.
I love you all, man. God bless you. Have a great weekend. And I will see you on the Twitch. So just in case, for my YouTube people, if I don't see you on the Twitch, man, you know why we're here. Amen. Every day. And you guys, all on love, man. I'm going to keep saying it. Love. Watch the helmet, but for real. Love, man. Love. You know what it is. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. All day. That's it, man. That's why. Radical. It's radical. Especially as the world, man. Oh, my goodness. It's a radical concept, man. So I love you. Love, baby. Love, baby. So have a great day, great weekend, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? God willing, I'll see you soon. Peace out, YouTube.